Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The premiere of Avengers Endgame was packed. As the audience held their breath, Iron Man snapped his fingers. And just like that, an ordinary college student blacked out. No dramatic lightning, no truck going, no scheming best friend pushing him off a cliff. 1 second he was watching a movie. The next, he was in Asgard, drinking mead, at a banquet. Hey, wasn't there a guy in the back row just now? Maybe Thanos dusted him too. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed, but Thor... No, the guy who became Thor wasn't laughing. It should have been a dream come true. He was now the mighty son of Odin, heir to the throne, beloved by his people, and engaged to a childhood sweetheart. His parents adored him. His siblings, well, sort of. But as someone who had seen the MCU, he knew exactly what was coming. His mother? Dead. Father? Dead. 3 of his best bros? Dead. Loki? Dead, but only after finally becoming likable. Hela? Tried to kill him. Hammer? Smashed. Hair? Cut. Eye? Gouged. Girlfriend? Gone. Asgard? Exploded. Belly? Grew. Reputation? Shattered by a badass alien woman in a tank top. Once, Asgard was the crown jewel of the cosmos under Odin. Under Thor, it became a village. No wonder Heimdall teleported Hulk instead of himself. Even he saw where this was going. Tears welled in Thor's eyes. Of all the MCU characters to reincarnate into, why him? Why not Iron Man? Tony had money, charisma, women, tech. Heck, even his midlife crisis was stylish. By the time he died, he had left behind a legendary legacy. But Thor? Thor inherited a broken kingdom, a cosmic mess, and, eventually, a beer belly. Ding. Superhero system binding complete. A cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Host has successfully traversed. This is the superhero system. When host interacts with important heroes or villains, unique missions will be triggered. Completing these will earn rewards. Each target can only trigger one mission. Abandoning the mission counts as usage. Thor froze mid-sip, nearly spilling his mead. System? Missions? This was it. His golden finger. His cheat. His chance. He stood up in excitement, then quickly sat back down, remembering he was surrounded by gods and warriors. Loki, sitting beside him, arched a brow. That face. Just now you were mourning the universe, and now you're smirking like you pranked Heimdall. Classic Thor. Thor ignored him and opened the system panel. Mission triggered. Elegy of the strongest. Even as the mightiest Avenger, Thor's strength is carved from pain. Choose a path of growth. Complete any of the following missions to receive unique rewards. Mission 1. Bulk up to 400 caddies is almost equal to 220 kg. Reward. Fat Thor strength buff. Gain the raw power you wielded post-blip. Unrefined but terrifying. Note. You may lose your abs, but you'll gain Thanos smashing strength. Mission 2. Challenge Thanos early and kill Loki. Reward. Stormbreaker. The ultimate weapon. Forged to kill gods and split stars. Note. Warning. Irreversible consequences. Time paradoxes, sibling drama, and probably dying early. Mission 3. Destroy Mjolnir and sacrifice one eye. Reward. True Thunder God Awakening. Internal mastery of lightning, no hammer required. Note, painful, and Odin will 100% kill you if he finds out. Thor's smile twitched. Lose his hammer? No way. Odin forged that thing with love and strict parenting. Lose an eye? He likes seeing in stereo. Kill Loki? That slippery bastard might deserve it, but he's still family. That left him with gaining weight? Eat like a pig, become a powerhouse, and slim down later? Thor's fist clenched with determination. He looked up, his eyes gleaming with courage conviction, and resignation. I choose mission 1. I'll gain the weight. Loki, ever observant, watched Thor's face morph through a spectrum of expressions, frowning one moment, grinning the next like he'd seen a meme only he understood. Just as he opened his mouth to comment, a soldier hurried in and bowed. Your Majesty, Lord Heimdall has detected an unknown entity breaching Midgard's perimeter. Signs point to Kree and Skrull involvement. He requests your attention. Odin barely raised an eyebrow. Kree, Skrull, let them squabble in their corner of the stars. Their wars don't concern Asgard. He wasn't being dismissive. He was being factual. Asgard, under his rule, had survived worse. And while Earth was technically under Asgard's protection, Odin knew better than most what power lurked beneath its surface. As long as Kamar-Taj stood, even Ronan the Accuser wouldn't dare step too far. But Thor's interest had already shifted. This was it, the beginning of the Captain Marvel arc. The plot was officially in motion. Sure, not much loot to grab right now, no Infinity Stones yet, no major crossover event, but still. The Tesseract would eventually end up in Asgard. Kree tech? Outdated compared to Asgardian craftsmanship, even if their ships had LEDs. Asgard might look like a medieval fair, but their tech was peak cosmic. Still, Thor had a plan. Earth was where the future would unfold. Better yet, Captain Marvel hadn't awakened yet. There was still time to get in early. Build rapport. Exchange numbers. Maybe become the Nick Fury of this timeline. Minus the eye patch, hopefully. Father, Thor said solemnly, Midgard is part of the 9 realms. If foreign powers are encroaching, we must act. Let me go. It'll be diplomatic. Odin's eye gleamed. He gave a subtle nod. Loki snorted into his goblet. Western United States, Earth. A cracked mountain road. A broken-down motorcycle. A woman in a leather jacket stared at the wreck with visible frustration. Need a hand, gorgeous? A gleaming sports car pulled up. A flirtatious whistle followed. The driver, wind-swept golden hair and smug grin in full display, leaned toward the open window. Carol Danvers looked up, unimpressed. To be fair, she was objectively attractive, but people mostly called her Auntie thanks to the cream military cut and the notoriously unflattering green suit. Now in civilian clothes and biker boots, she looked more like a rebellious rock star than a galactic soldier. And the man in the car? That was Thor, who'd been following her since the subway station, and who'd arranged the motorcycle breakdown. Carol, after sizing him up, sighed and got into the car. Nice ride, she said, hair whipping in the wind as they sped past 200 kilometers per hour. Thor smirked. Only the best for Midgard's finest. But before he could lay down more charm, a chill ran down his spine. Danger. He flung himself out of the car just in time. A blast of radiant energy vaporized the driver's side door. Carol leapt out, fists glowing. Who are you? Mjolnir zipped to Thor's hand with a thunderclap. What gave me away? He asked casually. You've been tailing me like a creep. Also, your pickup lines suck. Energy blasts ripped through the air. Thor blocked them with ease. Mjolnir singing through the wind. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning clashed with photon blasts in a flurry of blue and gold. The ground cracked. Thunder roared. Birds fled the mountains. I'm not your enemy. Thor yelled between swings. Carol ignored him. Her eyes said, either you're a Skrull or worse, a flirt. Thor tried again. Come on. Skrulls don't summon thunder. Carol didn't care. Her logic was simple. Stranger with a hammer, stalking her, driving a suspiciously shiny car. Punch now, question later. The fight dragged on. 30 minutes. Neither gaining ground. Thor was getting tired. Not physically, he was a god, but emotionally. This woman was relentless. Finally, panting, he shouted, Wait, you want to know about Dr. Lawson? Your past? Your real name? That stopped her cold. You know about Lawson? Thor nodded, breathing hard. Bits and pieces. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you straight up. But I can show you. First, we find someone. Where? Poncho Bar. Carol raised a brow. That a code name? Or? Nah, Thor grinned. It's a real dive. But the guy we need practically lives there. He's got intel. And good tequila. Carol stared at him a moment longer, then lowered her glowing fists. Fine. But if you're lying, You'll blast me into orbit. Got it. Now let's go make some cosmic history. Let me introduce myself. I am the son of Odin from Asgard, the god of thunder, and the future king. I should exist in your myths and legends. Thor, the Norse mythology of this world, is an Asgard who was on the earth back then handed down from the soldiers. In a bar in California, Thor introduced himself to the black marinated egg that had not yet turned bald, with inherent arrogance in his tone. Thor has a vague feeling that his character seems to be greatly influenced by the original Thor. System: how long have I been in this world? 1,500 years. Sure enough, his time travel was not actually possessing others' body. In other words, the more than 20 years of the last life is the real time travel. Nick Fury looked dazed. His worldview almost collapsed within a day. First aliens, then the gods of ancient legends. However, with the example of Carol Danvers first, this time it is not so difficult to accept. Well, it was an honor to meet you then. Nick Fury shrugged. Later, in order to find clues to the Tiamat project, the three went to the Air Force Base together. Same as the original plot, Nick Fury has the demeanor of an old fox at a young age, secretly contacted his boss, and then found out that something was wrong with his boss. The difference is that during the retreat, Thor hit the ceiling with a hammer, a strong electric current was injected into the circuit system, and the entire Air Force Base was completely dark immediately. Cat. This cat is dangerous. I suggest you better stay away from it. Seeing Nick Fury teasing the cat with an idiotic smile on his face, Thor complained. It stands to reason that Nick Fury should be vigilant. After all, he saw too many supernatural phenomena today, such as Carol who fired a cannon with his fist, Thor who short-circuited the electric current of the entire Air Force Base with a hammer, and the one below who is thicker than a bear scrolls. It's a pity that this metamorphosis beast named Cuckoo looks so deceptive. Nick Fury is determined to be a shit shovel officer. Petting cats is fun for a while, and it's always fun to pet cats. So Thor didn't care anymore. Let him go. Having said that, is a corned egg with 2 eyes still called a corn egg? At this time, Carol Danforth, who was flying the plane, turned his head and asked, "Can you tell me the purpose of your help? It seems that this matter has nothing to do with you. Whether it is the Kree or the Skrull, it has nothing to do with you. Drinking Asgard has nothing to do with him." From the moment he appeared, Thor had been very active, and he had been offering to help even though he had nothing to do with it. If Nick Fury is doing his job, then Thor is a typical idol. Is the heir to the throne of Asgard so idle? The key is that Thor's strength is very strong, so she can't help but be careless. Bither had already said, if it's just a dispute within the earth, it really has nothing to do with me. But as a member of the 9 realms, the earth belongs to Asgard, at least in name. If people from other planets land here without saying hello, we at least show something. It can be seen that Carol is not trusted on Carrie, and the relationship between Earth and Asgard is not a secret in the universe. Nick Fury, who was teasing the cat, was so sensitive that he heard the meaning behind his words, and asked in confusion, "In name? So the Earth doesn't actually belong to Asgard?" He spoke more seriously. It would not be good news if the Earth was considered an appendage or even a colony by a higher civilization. Thor definitely knew what he meant and said lightly, "Don't worry, the Earth is independent. Humans have their own Asgardian, and the strongest is no less than my father. However, unless the world is in a major crisis, that organization, basically the superiors, will not interfere." What he said was the truth. In fact, even if Carol did not have awakening this time, if Ronan dared to break the rules on the Earth, Kamar-Taj would definitely make him have no chance to admit his cowardice. The marinated egg immediately looked a lot more relaxed. In the living room of Maria Rambo's house, the little girl Monica watched Carol boil the water in a few seconds with super ability. Her eyes widened in surprise. Children have rich imaginations and are usually more receptive to new things. "Wow, that's cool. Is there anything else?" he said and looked at Thor. "There will be a chance to see cooler ones. Now, you should have a lot of things to show your Aunt Carol." The little girl sent Carol into the room, and Thor leaned on the sofa leisurely. looking at Nick Fury, who wanted to stare at him. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't like being stared at by a man. Nick Fury wondered. Why do I feel that you seem to know a lot of things? You are not even surprised by Firth. Oh, it should be Carol Danforth, as if you knew it a long time ago. As expected of the future king of agents, his powers of observation are indeed very keen. From the very beginning, you have identified her as a Kree, believed everything she said, and subconsciously agreed with the concept instilled in her by the Kree. But I did not. At least in my understanding, the Kree and the Skrulls are not considered a peace-loving race. Seeing that Fury still looked suspicious, Thor added, and my mother is the greatest witch in Asgard. As Thor was speaking, he suddenly threw a hammer and brushed past Talos' head behind the door. After listening for so long, why don't you come out and talk? Talos came out with a look of surprise, empty-handed. The only cup of milk tea in the refrigerator was in Thor's hand. Carol, who heard the movement, ran out quickly. Staring at Talos closely, his hands began to glow. Oh, no, we are not enemies. Talos knew how fierce this woman was, so he hurriedly explained. There are a lot of misunderstandings between us. I think we need to have a good chat. The last time we talked, I don't think it was a misunderstanding to hang me upside down. Carol was unimpressed. Talos quickly stepped back and said, I didn't know your past agent last time, and I didn't know how different you are from others. Then, meow. Cuckoo, whose tail was stepped on, jumped up. Oh my God, how can you have such a dangerous existence here? Where is it? Let's stay away from me. Talos' green face instantly turned greener, or Thor immediately hugged goo it might be swallowed. Haha, dangerous? You say this, cat? Nick Fury laughed out loud. This guy pretending to be his boss was actually scared like this by a cat. Seeing Cuckoo's tail being pulled in Thor's hand, Talos shuddered and continued. I have a black box from the plane crash that year. You can listen to it. The voice from the stereo came, and the truth of the year was slowly reappearing, and Carol's memory was also recovering. The audio ended, and Carol, who recovered his memory, rushed out of the door. She knew the truth, but her mind couldn't accept the truth of being deceived and used for so many years. You're Carol Danvers, the one who risked his life to do the right thing. You were my best friend, supported me when everyone else wasn't, became a mother, became a flight man. Maria Rambeau was reassuring her, trying to calm her down. The real purpose of the Tiamat Project is not to fight wars, but to end wars. Thor said lightly, although I have been deceived for 6 years, at least there is still room for redemption. You, the Kree, and the supreme wisdom, there is bound to be a break. Carol's expression gradually eased, and she decided to complete what Dr. Lawson hadn't done, and help the Skrulls find a safe place, a new home, a place where the Kree people couldn't find it. At night, everyone is discussing tomorrow's actions. Going to space? Our aircraft doesn't have this ability. Nick Fury said, I'll take care of it. Thor asked for Braisdan's cell phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a beam of huge amounts of light shone in the courtyard of Maria Rambeau's house, and a mighty spaceship was sent by Bifrost. Wow, Monica exclaimed. What a beautiful spaceship. Thor waved his hand generously. After the task is completed, it will be yours. He just contacted Odin. Although Asgard looks like a medieval style, in fact, the level of technology is very advanced, and 5G has been covered as early as thousands of years. Just now I asked for a small spaceship and at the same time asked Odin to cast a curse on the hammer from the air. He has a plan for tomorrow, but he doesn't want the hammer to be taken away by the Kree. Really? Thank you. Monica immediately had a better impression of this good old man. At dinner just now, this guy ate enough for 12 people alone and emptied her refrigerator, and Monica's face turned green at that time. In the early morning, Yanrog looked at the corpse of the Skrull, pretending to be Carol with a livid face. He turned on the communicator and said in a deep voice, The Skrulls have infiltrated the C-35 planet. Come here immediately. At the same time, Thor and his team walked into Dr. Lawson's laboratory. Is this the Tesseract? Thor saw the energy core, that is, the Tesseract, inside of which was the famous space gem, and it was because of it that the future Asgard was attacked by Thanos. Thor couldn't help but clench his fists, and today's plan became a bit firmer. The Skrulls hiding in the dark came out one by one, including Talos' wife and daughter, and they embraced tightly. "We don't know what to do, and Marwell warns us not to send a message under any circumstances, or the Kree will find us." "You're right." Looking at this warm scene, Carol's eyes couldn't help but feel a little sore. Seeing the fear of the female Skrulls towards her, she stepped forward and said, "I won't hurt you. I'm really sorry. I didn't know before. Carol, this is war." Talos comforted, "My hands are also dirty. But now, you took me and found my family here." He bowed his head in silence to express his gratitude. After a while, he continued, "This is just the beginning. Thousands of our people have been separated and scattered throughout the galaxy." At this time, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, and everyone immediately became vigilant. Brothers with the enemy, right? Young Roger walked in with the Star Troopers. "What happened to your team uniform?" Minerva sneered. As expected, she was brainwashed by the enemy. "The Supreme Intelligence will restore her to normal," Colas added. Young Roger stepped forward. "I trained you to make you a better self." At the same time, Carol found that his energy suddenly disappeared, and at the same time came a mocking voice. "What we can give you, I can take it back too." Before he finished speaking, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared and knocked him into the air instantly. "Am I just so non-existent? Come on together. Let me see how heavy you mob are." Thor frantically dragged his hatred. At the same time, pieces of fish-scale armor appeared from the void and were inlaid on Thor's arms. A set of extremely thick black plate armor protected his chest, making him look even more burly. "Drink!" With a loud roar, Mjolnir raised it high, and with the high-speed rotation of the hammer, a black tornado storm formed, and death and lightning were mixed in it. For a time, it was like a god descending into the world. The bearded Brankel brandished this iron fist and was the first to rush up, but was caught in the storm and then flew several hundred meters after a loud noise, unable to get up for a long time. The Star Troopers were facing an enemy. Young Rog waved his hand behind him, and a large number of Kree soldiers rushed up. In the messy laboratory, Young Loaga and others looked ashen. "I thought that coming to this backward planet this time would go smoothly. Even the soldiers I brought with me were just to prevent Carol from really losing control. Unexpectedly, I met a ruthless character, and the fighting style was like an uncivilized barbarian. The Star Troopers, who were confident when they came, are all in a mess now, and the Kree soldiers are all dead." If Young Loaga hadn't found the opportunity to attack with all his strength and knocked Mjolnir out of the laboratory, it would have been difficult to take him down. Young Roger ordered with a dark face, "Take Foss away, and the Supreme Wisdom will restore her to normal." Then he looked at Thor, who was under control. "Minerva, take this person to another room. A fine fighter, and the Supreme Intelligence will strike and make him ours." The Supreme Intelligence is the aggregate of consciousness, and no one can observe its true form. Or, there is no fixed form. It will become the most important person in people's hearts. And, at this moment, the person in front of Thor, Su Jinjiang? No, is that me? Supreme Wisdom looked at his own image and couldn't help but sneered. "I didn't expect that he is a guy who feels good about himself and is extremely narcissistic. You are the second such person I have seen. The first one is Young Luogrid." "Really?" Thor wasn't nervous at all, or he was already mentally prepared. "I suddenly have a doubt. If the person who came to see you is a dog, what would you become?" "Rake Rake." Supreme Wisdom's face remained unchanged, and he said in a low voice, "You should know that it is not good to provoke me. But it doesn't matter. You will soon become our soldier." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a blue energy enveloped Thor. Suddenly, Thor felt a force pressing towards him. This force was so powerful that he couldn't move, and his brain was dizzy. He knew that the Supreme Intelligence was trying to control him, so he persisted and kept awake. "Give up. Without a weapon. You are just a mortal now. You can't resist me," the voice of Supreme Wisdom remembered. Thor gritted his teeth and struggled, as if a heavy millstone was pressed against his chest. Gradually, he began to have difficulty breathing, almost out of breath. The pressure around my body is getting bigger and bigger, as if it can be overwhelmed in the next moment. But at this time, Thor slowly calmed down. All the sounds in his ears seemed to disappear, and the surrounding time seemed to stand still. In reality, Minerva saw Thor struggle from the beginning and became calm, and suddenly felt an ominous feeling. She shook her head to dispel the uneasiness in her heart, but she didn't notice a trace of electric arc slowly circling around Thor's hand. The supreme wisdom gradually increases ability, and Thor's will is much higher than he imagined. But this meaningless struggle is meaningless. At this moment, a cold, mocking voice came. "I am the Prince of Asgard, the god of thunder." With just one thought, the power of Bifrost will descend immediately. No one can leave me behind. As long as I call out in my heart, no matter how far away Mjolnir is, he will return immediately. Before returning to my hands, no one can stop him, let alone the group of trash outside. If I want to get away, it's easy. I've been with you for so long. What kind of illusion makes you think you can win? Thor's body began to tremble, and he clearly felt that a terrifying power in his body was waking up. Success. On the other side, Jon Roger and the others were looking at Carol Danforth with serious faces. She wants to break free. The station's energy began to falter, and the lights began to flicker. At the same time, in the vacuum outside the space station, dense dark clouds suddenly appeared and enveloped it. In the illusion, Carol's ferocious expression became calm. In the past, when I fought, I could only use half of my strength. But have you ever thought about what will happen if I ask you to restrain me? The chip fell to the ground and shattered, and the illusion was shattered. The golden light enveloped her whole body, and she opened her eyes, emitting bright golden light. Captain Marvel, officially born. At the same time, a cluster of huge thunderbolts with a width of nearly 1 kilometer in the thundercloud suddenly condensed and turned into a 1-meter-thick thunder spear, which ruthlessly exploded on Thor's body. The huge amounts of force almost shattered the entire space station. Thor, who was bathed in purple thunder and lightning, stood up slowly. His eyes radiated a dazzling purple light. Thor incarnate. Back in Asgard, Thor had thought about it. In the future, there will be 3 major opportunities for improvement in strength. One time was the Fat House state during the final battle. At this time, the improvement was mainly reflected in strength. Although he was always at a disadvantage, he could already compete with Thanos for a short time. And the reason for this promotion, Thor speculates, may be that after becoming the king of Asgard, his strength will continue to grow, just like Hela. Under normal procedures, it would take more than 20 years for this power to be unlocked. Thor has long considered that the war will end in Wakanda at most, so he can only obtain this power in advance through system tasks. One time was to build Stormbreaker. Relying on Stormbreaker can restrain the power of gems to kill Thanos. In the original timeline, he relied on the invincible Stormbreaker to cut off Thanos' head. Tomahawks can be forged by themselves at any time, but to forge a tomahawk, one needs to be exposed to the high temperature of hundreds of billions of degrees in a neutron star. It's hard for me to bear now. Finally, there is the awakening of Thunder Force. Although he is known as the god of thunder, in fact, most of his power needs to be released by Mjolnir. Just like facing Jon Loaga and others before. After losing the hammer, he instantly became a high-level soldier, almost powerless to resist. Although the hammer can return instantly with a thought, but if something unexpected happens, what should you do if the hammer fails? After these 2 days of observation, Thor found that his situation was very similar to that of Carol. The power was hidden in the body and was difficult to control. It had to rely on external objects, like Thor's hammer or the chip on Carol's neck. Therefore, he deliberately showed his strength and was captured, trying to rely on the pressure of the supreme wisdom to stimulate the awakening of his own strength, just like Carol. He succeeded. Feel the surging power in the body, as if there is the ability to destroy heaven and earth with every gesture. Minerva's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately yelled, "Quick, Shoot and kill him. A purple thunder light suddenly burst out from Thor's hand, spreading along the ground. In just a moment, all the surrounding soldiers were reduced to ashes. Minerva rolled on a donkey in a hurry, dodging a thunderbolt, and raised the sniper rifle again in disbelief. Before he could pull the trigger, he heard a click, and the sniper rifle turned into a fire stick, and then my whole body went numb, and I couldn't move anymore. Thor carried Minerva towards the direction of the Skrulls. Many Kree soldiers along the way tried to stop them, but they were smashed into charcoal by the surrounding lightning as soon as they appeared. On the other side, Carol handed the Tesseract to Nick Fury and turned around to stop the Star Troopers from pursuing, just in time to see Thor, who came to meet him. "You did it on purpose?" Carol looked at the thunderous Thor and laughed. She also saw Thor's situation. "No, I almost capsized in the gutter." Thor immediately denied, and then joked. "How do you feel?" "Vajragor, baby. It feels great, Mr. Pikachu." Carol rolled his eyes and looked at young Roger and others who surrounded him. "Tesseract and hostage, Minerva. You can only choose one. I don't like your humor anymore," young Roger said in a deep voice. "It is her honor to sacrifice for the Kree Empire. Kill them for me." The Star Troopers rushed forward. The Star Troopers were not Carol's opponents, and now with Thor, they were naturally helpless. In the end, young Roger, who found out that the Tesseract had been dropped, left his teammates and drove a fighter plane alone to hunt down the Skrulls. Carol pursued alone, and Thor took Minerva to another spaceship. "He can't fly yet." On the spaceship, Thor teased Minerva. "Do you know that I saved your life?" Minerva was expressionless. She hated not only Thor, but also Carol. "If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have come to this place where no birds lay eggs, so that I was captured by this stinky guy." Thor paid no attention to her reaction. There are not many good people in the Star Troopers of the Kree, and she is only kept because she looks more oriental. He narrowed his eyes, concentrating. In a vacuum, no sound could be heard, but the strong light still attracted Minerva. She looked back and saw a thick thunderbolt with a width of more than 10 meters hitting the laboratory hard. Huge amounts of the laboratory immediately fall apart. Back on the ground, Thor lowered Minerva into Nick Fury custody. He left a bolt of lightning in Minerva's body. The effect was the same as that of a tranquilizer gun, making it difficult to move within a short period of time. Calculating the time, Ronan the Accuser is coming soon. This battle took place in the air, and Thor, who can only rely on jumping at present, basically can't intervene, and he is not going to intervene. This guy is a big coward, and he can run. More importantly, when he came back just now, Thor tried to summon Mjolnir, and found that although Meow Hammer hadn't lost contact, he didn't return immediately, and there was a kind of meaning to ask Thor to wait. "Please enter the verification code to confirm whether the Meow Hammer is recalled. Please confirm again." Thor was a little puzzled, but he could perceive Mjolnir's position, so he decided to take a look. As for Ronan, the coward, I will leave it to Carol. In a vast expanse of white snow, two groups of people are confronting each other. It should be said that a group of fully armed adult men confronted a little girl who looked 12 or 13 years old. The little girl's body has long been scarred, but her eyes are indifferent, firm, and unyielding. But there is no fear at all. "I am an orphan. For as long as I can remember, I've been wandering alone, not knowing where I came from or who my parents were. In those years, I often searched for all kinds of leftovers from the trash, to feed my hunger during the day, and at night, I beat other beggars for a deck share in the park. Later, a middle-aged man in military uniform took me in, and he took me to a place where I had bread to eat and cotton clothes to wear, and I didn't have to shiver at night in the ice and snow. I met a lot of homeless kids like me. I once thought that this place was the legendary paradise. Unfortunately not. Not long after, a few scary-looking instructors came to the base to teach us fighting skills, how to use various cold weapons and firearms. Those who did not learn well, those who were lucky were locked up in a small dark room and starved, and those who were unlucky good to be whipped. On several occasions, I found out that several of my fellow trainees did not know where they were going. Maybe they were too stupid and kicked out. Fortunately, I learned fast and suffered the fewest beatings. A few years later, We began to be sent out to complete the homework assigned by the instructor. Sometimes it's stealing, sometimes it's protecting people who look rich, and sometimes it's killing people. As a child, it always makes people less vigilant. At that time, I knew that our base had actually been illegal a few years ago, and it was going underground from next year. Some unlucky companions were accidentally killed during the mission. The partners who trained together at the beginning can now be counted on hands. Every time I hear the news of a companion leaving, I always think, when will it be my turn? Maybe next time? It was dangerous several times, but fortunately I survived in the end. I thought about resisting, and I also thought about running away. I don't want to live like this for the rest of my life. But I don't have the ability to resist, and I can't escape. In fact, I was spied on every time I left the base. They thought I didn't know, but I had already discovered it. Every sister who tried to escape died a miserable death. I can't forget their hideous expressions now. In a few days, I will be graduating. I heard that there will be a very scary graduation ceremony. Is this my fate? Maybe dying in a mission is the best ending, right? Did he just die like this? No, there's no such thing as an absolute path. Anything can happen if you breathe. As long as I have the chance, I will definitely escape from this hellish place. Just one chance. A loud bang interrupted my memory. A building not far away collapsed and turned into ruins, and the ear-piercing air defense sirens came to mind. A group of heavily armed soldiers is coming. Enemy attack. The strength of this organization is very strong, and it is also very secretive. It stands to reason that such a thing will not happen. Walking towards the scene of the explosion, what caught my eye was a hammer. I stepped forward vigilantly, looking at the pattern of this strange hammer. Then, taking a deep breath, reached out and grabbed the handle of the hammer, lifting it up. The next moment, the atmosphere was trembling, the sky was dark, and thunder and lightning flashed. High in the sky, a Kree fighter hovered in the air. Thor stares dumbfounded at the little girl on the ground below. Just a short while ago, this little girl who looked at most a teenager killed more than a dozen people with an almost expressionless face. What shocked him even more was the Mjolnir in the little girl's hand. What the hell? My meow hammer doesn't want me anymore? The first time I brought you out, you ran away with others? When the girl appeared in his sight, she was already covered in blood, and she must have been hunted down for a long time. Thor is ready to go. In any case, the person who can get Mjolnir's approval is definitely not ordinary. Moreover, this group of soldiers did not look like a formal organization at first glance. Well, Thor wouldn't admit to another thought of his own. This little girl is so cute. Shoot, uncontrolled tool, then destroy it. The soldier leader gave an order, and the surrounding soldiers raised their guns and were about to shoot. The little girl clenched the hammer in her hand and was about to release the thunder and lightning. Since I must die, let's see how many people you exchange for my life. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the next moment, the sky was dark, and countless electric snakes descended from the sky. There was no flesh and blood flying, and the violent energy contained in the thunder and lightning brought extremely high temperatures. Many soldiers didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies were directly carbonized and fell apart. In midair, a man in black armor descended from the sky. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Thor made his debut. As soon as the tense strings in her heart were loosened, the little girl's eyes went dark and she passed out. In a daze, the little girl had a dream. In the dream, she picked up a magical hammer. As long as she held the hammer, she seemed to have inexhaustible power, and she could also release lightning, as in the myth. Relying on this strength, she broke out of the base, broke through many blockades along the way, and was finally surrounded. Just when he thought he would die here, a stalwart figure descended from the sky and stood in front of him. Open one's eyes. Ha ha ha. Little girl, are you awake? Huge amounts of voice, which startled her. Not bad. You can kill so many people at such a young age. Although it's not as good as me, it's not far behind. By the way, what's your name? Hiccup. After blowing a bottle of wine in one gulp, Thor burped, although the earth is relatively backward. But there are still many good things, such as the wine in this place. Waiting for the little girl to wake up, Thor went to a nearby city to get a whole box of vodka. 400 caddies. He didn't let go of every opportunity, completely unaware that the girl in front of him had a 180-degree turn in her impression of him. There was a strong smell of alcohol, and the girl who just woke up almost fainted again. The person I like is a hero of the world. I know that one day he will appear in a situation that attracts everyone's attention. He will come to save me wearing a black armor and a red cape and stepping on a purple thunder. I guess the beginning, but I can't guess the ending. The little girl moved away with a look of disgust and said cautiously, "Thank you for saving me. My name is Natalia Elyanovna Romanova." What a terrible uncle. He wouldn't eat me, would he? Natalia? Natasha Romanov? New Black Widow? This place is Siberia, located in the territory of Mausi. So is really her? Drip, congratulations to the host for triggering the Black Widow-related task. The home of the hero, no technology armed, no super ability strengthening, but when everyone gave up, only she was sticking to the Avengers alliance. Black Widow has the most tragic past and the greatest soul. Please choose one of the tasks to complete. Task 1, kill Black Widow. Task reward, Soul Gem. In the original plot, Black Widow sacrificed himself in exchange for Soul Gem. Now you can do the same thing. Task 2, send Black Widow back to the Red House until the graduation ceremony is completed. Avoid changing the plot. Task reward, Ancient One's attention. The practice of maintaining the plot has attracted the attention of Ancient One, and she will invite you to Kamar-Taj 1 Syria. Mission 3. Bring Black Widow back and hand it over to SHIELD for training. Task reward, the hidden version of the Divine Power Bracelet, a magical item from Otherworld, indestructible. In addition to avoiding swords, it can also allow the wearer to block bullets. After wearing the magic bracelet, it can greatly strengthen the wearer's strength. After wearing it, it will hide, and no one will be there except the host can be removed. Warning, warning. Mission 1 and 2 options are extremely dangerous. Once selected, there's a 90% probability of being attacked by dimensionality reduction from a higher plane, which will directly lead to the collapse or even end of this universe. Once again, Thor felt the deep malice of Mr. System. Not to mention this so-called dimension reduction blow. The bottom line in Thor's heart would not allow himself to do so. Moreover, even if the Soul Gem is obtained at this time, there is a high probability that it will be sent by Odin. Without enough strength, holding gems is the original sin. Even Thanos makes quick moves when he is about to launch a plan. As for Kamar-Taj, even without the invitation of Ancient One, in his own capacity, he would not be rejected if he had the cheek to come to the door. After figuring this out, Thor suddenly took out his phone and took a few photos with a click-click. Lolita-style Black Widow will never be seen in the future. Speaking of which, it is now 1995. Seeing Natalia, Thor confirmed that he is indeed in the 1999 universe, the movie universe he is familiar with. In this universe, Natalia was born in 1984 and is only 12 years old this year. "Hey, uncle, is this hammer yours?" Natalia asked carefully, looking at the hammer in Thor's hand. Although she didn't seem malicious, she was still habitually vigilant. Have you heard of Norse mythology? This is the legendary Mjolnir. Anyone who has the qualifications will gain the power of Thor if he lifts up Mjolnir. Since you can get Mjolnir's approval, I can give you an opportunity to change your destiny. I can take you out of here to a place where your organization can't interfere and let you do what you think is right. Outside the atmosphere, a fierce battle came to an end. Ronan, who has always practiced pretentious enough to fight, but not cowardly, looked back at the adjutant after seeing Carol Danvers destroy dozens of fighter jets and 2 warships. How could such an embarrassing proposal of retreat, escape, be proposed by the boss? It's a pity that this adjutant is not winking. Ronan had no choice but to order himself. All return to the jumping point. The weapons will be ours sooner or later. He decided to find a reason to withdraw this ignorant guy after returning. On Earth, young Auga stared blankly at King Carol's return. He clenched his weapon tightly. and the two slowly approached. A decisive battle was imminent. Suddenly, Yonlaga put away his weapon and changed his face instantly. I'm proud of you. After I found you by the lake, you really grew up a lot. But can you control your emotions and really fight me? Or are you just as emotional as you used to be? I've always told you that one day, you're going to defeat me on your own strength alone. And today is that day, and now is that moment. Firth, put away your fancy super abilities and prove to me that you can. Boom! The impatient Carol punched him away. I don't have to prove anything to you. Besides, this is my own strength. Ha ha! Thor, who had just arrived, saw such a wonderful scene. I have to say that Yonrog is very capable of speaking and is very good at guiding other people's emotions, but it is a pity that he met Captain Marvel with zero EQ. After jumping off the fighter plane, Thor said hello. After this matter is settled, put away the super ability and play a game with me. When Carol was showing off his might in space just now, the system task appeared again. Hey, congratulations to the host for triggering the Captain Marvel-related mission. The confrontation of the strongest. As one of the strongest Avengers, there will be a confrontation between you and Captain Marvel sooner or later. Defeat her and prove that you are the strongest. Note, there is no branching option for this task. It can only be accepted or discarded. Mission objective: defeat Captain Marvel. Mission reward: a random ability of Captain Marvel. At this stage, without a tomahawk, he is looking for abuse, so Thor's going to muddle through. Carol nodded. In fact, she doesn't know much about the strength after Thor strengthening. But from the previous performance, it seems that he is much stronger than himself. The two sides suppressed the super ability battle, and maybe they took advantage of it. This is probably the difference between a warrior and a fae, right? She dragged Yonrog and stuffed him into the spaceship. The two big men stared at it. And it was meaningless for Yonlaga to struggle. He pleaded, No, I can't just go back empty-handed like this. Carol looked indifferent. Bring me a sentence and tell the supreme wisdom I will end all of this. A cannon blasted out, the engine was ignited, and the spaceship wobbled and flew up. Drip! The mission is completed. The confrontation of the strongest. Get the reward. Captain Marvel, a random ability, is being drawn dash. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super ability, high-speed flight, which can fly in any environment without the need for external objects. As Thor pushed Carol to the ground for the third time, the system's notification sound finally came. Although flight is inconspicuous compared to Captain Marvel's other abilities, it is still very affordable for Thor at this stage, which means that he can no longer use Meow Hammer or Stormbreaker to fight in space. Natalia on the side was drowsy with her mobile phone because Thor requested that they recorded the fighting process of the two. Is it necessary? In her opinion, the fighting skills of this powerful-looking elder sister are quite rough, at least not as good as her own in terms of physical skills. As for that strange uncle, his style of play is very retro or barbaric. God of Thunder? Why does it look like the Spartans who came across thousands of years ago? I think you really need to hone your fighting skills. Thor shook his head. People like Yonlaga are not strong enough to crush them with super ability. But there are countless strong people in the universe. Facing some real strong people, physical skills are very important. Attacks that cannot cause damage to the enemy, no matter how powerful they are useless. Not just to Carol, but also to myself. The reason why Thanos could not be defeated in the final battle is actually the biggest reason is the suppression of physical skills. Although the battle axe is indestructible, there is no chance to cut Thanos except for a sneak attack. Carol nodded. In fact, she's also aware of this problem. When destroying Ronin's fighter group just now, he was obviously very fast, but he still had no time to dodge many attacks, and he resisted with the strong defense of the Double Star State. It was such an ugly loss, but she still wanted to propose a fight with a super ability. But when I thought about it again, I felt a little bit unable to afford to lose. In the evening, everyone gathered in the living room of Maria Rambo's house to discuss tomorrow's arrangements. Nick Fury, with only one eye left, showed a wretched smile when he saw Natalia brought by Thor. I met this child when I was looking for a hammer. She is a natural fighter and has the potential to become a top agent. Thor handed Natalia to Nick Fury. He believed in Natalia's potential. Oh, Thor's arrogance is very clear, and it is not easy to be praised by him. He looked at Natalia. What's your name? Natasha Romanoff. Natalia said calmly. Now that a new life has begun, the previous name is no longer used. By the way, Thor suddenly thought of something and reminded, I don't know how your agents usually perform tasks, but I have to remind you that her ability will be better than most male agents. So, I don't want you to arrange her to use her strengths as a woman to complete tasks in the future. This is necessary, otherwise how different is it from the Red House? Natalia looked at him gratefully. What Thor meant Nick Fury definitely understood. He nodded and said, Many people have misunderstood the profession of agent. In fact, for top-level agents, the way you said is actually rare. After all, this is a double-edged sword, and it may even lead to the death of one's own personnel. Being instigated, just like the famous Carter agent, he has only shown favor to one person. Well, where you can see the right eye. After a pause, he added, The way you said, for agents, basically only the lowest level agents will be regarded as weapons. If it is only for training in this area, there are many places in Manhattan at night, with or without shield. Thor understood, and it made sense when he thought about it. If beauty alone can solve the problem, why spend so much time training various fighting skills? Natalia's extraordinary ability made Nick Fury decide to hand her over to Peggy Carter for training. As a legendary figure, Carter is definitely the best agent, and it is estimated that Natalia will be trained as a successor. This pair of wristbands is a gift I gave you as a reward for helping me find the hammer. When you are free, study its ability more. It will help you a lot. Thor put the magic bracelet rewarded by the system on Natalia's wrist, and the bracelet disappeared, but Natalia felt in her heart that she had a connection with it. Talos, Ronan, the accuser, has left, and he will not dare to come to Earth in a short time. Do you have any plans? Thor joked. Otherwise, continue to be Nick Fury's boss? Oh, no, please forgive me. Potato shook his head quickly because Talos pretended to be his boss, and he had a lot of messy things to deal with when he returned. I will help you find a home and fulfill Marvel's last wish, Carol said suddenly. She has always felt guilty about the Skrulls, and now she has a chance to make amends, so she won't miss it. In the middle of the night, Carol explained some things to Nick Fury, and then gave him the communicator. The next morning, Carol said goodbye to Maria Rambeau, Monica, and Thor. Aunt Carol, when I grow up, can I drive a spaceship to find you? She pointed to a spaceship parked on the lawn, which was given to her by Thor. Definitely can. Carol turned her head to look at Thor. She didn't want to make the parting too sad. Why? Is there nothing you want to tell me? You came up to strike up a conversation by yourself back then. Asgard concept of time is different from that of the Earth. For humans, decades are a lifetime, but for us, it's just a blink of an eye. But if you want to express something, give me the communicator last night one. Thor looked relaxed. Carol smiled in disbelief. Haha, I have given you my contact information. As long as it is not too far away, I can still receive calls. After running a few steps, he turned around and said, We will meet next time. You must have a good fight. Don't think I didn't find out. You deliberately provoked me to use energy. After finishing speaking, he soared into the sky in the dazzling light and disappeared in midair. See you in 23 years. Thor thought silently. Behind him, Nick Fury came up and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be sentimental. See you later. Before he could finish speaking, his hand was grabbed suddenly, and he fell over his shoulder and fell far away. Oh my God, what are you doing? Maria Rambeau and Monica were startled, and then they saw that Nick Fury, who had fallen on the ground, changed into a young man wearing a green trench coat. At the moment, he was looking angry. Why? Why can you see that? Thor looked at Loki, who was dying every day, and said lightly, You have too many flaws, and your tone of voice and actions are wrong. Besides, I know you too well. Loki was dumbfounded. When did his big brother, who was full of muscles, actually use his brain? Thor ignored him. looking at the system panel in his mind. The reason why he saw Loki just now was largely due to the sudden appearance of system tasks. Drip. Congratulations to the host for triggering Loki-related tasks. Eating, sleeping, and beating his younger brother. As the god of pranks, Loki often uses pranks on his elder brother. The best way to deal with this kind of bear child is to use force to tell his brothers and sisters Christine makes sense. Note, there is no branching option for this task. It can only be accepted or discarded. Mission objective: hit Loki 100 times. Mission reward: master lie. When speaking, it is easier to convince the other party. Note, lies that are too outrageous to be effective. Very nice ability. If I had gotten this ability earlier, I wouldn't have failed to strike up a conversation with Carol before, right? As for hitting Loki 100 times, joke, I won't hit him without a mission. Loki beside him suddenly shuddered, feeling a deep malice somewhere, as if he was being targeted by something terrible. Shaking his head, he drove the ominous premonition out of his mind. He joked, "How about it, brother? Wasn't that woman nice just now? Did you like it?" Thinking of what Carol said before leaving, Thor shook his head with a smile and said, "Forget it. I can't bear it. If the two of us do it, I'm afraid we will have to fight every day. No, it's not appropriate to use it. I think it needs to be corrected. It should be your unilateral beating." As a younger brother, if you don't respect your elder brother, Bifrost took Minerva and the bruised Loki, leaving Thor alone. Returning to Asgard this time, he will enter the long-term fat house mode, so he decided to find a way to trigger more tasks and go back to slowly digest. The most considered, definitely, is the most famous six-member group of the first generation. Natalia's situation made him understand that even a superhero who has not grown up can also trigger tasks. At this time, most of the plot is not yet started. Captain America is frozen, Banner and Hawkeye are still unknown, and there is no one to be found. The only one who stood out was Tony Stark. At this point, Tony Stark has not yet become the future Iron Man. He is in the most annoying phase of his life. Arrogant, narcissistic. Except for being rich, there are almost no positive adjectives. Except for Thor, no one would have thought that such a big dog would become a savior with a mortal body comparable to a god in the future. Thor doesn't see Iron Man originally through the back door opened by Shield. He got an opportunity to make an appointment to meet, for which he paid a piece of information. Steve Rogers is still alive, and Red Skull is still alive. The first half of the sentence made Nick Fury excited, and the second half almost made him lose his composure. Well, the second half of the sentence is completely Thor's bad taste. The meeting that was originally scheduled was half an hour this afternoon. As a result, Stark met a model at noon, and then gave Thor to the Dove. Got Dove, big shit. IXU, 5,000 words omitted below. If it weren't for the fact that you are the future savior, I would send you to be a father-in-law in the far east right now. Thor finally understood why Killian wanted to kill Tony Stark so much. Drip, congratulations to the host for triggering Iron Man-related tasks. Iron Man forever. After the Killian event in the future, Stark will choose to give up the identity of Iron Man. Later, when the world is in crisis, Stark puts on the armor again, until the ultimate Jean snapped his fingers and died in the end. Mission objective: stop Iron Man from leaving and keep him in Avengers forever. Mission reward: Extremis improved formula. Maya Hansen passed all the data of Extremis to Tony before she died. Tony Stark made improvements based on Extremis. After the improvement, Extremis became milder, the strengthening effect was weakened, and the high-temperature explosion effect disappeared, but the self-healing ability was greater increase in magnitude. Attention! This task is an open task. There are many ways to complete it. Please explore the host yourself. The task that popped up suddenly scared Thor. Why can the task be triggered without seeing Tony? After thinking about it for a while, I realized that although I didn't meet Tony, I still had an intersection. Intersection of pigeons and pigeons. The triggering of the task is originally very random. Just like Carol's task did not appear until Ronan was defeated, but it was triggered as soon as Natalia met. But the content of this task is a bit confusing. In all fairness, the mission rewards are very generous. Extremis. That is something that can be called the three great medicines together with super soldier serum and Wakanda heart-shaped grass. What's more, compared with the latter two, Extremis is the easiest to promote on a large scale. Although the self-improvement has become smaller after the improvement, the self-healing ability has been greatly improved. As the Prince of Asgard, you can form an army of Wolverine that can't be killed. However, the problem lies in the mission objectives. According to the mission prompt, this mission mainly has two links. The first one is to dispel Stark's idea of retiring after the Killian incident. This step is very simple. No matter how powerful and dangerous Killian is, it is only for ordinary people. Thor can even make the Mandarin event never happen at all. The key lies in the second ring, preventing Stark from snapping his fingers and sacrificing himself. This difficulty is not ordinary. Although Thor has long made up his mind to end the war in Wakanda, killing Thanos early, the fate naturally changed. But this will delay my mission for too long, more than 20 years. Besides, purple sweet potato essence can be crushed to death, but Extremis has pee? Thor's resentment towards big shit has deepened. People hate it, and the task is so painful. Could it be that the dignified master of Marvel, Tony Stark's exclusive mission, just give up? When he was at a loss, Thor suddenly noticed something was wrong. The mission is focused on preventing Stark's death. After all, the Mandarin incident is not of great importance. Iron Man's retirement is not a real departure. Even if he does not intervene, Tony will return in the end. This link seems dispensable. Why does the system add it to the task line? Moreover, the rewards of missions are usually proportional to the difficulty. What is the secret of Extremis that is worthy of the hell-level difficulty? Perhaps this is a hint that to complete the task, you need to start with the Mandarin incident. It is impossible to spend more than 10 years waiting for the plot to start, and to solve the problem definitely has to draw from the bottom of the pot. There are two key figures in the emergence of this plot: Alderzi Killian, the man behind the Mandarin, and Maya Hansen, the botanist and Extremis maker. At this time, Killian was still a fan of Tony, and it was not easy to find him. But Maya Hansen is a well-known botanist, and she probably started the research on Extremis at this point in time. So Thor enlists the help of SHIELD to find Maya Hansen's location. The scheduled meeting was rejected, so it's not too much to help find someone, right? On a beach in Hawaii, Maya Hansen, who was on vacation, looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her. "Sorry, I don't have an appointment." It was obvious that she took Thor as someone who came to strike up a conversation. Although she didn't guess wrong. She has a concept. If it can be successful, it will definitely promote the development of all mankind. However, the current research is still in its infancy, and there are a lot of problems to be solved. What's more, without enough funding, no one thought her wild idea would work. She came here to relax, and she didn't have the heart to think about men and women at all. Although Thor's appearance is indeed quite aesthetic. I know you don't want an appointment, because your mind is in your laboratory. Am I right, Miss Maya Hansen? Thor smiled. Female scientists are usually very focused on their careers, and otherwise they are a woman. My future girlfriend, Jane Foster, seems to be of this type too. You know me? You know about my experiment? Maya Hansen asked with a look of surprise and some doubts at the same time. Definitely. Although your vision may seem unrealistic to many people, in fact, you are heading in the right direction. Thor looks serious. However, your research has great resistance, and no one believes you. Many people are people who see the world from a whole. They've spent their lives trying to make this whole bigger so that they can learn more. But when the whole could be bigger than they could have imagined, they rejected the possibility. Maya Hansen's eyes began to light up, and she smiled expectantly. I suddenly began to believe that you didn't check the information on purpose and came to pick me up. Thor smirked. No, I'm going to invest in you and pick you up by the way. Comrade Big Shit, I hold grudges very much. If you dare to dove on me, I will dare to cut off your affair. Ha ha. Maya Hansen didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, if what you said is true, I don't mind. She didn't quite believe that this young man who looked about her own age had enough capital to support herself. But if what he says is true, this is indeed an opportunity not to be missed. Okay, basically done. Thor looked around, but there was no one else. I will arrange sufficient funds, the most advanced materials, and the most knowledgeable assistants for you, he said in a low voice. But at the same time, as I said, this hole is bigger than you imagined. A lot of your common sense, the worldview will be subverted. If you have the decision to take this step, then follow me. Looking at Maya Hansen with a puzzled expression, she walked towards a secluded corner. Maya Hansen hesitated and followed. Thor held Maya Hansen's hand, narrowed his eyes, and a faint electric light appeared under his feet. The next moment, it soared into the sky. Flight is the dream of human beings since ancient times, and countless people have taken it as their dream throughout the ages. But if it is being pulled by people and passively ascended to the sky, this is not the case. In the blink of an eye, the whole person came to an altitude of several thousand meters, and the whistling wind sounded in her ears. Maya Hansen's mind went blank, and she hugged Thor tightly like a drowning person. Thor was a little distracted by being rubbed, but unfortunately he didn't have the time to think about it. Just the moment he flew up, the system's reminder arrived. Drip. Mission accomplished. Iron Man forever. Rewarded. Extremis improved formula. Thor? Just now he was still thinking about how to carry out the next task. As a result, the system prompt that popped up suddenly left him in a daze. What the hell? I haven't done anything yet, and the task is completed? The completion of the task means that the death of Iron Man in 2023 no longer exists. But the only change he made was... He looked at Maya Hansen, who was embracing him like a koala. This butterfly effect is two against the sky. Through the communication with Mr. System, Thor understood the cause and effect. Speaking of which, Thor doubted that this system came from the country of Hans, and its style was very rigorous. During the task process, except for the basic task introduction, no hints will be provided, and everything needs to be understood and explored by oneself. But after the task is over, it doesn't mind solving its own doubts, and will tell itself any relevant information it wants to know. According to the original plot direction, Killian will be on stage 17 years later, and Maya Hansen, as the developer of Extremis, is his partner. Unfortunately, Maya Hansen's blacken wasn't thorough enough. When she noticed that Killian was experimenting with unfinished Extremis on ordinary people, her self-esteem and humanitarianism as a scientist made her unable to agree with Killian's approach, and she finally broke with him and was shot dead by Killian. Blacken is 10 times stronger, and white is weaker by 3 points. The ancients do not deceive me. Since ancient times, the villain has never had a good end. Just look at Loki, the god of mischief. In fact, there is still a video that hadn't been aired at this time. After Killian walked out, Maya Hansen, who was dying, insisted on getting up, transferred the Extremis data to Tony's hands, and said, "Destroy it, recreate it." Beginning, ended the sad life in the most beautiful way. Later, Pepper was injected with Extremis. In order to better understand the virus and find a solution, Tony resolutely injected himself with the virus, and finally developed an improved formula. It's just that Tony Stark became a superhero because of the armament of the armor, not the strengthening of the body, so it didn't show it. Until the final battle, relying on the powerful regeneration function of Extremis, Tony resisted the erosion of infinite gems and ended the war with a snap of his fingers. I am Iron Man. Without Extremis, Iron Man will not be able to snap this finger and may be seriously injured and dying the moment he puts on the gloves. But apart from the irreversible snap, such an injury can be completely recovered through Time Gem. In a sense, death has been avoided. It's just that in this way, the final snap of the fingers has to be done by other people. Who will it be? Carol? History legend? Banner with one arm left? Or is it yourself? Forget it. It's pointless to think so much. Anyway, Thor would never let the flickering event happen. Stark, I mean enough to you. I saved your life unknowingly. The improved formula needs to be used based on the imperfect Extremis, and extremists would have been successfully developed 4 years later. But now, with Asgard's resources and technical assistance, it will definitely be released ahead of schedule. Now that the mission has been completed, there is no need for the Earth to stay any longer. Back to Shield, and Nick Fury and Natalia said hello, with the light of Bifrost left the Earth. Here is Asgard. Maya Hansen looks shocked. Asgard is arguably the coolest planet in the MCU. Soaring skyscrapers, hovering unique architectural structures, and all the rest of the technology testify to its superiority and greatness. At the same time, there's a lot of medieval atmosphere, so that the two styles of classical and future appear on this planet at the same time. Welcome to Asgard, Heimdall said after taking a good look at Maya Hansen. Heimdall, a great scientist from Midgard, she was invited by me to come to Asgard. Thor turned back and continued. He is Heimdall, the Asgardian of Bifrost. He is also one of the best fighters in Asgard. Hey Thor, you're back. Is there anything new about this trip to Earth? A heroic female warrior came up and said hello. Sif, Asgard's first female warrior, the goddess of land and harvest in Norse mythology, Thor's childhood sweetheart, and the future daughter-in-law in the eyes of Odin and Frigg. In my memory, my past self and Sif had a very good relationship, but they were more like sisters and combat partners. Well, my previous self was actually a typical straight man of steel. I treat you like a brother, but you actually want to K me? There are a lot of interesting things, but the most interesting thing is that I beat Loki. The three Asgard warriors who rushed over burst into laughter. Anyway, for their small group, beating Loki was politically correct, but it was a pity that Thor, the only one who had the ability to beat him before, was too easy to talk to. The blonde Fandale is the most active, brave, and optimistic, is his synonym. Now, looking at Thor and Maya Hansen standing behind him, he joked, Hey Thor, aren't you afraid that Miss Sif's hair will go wild? Well, when bravery and optimism are put together, it is often described as a husky. Which pot is not opened, and which pot is lifted. The three burst into laughter, Sif glared at them, and the three fell silent. In terms of fighting, the three of them together can't let Sif's opponent. Hey, congratulations on triggering the Sif-related mission, Shura Field. As your childhood sweetheart, Thor's wife in Norse mythology, you can reconsider your relationship with her. Please choose one of the missions to complete, and you will be rewarded for completing the mission. Task 1. Reject Sif. Task reward. A piece of soap. A real man should K a man. Women are big pigs. Task 2. Give Sif an explanation. Task reward. 3 random infinite gems experience coupons. The goddess has been waiting for you for more than 1,000 years. Don't let her be sad. Let's make a show, boy. It's not me who is making a fuss, but you, the system. Seeing Sif's calm face, but the corners of his eyes were a little sad. Thor stepped forward and stretched out his hand, stroked her somewhat messy hair, and said softly, Okay, don't frown. It's been so many years. You're thinking, how could I not know? The cheeks of Sif, who was still like a woman just now, turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although in the past, Thor carelessly treated her like a man, and sometimes it was common for them to hug like a man after drinking, but this time she felt completely different. The Vandal trio were already blowing the whistle. Maya Hansen behind him looked at this scene and cursed secretly. Men are indeed big pigs. In the resplendent hall, a white-haired, one-eyed old man sat on the throne, examining his son. Even Thor, who has been awakened, still feels a pressure. The ruler of the 9 realms, the king of Asgard, this is the top powerhouse in this universe. When he was young, he once repelled Thanos. Even now that he is old, he still frightens the world, and no one dares to commit it. You are better than I thought, Thor. Odin said, I thought about it a long time ago. In the past, you relied too much on Mjolnir. If you want to become the real god of thunder, and even the future in the battle of the gods, you must get rid of this dependence. But what surprised me is that you can realize this yourself. You will be an excellent king. There is relief in the tone. On the one hand, it is Thor's change, and on the other hand, It is because Frigg told him recently that Ragnarok's prophecy has become blurred. This means that the unchanging future has a turning point. Loki twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt that Thor's change was not so good. At least the old brother would not beat him casually. Back in Asgard, even though I was only out for a few days, it felt like a long time had passed. I got acquainted with the Kree, got to know the future director of Snake's Shield, added the strongest Avenger in the address book, developed Black Widow in advance. And the most important thing is that the finale of Avengers Alliance 4 has been changed. The rest of the time will be much more leisurely. Maya Hansen arranged for an exclusive laboratory, and many excellent scientists helped her. Minerva, who was imprisoned in dungeon, has not shown him a good face so far, and Thor is too lazy to put his hot face on his cold ***. Sif, like a normal person, still often comes to Thor to learn martial arts, chat, and drink. But Fandral and the others knew that the relationship between the two was already different. Life calmed down and seemed to be the same as before. The only difference is that whether it is Sif, the three warriors, or Odin, Thor seems to have become too edible, and the consumption of ingredients in the palace has doubled. Could it be that after awakening, the energy requirement becomes larger? Odin muttered to himself. Time flies, especially for the long-lived Asgardians, and 5 years pass in the blink of an eye. Drip! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The elegy of the strongest. Get the reward. The power of Thor in the fat house. Drip! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Eat, sleep, and play Dee. Get the reward. Master of Lies. A burly and frighteningly large man let out a long breath. After 5 years, Thor finally completed the first mission of the year. Today, he is almost the same as the fat man Thor seen in the movie before crossing, even worse. With clenched fists, an unprecedented explosive force is gathering. No wonder it can withstand Thanos. This strength, I am afraid that it can beat Hulk so that he dare not come out, right? By the way, he completed the task of beating his brother 100 times. In the past few years, Loki has entered the darkest time in his life. On average, he beats every half a month. If he is unlucky, he has to add Sif, mixed doubles. Can this day be passed? Although it is said that Loki dies first every time. However, is Loki, who does not die, still the god of mischief? Not only Frigga, who is overflowing with maternal love, but even Odin, who has never liked Loki that much, can't stand it anymore. This is too miserable, right? But every time Thor is justifiable defense, which is impeccable. Minerva used her mobile phone to take pictures of Loki's death every time as evidence. Well, the video cannot be P. Minerva surrendered to Thor 2 years ago. Maya Hansen developed Extremis in just 3 years. Thor handed over the improved formula to Maya Hansen to develop an improved version of Extremis. Asgard people are born with strong physiques, and the strengthening effect of Extremis is not obvious. But Thor is very satisfied with the function of restoring regeneration. The most influential was Minerva. Minerva is a pure-blood Kree with dark blue skin, belonging to the noble complexion. This kind of Kree has the strongest sense of racial belonging, and it was originally difficult to subdue. The Kree only had blue at first, and other skin colors were mixed with Kree and other races. Originally, mixed bloods were slaves without human rights. But later the Supreme Intelligence discovered that the genetic evolution of pure-blooded Kree people was locked and granted Kree citizenship to half-blooded people whose paternal line was Kree, to supplement the defects of purebloods. The strengthening effect of Extremis actually unlocked Minerva's genetic lock. Another change brought about at the same time was that her skin color became a normal human skin color, a skin color she despised before. This change nearly collapsed her worldview, and the pride of the Kree disappeared. The next day, she expressed her submission to Thor, starting as a maid. After Maya Hansen arrived in Asgard, due to the loneliness brought about by a foreign country, it didn't take long for Thor, who was already very fond of him, to complete the second half of Invest in You. Everything will be fine, except for the unbearable Loki, who planned the invasion of the giants of Jotunheim in advance, and induced Thor to provoke the war against the giants of Jotunheim without authorization. It's a pity that the current Thor is far stronger than himself in the movie. With the power of awakening thunder, he is a mobile battlefield cleaner. If it wasn't for Odin's rescue, King Lauf of the giants of Jotunheim might capsize. At this time, Odin is still looking forward to giving Jotunheim to Loki. More importantly, he needs this to hone Thor and let him learn to be a benevolent king. A fierce quarrel is going on in the hall. I told you that a wise monarch will never provoke a war easily. 5 years ago, I naively thought that you were ready. Now it seems that I was wrong. Vanity, greed, cruelty, arrogance, ignorance, not worthy of the trust of other star domains. This may be the most ruthless criticism of Thor in Odin's life. And the fundamental reason is not that Thor got into trouble, but that Odin saw in Thor the Hela of the past, as well as himself in his youth. Odin's insults to Thor are actually reflections on the first half of his life. In the first half of his life, Odin advocated force, and his brutal, conquering rule completely plunged the 9 realms into chaos. Hundreds of millions of people in the 9 realms suffered from the wars provoked by Asgard. You also told me that a true king must always be ready to fight. The war has already begun, but you don't want to admit it. They started the war, and I just chose to fight it. Without your intervention, the war is over already. Thor was tit for tat. Odin's approach, in his opinion, is no different from that of the Virgin Mary in Europe in the previous life because he has committed a lot of sins in the past, and now he has begun to reflect on it. He is extremely tolerant of those suffering lords back then, and made a mess. But it's nothing more than your own overflowing love, and it's too much to ask others to do the same. The angry Odin finally deprived, or sealed Thor's divine power, and sent him to the earth to hone his mind. Thor had expected this to happen. In fact, even if nothing happened, he planned to go out for a while. As early as a few days ago, Odin and Frigga couldn't bear Thor's overeating anymore, ordered Thor to be a vegetarian and banned from drinking. This is what Odin said at the time. "You can't lose weight. Do you really treat yourself like a pig?" Fortunately, Maya Hansen has not disliked herself. Otherwise, Thor felt that he could become a monk. Odin picked up the hammer and was about to throw it to the earth together, when he suddenly thought of something, added another spell, and then fell into Odin's sleep. Outside the atmosphere, Carol Danvers is watching Earth. For several years now, she has been busy finding a home for the Skrulls. However, there are actually very few habitable planets in the universe, and most of them already have indigenous residents. This time, she took time out of her busy schedule to come back and take a look at the Earth. At this moment, a huge amount of figure quickly fell towards her. Carol punched out immediately, and his figure disappeared into the sky. Why did it seem like a person just now? A little familiar? 200 caddies of Thor and 400 caddies of Thor are 2 different concepts. It was supposed to land in Thor, New Mexico, so it deviated from its orbit and started flying north across the North Pole. When he flew over Norway, a magic circle suddenly appeared out of thin air. Thor fell into it, and then disappeared. Asgard. Heimdall suddenly found that Thor was missing. He went to report to Odin, but Odin himself entered Odin's sleep, so he had to give up. In his opinion, if Thor's life was really in danger, Odin would not ignore it, so he didn't worry too much. In New Mexico, a hammer fell from the sky and landed on a crater, attracting a lot of attention. Nick Fury arrived immediately and sealed off the scene. He recognized the hammer. An up-and-coming Natasha Romanoff tried to take the hammer away, but this time, she found she couldn't lift it. Mjolnir didn't reject me, but I felt another force was stopping me. It seemed someone blocked me. This is how she explained, confused. Shield began to look for Thor secretly, but Thor didn't seem to come to the Earth, and there was no trace of him. A few years later, the crater where Mjolnir is located became a famous local attraction. In a gray sky, there is no trace of life, and there is grayness and silence everywhere. This is a dead world. A cold voice seemed to come from Nine Nether. A figure wearing a black and silver-trimmed tights walked slowly, looking indifferently at the unconscious Thor on the ground. and couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Although the living standard in Shinyu is really good, there is no need to treat yourself like this. Be virtuous. Is Asgard really corrupt now? In fact, Thor has already woken up, and the first time he woke up, he heard the voice of Mr. System. Drip, congratulations to the host for triggering Hela's exclusive mission, facing death. As the eldest princess of Asgard, Hela will take back everything she has in the future. Now, let's start the first round ahead of time. Mission goal: face death. Do not use external force to keep alive in the hands of Hela. Mission reward: passive skill, death resistance. In any case, time will go back after death, and the host will go back for a certain period of time if the host retains the memory. It should not exceed 15 minutes. Enemies with high strength may notice it. If Thor is still strong, at least he can still struggle. After all, Hela has not returned to Asgard. But now Thor is just a strong mortal. Although the fat house power rewarded by the system has not disappeared, there is still no chance of winning. Do you want to use your whole cards? 3 infinite gems experience coupons came to Thor's mind. Power gems, space gems, soul gem. The power gem experience coupon allows him to activate all the power of the gem once, and the space gem allows him to teleport once randomly, both of which can save him from crisis, but the mission will fail. No, maybe it can be salvaged. Thor brewed some emotions before slowly waking up. Hela's appearance is quite iconic. After all, she has the same face as the Elf Queen. It's a pity that the witch-like black messy hair and smoky makeup make her look very scary. Thor took a look, showing a puzzled expression. His face changed randomly, and his face was excited. Sister. Hela froze for a moment, refusing her understanding of Odin. Odin will inevitably conceal and cover up this history. Now in Asgard, except for Odin and Frigga, almost no one will know his existence, and it is impossible for them to tell others. Thor continued to be excited. Sister, it's great that you are not dead. I always thought you were dead. Stop. Hela obviously wasn't used to this kind of bloody sibling scene, and interrupted immediately. I ask, you answer. If you don't cooperate well, it's useless to call Grandma today. Definitely if I'm happy, I will give you a chance to serve me. It is impossible to kneel and lick, and it is impossible to kneel and lick in this life. Thor complained in his heart. First of all, how do you know me? Didn't Odin cover up my presence? Hela said coldly. No, you have never appeared in the history of Asgard. I saw you in an ancient tome. I asked my father, and he taught me a lesson so that I would not mention it again. Later, my mother told me you exist, but she didn't tell me where you are. Hela sneered. Sure enough. Then the next question, why did you come here? Now that Thor's identity can be seen, he can naturally also see the seal on him. Thornton showed an excited and angry look. Because I disobeyed him. Because the enemy has already attacked the palace, and the father still wants to use negotiations to solve the problem. So I launched the war against the giants of Jotunheim without authorization. If the father did not the king stop, I have solved all of this. It's time for the universe to remember the name Asgard, but the father king still holds that hypocritical benevolence idea. So I was exiled because fighting to defend the people is no longer acceptable. Allow. The more Thor talked, the more excited he became. Usually it was pretending, but usually it was really his inner thoughts. It is true that war is cruel, but in many cases blindly avoiding war will not bring real peace. It will only make the enemy test the bottom line again and again. As far as he knew, the frost giants would not appreciate Odin's kindness, and in the future Lauf would try to assassinate Odin, only to be stopped by Loki at the last minute. It is naturally impossible for Thor to approve Hela's militarism, but he also does not agree with Odin's appeasement policy. Both are too extreme. Only those who can fight can make peace. Hela was stunned for a while, then suddenly laughed wildly. Ha! Odin, you really haven't changed at all. You're still so hypocritical. You old guy is getting better and better. Even your son is more promising than you. She turned her head to look at Thor, and suddenly felt much more pleasing to the eye, although Thor's ideas were not exactly the same as hers. She said slowly, I am Hela, the first son of Odin, the ruler of the Asgard Legion, the first heir to the throne, and I am the goddess of death. We were once the symbol of absolute power in this universe, and no one dared to challenge us authority, but Odin stops in the Nine Realms. Our destiny is to rule over all. The more she talked, the more excited she became. We are invincible, creating the glory of Asgard with one hand, and the world surrenders at our feet in turn. But just then, because my ambition surpassed Odin's, he banished me and imprisoned me, isolated like the beast. Before that, the glory of the warriors of Asgard was to use their heroes. His body laid the foundation for this throne. But now, he only wants to be a benevolent emperor, and I am buried with his past. Thor listened quietly. He could understand Hela's displeasure and anger. Hela and Odin also killed. Odin just got tired of killing earlier. In the final analysis, Hela's neurosis was entirely caused by Odin. As a result, Odin suddenly came to his senses, and he killed the donkey. Definitely, there's another very important reason why Thor deliberately caters to Hela. If Hela's combat power can be won, at least a certain reconciliation can be reached with her, and the situation will be much better in the face of Thanos' invasion in the future. In the original history, the main reason why Asgard was vulnerable was that after passing Ragnarok, Asgard was at its most vulnerable moment. Hela wiped out almost all of the army. A Thor who has just been awakened, a Loki who can only spawn minions, plus Valkyrie and Heimdall, are almost all the combat power of Asgard at that time. At this moment, Thor suddenly trembled all over, and the surging power burst out instantly, and the bright thunder light almost illuminated this dark space. Sister, Thor didn't expect that Hela would actually break his seal. Hela said domineeringly, "This is a reward for you. Hey, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Face death and get the reward. Death resistance. Under any circumstances, time will go back after death, and the host will go back for a certain period of time if the host retains the memory, no more than 15 minutes. Strength enemies who are too high may notice. Hela is worthy of being a super boss, and the rewards brought by her exclusive tasks are really powerful. In a sense, Thor is now able to negotiate conditions with Dormammu. The notification of the completion of the task means that Hela has given up killing Thor, at least before leaving the seal. Sister, I'm leaving. The seal didn't target me deliberately. I have a way to leave the seal. Thor said goodbye to Hela. He took out the Space Gem coupon and opened a space door. Odin's seal is special, triggered based on Hela's death force, even if she teleports through the space gate. Leaving, the seal will be instantly generated in the place where she newly appears. So Hela is inseparable, and it's impossible for Thor to let her out and fight Odin ahead of schedule. Hela didn't speak, but she didn't stop Thor either. The moment before stepping into the portal, Thor's voice came, "Leave it alone. When I inherit the throne, I will definitely lift your seal as soon as possible and announce your glory to Asgard." Hela was left in a daze for a moment, showing a cold smile. Inherit the throne? If you have the ability to accept the challenge, I don't mind. Perhaps because Thor isn't as adept at using the space gem as Thanos is, his teleportation destinations are completely random at the moment. The world was spinning for a while, and the next moment Thor appeared in front of him was a group of heavily armed soldiers. This is a Karita? It was a behemoth larger than any spacecraft Baital had seen before, almost equivalent to a small satellite. Perhaps it is not appropriate to describe it as a spaceship. It should be called an interstellar fortress. Holy place number 2. For the people of Shinyu, the strength of the Karitas is not that strong, although these soldiers seem to be higher level than ordinary Karitas. For Thor, who has awakened his supernatural power, no matter how many such miscellaneous soldiers come, he can deal with it calmly. However, it depends on the owner to beat the dog. The key is that the dog owner, Thor, can't beat it. Thor burst into tears. This is to send himself into the enemy's spring water, hiding in a corner, thinking about how to break the situation. Do you want to call Carol and demolish Thanos' home in advance? Thor forcibly suppressed this tempting thought. If he really wanted to do this, the two of them would probably kneel here together. This is Thanos' base camp. Looking through the window, in the surrounding void, countless giant leviathans with star destroyers and cruisers cover the sky, obscuring the last ray of light in the starry sky. The reason why Holy Place 2 of Avengers Alliance 4 is so easy to disassemble is that Thanos brought only it. Without the destroyer, the carrier defense was originally limited. Thor found a layout map and got a general idea of the layout of Holy Place number 2 and of the fleet formation. Near a deck near the front of the fortress, there are a large number of fighter jets that take off at any time. And there are relatively few outlying escort fleets over there. And there's a jumping point not far from the opposite. If you can grab a fighting force and rush to the wormhole quickly, you will have a great chance of escaping, although the firepower on the front of Holy Place number 2 is the strongest. Don't. Let me go. Give me another chance. Thor, who was moving quietly, suddenly heard a woman's cry. Purple sweet potato essence. You don't care about your subordinates. When did the Kree people learn to rob civilian girls? There was a loud gunshot, and then a sound of footsteps approaching quickly, and then met Thor's eyes, who had no time to move. Are the top executives of Kree so perverted? This little girl looks underage at first glance. The little girl in front of her was carved in pink and jade, about 14 or 15 years old, holding a dagger in one hand and a snatched Kree firearm in the other. I said I was passing by. Do you believe me? Thor looked helpless. The chasing soldiers were taken aback for a moment, then quickly raised their guns and pulled the trigger. For this guy of unknown origin, I have no patience, just kill him on the spot. Well, I wanted to keep a low profile. With a wave of his hand, lightning broke out, and the surrounding Leviathan soldiers were instantly reduced to charcoal. It has to be said that the ability after awakening is very suitable for pretending to be B, and the little girl beside her has widened her eyes. A piercing siren sounded. If you don't want to die, just follow me. Although this is a very cute little girl, in this kind of place, it's obviously not the time to be sympathetic. Even self-protection is very difficult. The little girl clenched her weapon and followed without saying a word. Now that it has been exposed, there is no need to hide it anymore, and it is only reasonable to rush to the destination as quickly as possible. Along the way, I encountered many obstacles: Kree soldiers, Vanguard guards, Sakar soldiers, giant apes. Ordinary soldiers can't stop the God of Thunder, who is attacking with all his strength. To Thor's surprise, the little girl beside her was also very skilled, not much worse than Natalia a few years ago. And when she killed someone, she could clearly see that it was definitely not the first time. Secretly guessing the identity of the little girl, Thor moved forward quickly. The fighter jet is just a few hundred meters ahead, but these hundreds of meters seem to be in natural moat. Thor looked forward with a solemn face and stopped. 5 figures of different shapes appeared in his sight. The person in the lead was a burly purple humanoid creature with explosive muscles and a height of nearly 2.5 meters. Holding a double-edged knife in his hand, he looked at Thor, who was running over, his eyes staring at the world. Even standing a few meters away in front of him, Thor could feel the shocking sense of oppression, like a mountain collapsing. The little girl behind her was even a little breathless. Supervillain, destroyer, Thanos. Thanos. You're Thanos? Thanos? The Titan who ruined his home planet? Hey, it's okay. Thor poked Thanos' sore foot when he opened his mouth. Originally, he didn't want to speak first, but Thanos' aura was too strong, and it would be even worse for him to hold it back. Beside Ebony Maw, Thanos' #1 henchman, stepped forward and was about to scold Thor, but Thanos stopped him. He said lightly, "Oh, you know me? Odin's brat. He has a lot of guts." Then he glanced at the little girl who was trying to hide behind Thor. Why? Didn't even father call. The little girl trembled, with hatred in her eyes and fear in her eyes. She pursed her lips and refused to speak. Thor sneered. Why? A purple sweet potato essence with bloody hands, who kills half of the people, actually has a daughter? Ha ha ha. I really want to get to know each other. That girl is so harsh. Oh, you people, isn't it all gone? Could it be? Glancing at Proxima Midnight next to him, he showed an expression that any man could understand. Not bad, not bad. The fat doesn't flow into the fields of outsiders, capable and capable. It doesn't matter if you beat him or not. You can't be cowardly. Except for Thanos, who couldn't see his face. The faces of Proxima Centauri and Corvus Glaive were all black. Ebony Maw couldn't bear it any longer and shouted loudly, "Shut up, you ignorant guys. How can you possibly understand the good intentions of the great master?" Thanos said in a deep voice, "You have to understand the consequences of angering me." He waved his hands as he spoke. The subordinates understand. There is no experience for minions to send experience. The first one to rush up is Corvus Glaive. Thor dared to fabricate his wife's scandal. He wants to tear him apart. The double-bladed spear stabbed, and Thor avoided the point and hook of the spear and grabbed the body of the spear while he retracted it. Corvus Glaive was about to react when suddenly a powerful electric current came from the gun, and his whole body was paralyzed for a while, and then a foot surrounded by lightning in his sight became bigger and bigger. With a loud bang, Corvus Glaive was kicked tens of meters away. Proxima Midnight turned into a stream of light, grazing towards Thor like lightning. Thor didn't dodge or dodge. He raised his disarmed, double-edged spear and slashed at her heavily. Proxima Midnight raised his gun in a hurry to block, and the huge amounts of strength made her kneel down on one leg. A shot flew the weapon, and was about to take advantage of the situation to finish her off, when suddenly a darkness fell in front of her eyes. "Be careful!" came the scream of the little girl behind her. Thor picked up Proxima Midnight and blocked the Black Dwarf's telescoping hammer that was hurled at him. Bang! There was another sound, and Proxima Midnight was hit hard by the hammer and immediately fell to the side unconsciously. Black Dwarf rushed forward, roaring in anger, and Thor dodged his attack and went straight to Ebony Maw. Ebony Maw waved his hand, and the metal floor twisted suddenly, turning into spears and stabbing towards him. The thunder wrapped the spear and swept, and the spear shattered. With a sweep of the shot, the Black Dwarf that was jumping up was knocked out. In this gap, the metal on the ground turned into countless ropes and tied Thor. Ebony Maw heaved a sigh of relief and was about to turn his head to confront Thanos, when a thick thunderbolt instantly split his body and scorched half of his body. Crispy magicians like Ebony Maw may be very effective against pure warriors or reading streams, but against super magic warriors like Thor, they are simply a gift. Ignoring the Black Dwarf who had just climbed up not far away, Thor raised his spear, bathed in thunder, and rushed towards Thanos boldly. 3 of his subordinates lay on the ground, and the last one was tricked by a monkey. Thanos finally couldn't help it. This scene is too ugly. The majestic overlord of the universe is so shameless that he sent his men to consume my energy. Thor laughed. Thanos suddenly had a shit-eating expression on his face. "What the hell am I still playing tricks on you, fat B asterisk 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 D?" In fact, Thanos simply thinks that he can handle it without taking action. After all, in his opinion, Thor is just a cheating second generation who he has seen too much, and he is a second generation who has eaten 3 highs at a young age. He is not qualified at all. Let yourself do it. After all, as the boss, how could he do everything by himself? It's just that I didn't expect my horse boys to be so useless. Thor jumped high, raised the double-edged spear surrounded by thunder, and stabbed downward. Thanos raised the broadsword, raised it upwards, and hit it precisely between the tip of the gun and the hook. He blocked the blow and exerted force so violently that Thornton flew backwards. Sure enough, Thor rubbed his sore arms, just took the lead, and was condescending, and was still easily provoked. There is still a big gap between his own strength and Thanos. The thunderclouds all over the sky exploded, and countless thunder lights bombarded Thanos. Thor took the opportunity to slash at Thanos heavily. Thanos, who had just been attacked by lightning, was caught off guard and raised his sword to block with one hand, but was pulled by Thor with all his strength, and his arm numb, and the sword came out his hand. Before he could launch the next killing move, Thanos grabbed the long spear, so violently that the spear led the person to fall on the side pillar. Boom! The solid pillar was smashed to pieces, and Thor fell into pieces, bit the tip of his tongue to force himself to wake up, and punched Thanos, who was following up hard. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the two fists collided, and the huge amounts of impact pushed Hey 4 generals. I don't know why the number of Obsidian V became 4, I don't know, far away. Thanos took 3 steps back before stopping, and Thor flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. If it weren't for Thor's strong enough body, the blow just now would have broken his arm in more than a dozen places. Even so, I still felt a numbness in my arm. No wonder the Hulk who can fight is autistic. The little girl behind was shocked. Adopted by Thanos since she was a child, she has always hated Thanos and wanted to kill him. But Thanos is so strong, let alone kill him. No one has even injured him. In her opinion, being able to repel Thanos is already something to be very proud of. Thanos didn't give chase, but waited for Thor to stand up. At this time, he had never seen the scene of being beheaded, and the beating was not so fierce. I knew that Thanos in the movie focused on taking care of Thor, and it would be over when others hit the ground, but Thor was punched and kicked, and he had to pick up and continue beating when he fell to the ground. Because of that guillotine, how much hatred, it's really a big hatred. Thanos, you shouldn't mess with me if you provoke a dragon or a tiger. I can't bear shit and urine, and I can't bear you. Here, Thor refused to admit defeat and climbed up. A thunderbolt shot over, and Thanos took it all. Fighting again, Thor swims with Thanos while disrupting him with lightning. This time, he persisted for 3 minutes before being beaten to the ground. Xingyun, kill him. Of my daughter, I will forgive you this time, Thanos said coldly. He needs to learn a lesson. Xingyun's face changed, and he was struggling constantly. And Thanos seemed to be patient enough to give her time to think about it. Not far away, Gamora, who just arrived, looked at Xingyun worriedly. She was very conflicted in her heart. She hoped that Xingyun could be obedient and avoid punishment, but she also didn't want her to become a ruthless killing machine. No! With an extremely angry roar, Xingyun suddenly erupted. I've had enough. You demon, you destroyed my homeland, forced me to be your weapon, and even tried to transform me into a killing machine. I'm fed up with this kind of life. She went all out, and there was no fear in her eyes anymore. Only extreme hatred remained, and her originally beautiful face looked very hideous. You are not my father at all. A devil like you is not worthy of love. Is that so? That's a pity. Thanos walked forward slowly, followed closely by Hey. Ebony Maw waved his hand, and Nebula was hoisted. Gamora reached for the dagger at his waist and looked at Thanos nervously. Just when Thanos was approaching Nebula, Thor on the ground suddenly roared, and his whole body exploded with all his strength. A thunderbolt, thicker than ever before, burst out from him and hit Thanos hard. Huh, do you think I didn't see that you stayed strong before? Make you more desperate. How could the battle-tested Thanos fail to see his tricks? This distance was too late to dodge, but he was able to eat it unscathed. Neither Thanos nor the 4 generals of Hey noticed a small deep purple in the purple thunderlight. A bright purple light flashed, almost illuminating the entire night sky. Even if it is as strong as Thanos, it cannot block the power of the power gem. A sudden attack at close range. When he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. The thunderlight mixed with the light of the power gem shrouded Thanos. Unable to even resist a little, flew backwards in an instant, crashing through countless buildings. A large area of the surrounding ship cabins was turned into ruins. From a distance, Holy Place Number 2 seemed to have been opened with a big dark purple hole, and the atmosphere of destruction was raging everywhere. Hey standing behind Thanos will all fly upside down. Even though Thanos blocked most of the attacks, their physiques were far from Thanos' toughness, and all of them were seriously injured. Among them, Ebony Maw, who is weaker in physique, would have been a corpse at the moment if he hadn't been far away and directly dragged past Black Dwarf to block him at the critical moment. Black Dwarf is really unlucky. Damage resistance comes first, benefits come later. Thor yanked across the nebula and rushed to the nearest fighter. Although the current Hey 4 has no ability to resist, Thanos will never die so easily, and it will be difficult for him to leave after he reacts. Are you going to stop us? Thor looked at Gamora, an electric arc brewing in his palm. Although her image to her is not bad, if he dares to stop him, he will never show mercy. No, I want you to take care of my sister and don't get caught again. She threw out a small card, and the fighters who inserted the card would be identified as their own. This is what she got after winning the duel between the sisters. The authority is much higher than that of ordinary soldiers. The authority of this card is much higher than that of miscellaneous soldiers. Thor caught it and jumped onto the fighter plane with Nebula. He didn't think about taking Gamora, although she is also the adopted daughter of Thanos. Gamora's position in Thanos' heart is by no means comparable to that of Nebula. If she is taken away, Thanos will hunt and kill him all over the universe. The fighter plane roared and took off, rushing into the night sky. The explosion just now was too violent. The surrounding fleets were all focused on Holy Place 2, and countless rescue planes were circling. No one noticed a plane taking off. Even if there is, it will only be considered as participating in the rescue. Not long after leaving, Thanos walked up. Apart from the broken battle armor, there were no obvious injuries on his body. Gamora knelt down and pleaded guilty. I'm sorry, Father. I'm not his opponent. You're right, Thanos said flatly, waving his hand. Knowing that an enemy is invincible, it is stupid to rush forward to die. As a generation of heroes, Thanos often behaved very generously. Ebony Maw walked up behind him, gnashing his teeth. Master, they left not long ago. If they catch up now. No need, Thanos shook his head. Every jump point has many options, and it's unlikely to catch up. Besides, it's not the time to start a war with Asgard. The breath just now should be the power of infinite gems, right? Thanos took a deep look at the dark starry sky and said slowly, the locations of the 3 gems of time, space, and mind have been determined, and there are 3 remaining. Intensify the search. The universe needs redemption, and there isn't much time to rest before our ideals are realized. I am destiny. Your sister actually cares about you very much. The one you should really hate is Thanos. Through several teleportation points in a row, Thor turned back and said while setting his destination, now that she is brought in, it is necessary to instill correct ideas in her and not make her as extreme as the original. Nebula didn't speak because today's day gave her too much shock. Set, go to Midgard. Please confirm. Confirm. Thor pressed the button with one hand. Wait. Xing Yun's exclaimed voice suddenly remembered. For most races in the universe, passing through wormholes more than 50 times in a row will cause physical discomfort. Have you checked how many times we're going to jump? It seems to be more than 1,500 times. Soon, Thor began to feel dizzy and his stomach was overwhelmed. Poor little sister Xing Yun is already delirious, and I'm afraid she won't be able to resist for long. The fighter plane trembled suddenly. It seemed that it couldn't bear the pressure of continuous transmission and began to malfunction. Thor sighed, hugged Nebula, and pressed the emergency eject button. Sakar, this is a chaotic planet with poor law and order. It is used by many people from other planets as a garbage dump and criminal exile. So the whole Sakar is full of garbage and the people are tough and violent. This is a lawless place. However, this kind of place often has a prosperous side, and some profiteering industries that are not suitable for the outside world will flourish here. Sakar's characteristic industry is the championship competition held by Gao Tianzuan. The winner gets everything he can dream of: glory, money, beauty. And the loser, no one cares about losers. Because the death rate of gladiators is too high, most people are unwilling to participate. Even strong men who are confident enough in their own strength often have more channels to get everything they want. So most gladiators come from hunting by scavengers. Thor crawled out of a hill of garbage with Nebula in his arms. A group of grotesque scavengers surrounded him, and one of them was holding a strange gun. This is a web with a strong, paralyzing effect. I can't deal with Thanos and your mobs. Thor was furious, rushed up and beat them all up, knocking them all to their knees. When Nebula woke up slowly, Thor asked her with a troubled face, "Have you brought any money with you? Can our cosmic coins buy a flight?" "Money. Even if you bring it, you won't bring universe coins. This is what you got from those poor scavengers just now." Nebula glanced at the surrounding environment and shook his head. "A normal planet may be barely enough, but here is such a mess. The price may be many times higher." "Well," Thor shrugged helplessly. "In this kind of helpless place, there will always be a shortcut to get money quickly. The simplest is the fighting arena. Our top priority now is to collect the money to buy the spaceship and leave here." In a bar, Thor said to Nebula, "Next, I will sign up to participate in the duel as a free man and challenge the one who is said to have 166 consecutive victories." "Guy, win the bounty." "What about me?" Nebula asked. "You're in charge of betting all our money on me to win." "Then what?" "Bet all your winnings on my next match. Bet on me to win." Is it so coquettish?" Xingyun Fu forehead. But when he thought that this guy could force a 50-50 split with Thanos, Xingyun felt relieved. He really had the capital to show off. How could a boss of Thanos level put down his figure and come to such a place? In fact, in Nebula's eyes, being able to fight Thanos for so long without dying is almost a 50-50. "Are you planning to sign up for the gladiatorial competition and directly challenge the champion?" Gao Tianzuan, who was wearing a rich gold coat, looked surprised. Normally, many people hope to be the terminator of the winning streak, but if it is at the cost of dying, then forget it. No one wants to challenge the streak boss, except outlaws or forced prisoners with bomb collars. Although he felt that Thor's strength was good, he didn't expect him to be so confident. This conclusion of good strength comes from a man who blocked Thor from coming in just now. 3 of them have been turned into coke by Thor, and the last one has been turned into a puddle of scorched bread batter by Gao Tianzuan. After Thor left, Gao Tianzuan was thinking about the next arrangement. After a long time, he said, "Give him a gold card with 1 million universe coins." The fat ant beside her looked at the boss in surprise. "Are you sure? Has the iron C***K plucked?" Gao Tianzuan said with a gloomy smile. "If he loses, the gold card will go back to me, and it's useless to give him more money. What if he wins? If he wins, the value he can bring will far exceed 1 million. Not long after returning to the residence, someone sent a gold card. In theory, he was good enough to buy a small flight boat and get away. But after receiving the money, it is not easy to do things, but he promised to play at least 3 games. Anyway, it's not much to go back to Earth recently. 8 years away from the most recent major drama. 1 million. All bet on himself according to Thor's request. At the same time, throughout Sakar, rumors began to spread that there was a kid who didn't know what to do and who was going to challenge the defending champion in 3 days. In the rumors, a lot of analysis of strength was revealed, and the summary was that challenger was kicked in the head by a donkey. Nebula was very dissatisfied and wanted to find out who was talking nonsense, but after searching around, he found that one of the sources of the rumors was Thor. What is this operation? 3 days later, on the dueling arena, Thor walked proudly on the arena stage with a giant sword in one hand and a shield in the other. Opposite him was a monster with a huge lizard head over 8 meters tall. Although this guy doesn't have a weapon in his hand, his pair of barbed claws are more than 1 meter long. His thick arms are much thicker than Thor's thighs, and he has a big mouth full of fangs. A black hole 1 meter wide. It's not Professor Lizard. Don't guess, it's just a cannon fodder. A made-up race. After all, the universe is full of wonders. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You will see the most exciting matchup tonight. Gao Tianzuan's voice sounded, causing more than 100,000 people to cheer. Gao Tianzuan continued to introduce the side that defends the ring. I don't think I need to introduce more. This is the champion who has 166 consecutive games, the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex. His skin is harder than steel, and ordinary swords can't pierce it. He and his sharp claws have already disemboweled 66 ignorant and fearless challengers. He changed the subject. Let me introduce today's challenger, the electrified one, Mr. Pikachu. The overwhelming hiss sounded, even overshadowing the roar of the lizard man. No matter in terms of size or appearance, Thor, who is less than 2 meters long, is incomparable with the lizard man. The long sword in his hand might not even be able to pierce the lizardman's skin, right? And the shield, under these sharp claws, is no different from paper. For a while, many spectators were placing bets. Thor's odds are even higher, 1 to 123. It could have been higher, but after I noticed that Xingyan bet 1 million on Thor, Gao Tianzuan, a shameless old thief, also bet 1 million. Amidst the cheers of countless people, the lizard man launched a charge. The next moment, he wanted to tear this little ant into pieces. Thor rolled over, avoiding its sharp claws, which slapped the ground heavily. Thor raised the shield, and with a few muffled bang bang bang, it nailed the steel claws to the ground like nails. Lizard man, he struggled to pull out his claws and roared angrily. But Thor didn't give it time to struggle. He raised his long sword and leaped high, jumping into the roaring, bloody mouth of the lizard man Zhang Kai. Amidst the panting sound of the audience, the lizard man let out a muffled sound, and his huge body froze. The next moment, flesh and blood flew from the back of the neck, and a big hole was broken, and Thor rushed out bathed in thunder and lightning. Boom! The giant fell to the ground, and Thor put away his long sword. There was silence for a while, and a few seconds later, deafening cheers suddenly broke out. In the VIP room, several maids are giving Thor a massage. Gao Tianzuan thoughtfully sent several maids who conformed to human aesthetics. If Thor wanted to do something, they would certainly not refuse. It's just that Thor still has integrity in many cases, especially when there is a beautiful underage girl who is always staring at him. Nebula walked in. "Hey, when are we leaving?" Thor didn't answer. He glanced at the taskbar that had just appeared. "Hey, congratulations to the host for triggering Gao Tianzuan's exclusive mission, Power and Glory. There is nothing better than a hearty duel to explain the romance of a man. Mission objective: win 300 consecutive battles in Sakar's duel field. Mission reward: active skill, Resurrection. Resurrection: resurrect a target that has been dead for less than 30 hours, with a 1-year cooldown. Note: because of infinite gems, the dead cannot be resurrected, and the natural dead cannot be resurrected. The fewer words, the better the reward. The ancients did not deceive me. This simple resurrection technique, although it has limitations, can still be regarded as the strongest reward I have seen since the system was opened. Although it seems incomparable with Time Gem has a big limitation. The stronger the target controlled by time, the higher the requirement for the gem user's strength. Just like Shi Chuanqi can easily turn back the time of the entire street with gems, countless decedents can be saved from accidents. But Ancient One has no way to use gems to prolong her life. She would rather use the dark power of Dormammu to quench her thirst with poison. And this resurrection skill does not have this limitation. The only downside is that it takes too long to cool down. As far as Thor knows, this is the ability of Gao Tianzuan in the 616 universe. And in the 199999 universe he is in, Gao Tianzuan is just a joke. Winning 300 games in a row, it seems that this is a long-term task, and I have to stay in Sakar for a long time. Thor turned his head and asked Nebula, "Is there any place you want to go?" Nebula shook her head. Her homeland was completely destroyed long ago because of her resistance to Thanos' half-destruction policy. Actually following Thor, the big reason is because I can't find my future direction. Thor smiled and said, "Then we'll rest here for a while. For ordinary people, this is hell. But for us, it's often easier to live on this chaotic planet. What do you think?" Nebula nodded. Last night, 2 guys in the bar tried to strike up a fight with her after failing to strike up a conversation with her. In the end, she chopped them up and fed them to the fish. The law enforcement team rushed to know that she was Thor's person and immediately nodded and bowed and sent her inside. It made her feel good. If this kind of thing is on the planet of order, it will be very troublesome. Because of the previous gamble, Nebula brought back more than 100 million universe coins, and they bought a mansion not far from the arena as a temporary home. It's a pity that there will not be such good odds in the future. 3 days later, Thor participated in the second match with a single stroke of thunder. A week later, in the third game, the opponent was a no-brainer fighter. With enough strength, a sword pierced people, armor and shields, and pierced the heart. A very powerful Mr. Pikachu appeared in Sakar, which not only ended the winning streak, but also had very cool skills. More people came to watch, and all the seats were full for a while. Boom! The real man never looked back at the explosion. Amidst the cheers that filled the sky, Thor put away his weapon and turned back to the exit. Ah, Pikachu is my god. Baby, I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Thor glanced evilly and found that the person who was yelling this was an alien beauty with a human body and a bull's head, and his face turned pale, and he quickly quickened his pace. When passing Gao Tianzun's office, he suddenly heard a voice. Scavenger 142, there is something to deliver. Looking at a black and strong ant who smelled of alcohol walking towards the front. Number 142? That surviving Valkyrie? Many years ago, there was a family ethics drama in Asgard. While a palace coup, Odin, who was obedient to the outside world, attacked the inside and sent a powerful army Valkyrie to crusade against Hela. Different from the Valkyrie that people in Norse mythology give benefits to warriors, each of the real Valkyrie is the most powerful warrior and can be called the third most powerful force under Odin and Hela. However, Hela's strength is too strong, and her night sky sword is a super artifact no less than Mjolnir. After a fierce battle, Valkyrie was almost wiped out, leaving only the last survivor, and the huge amounts of Hela consumed were also sealed by Odin. Later, the unwillingness to be defeated and the guilt of her friends made the last Valkyrie self-defeating. In order to escape these, she came to Sakar, where she became one of the main fighters of the Grandmaster, under the alias of Scavenger number 142. To this day, the Valkyrie has become a legend in Asgard. The Valkyrie of this universe does not belong to the name of any of the 28 Valkyrie that I know. She was the last to join and usually kept a low profile because of her distinctive looks. Not long after she joined, she participated in the Great War, so most of the Asgard people didn't know her name, including the stonemason who stayed on Earth. The name of Valkyrie is not mentioned in the movie, and many versions of the original book have different names. So the Valkyrie in different universes is different by default, and the movie universe treats her as not belonging to the well-known 28 people. After all, there are no black people in the Valkyrie we know. Watching Valkyrie enter Gao Tianzun's office to bargain, Thor also walked in. "Hi, good brother, you're here." Gao Tianzun rushed forward with enthusiasm and wanted a hug, but Thor quickly moved away. Thor is now his super cash cow, brilliant thunder, excellent physical skills, powerful strength, and flexibility that does not match his weight, allowing him to bring huge traffic. Gao Tianzun seriously doubts that even if Thor is allowed to embroider flowers on the field, there will be a bunch of people willing to contribute tickets. Saying hello to Gao Tianzun, Thor turned to Valkyrie and said, "Let's chat in another place." A powerful Valkyrie is an important force for the current Asgard. I don't think there's much to talk about. Yes, because you're Valkyrie. Valkyrie froze for a moment. Then his face turned cold. "No, I'm not Valkyrie. I'm a scavenger. You are escaping. Escaping won't solve any problems." Thor shouted. I think I should express my opinion." At this time, Gao Tianzun interrupted. "I think if you and His Royal Highness have a misunderstanding, you should really have a good discussion and then consider how to make a decision." Gao Tianzun is completely helping Thor. "You are the son of Odin? No wonder. Your Royal Highness, I am afraid you will be disappointed. I will not participate in your family farce. It was because of this that I lost everything last time. Therefore, no matter what happens in Asgard now, it will follow I don't care anymore." Valkyrie was instantly agitated. Gao Tianzun helped his forehead, and he seemed to be doing a disservice. Thor was thinking about how to answer when he suddenly saw a system task appear. "Hey, congratulations to the host for triggering the exclusive quest for Valkyrie. Brave souls. At one time, Valkyrie was the most powerful warrior in Asgard, but was exhausted due to a civil war. Now, you need to liberate their souls and let them be redeemed. Mission objective: Redeem the 28 Valkyries sacrificed. Mission reward. Artifact Soul Castle. Soul Castle. The interior is a huge hall, which can guide the souls of the dead Valkyrie and let them enter the Soul Castle. The heroic spirit will be attached to the host and can be reborn in the Soul Castle after death. This means that he can re-own this Valkyrie guard. Thor's face sank and said, "You are right. The Sword of Valkyrie is used to protect Asgard and its own people, not to fight for power. But do you know that Ragnarok is coming? And if this hurdle cannot be passed, Asgard will be completely destroyed." He looked at Valkyrie's dark color and added the last sentence. "For the future of Asgard, I will reach an agreement with Hela so that your sisters can be redeemed and the prestige of Valkyrie can reappear in Asgard." What is Valkyrie's biggest egg wish? Revenge? No, she and Hela don't actually have a particularly big feud. The crusade against Hela was counter-killed, and what she hated most was not Hela, but Odin. What really broke her was the loss of her sisters, the loss of the Valkyrie army, and Odin covering up everything about Hela, including this history, of course. If it was simply to reconcile with Hela, she would never agree. But if it can be exchanged for the salvation of the sisters, that is another matter. She thought about it and said, "If what you say is true, I will consider serving Asgard again after you inherit the throne. But don't expect me to continue to participate in the royal family battle. This is enough. Okay, at least 10 more years. I'm not in a hurry." Gao Tianzuan's expression changed a little. He was worried that the traffic king who had finally met would just abduct Valkyrie and run away, and he and Thor were only considered a cooperative relationship, so there was no reason to restrict him. But since it is not urgent, let's go, then don't worry. After a few years, no matter how good a gladiator is, it will bring aesthetic fatigue. Thor settled in at Sakar, playing an average of 1 match every other week. There are actually very few strong men in the universe. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex I encounter for the first time is already the best among them. Most of the opponents are actually very bad. Even Nebula, who has not grown up, can easily deal with it up. But Thor still kindly gave them a chance to perform. A super gladiator who can fight and act can bring considerable benefits. Gao Tianzuan said that he likes this kind of person the most. Later, under Thor's suggestion, Gao Tianzuan added a new rule: any prisoner or slave who wins 30 times in a row will be free and can get a lot of money, beauty, and power. Whenever this time comes, the tickets for the arena will increase by more than 10 times. Thor is the 30th opponent. Xingyin gradually got used to such a comfortable life. When she is free, she will also go to the arena to show her hands. Well, in order to encourage more people to sign up for the expanded arena, slaves are not allowed to kill free gladiators, and the restraints around their necks can be activated at any time. On the other side, in Asgard, Thor's disappearance once attracted the attention of many people. Loki often deliberately gloats in front of the 3 of Fandral. The 3 warriors of Asgard hate him, but they can't beat him. "Loki, I just like the feeling when you want to beat me, but can't beat me." Sif and Maya Hansen were very worried at the beginning and asked the queen. Although Frigg told them not to worry, they were still uneasy. Fortunately, Thor sent them a message later, and they were relieved. For the long-lived Sif, this time difference is nothing, as long as they don't lose contact. As for Maya Hansen, she often ignores Thor for months when her research goes into a frenzy. In Odin's induction, Thor's life was not in danger, so he didn't care. Bear boy, let him accept the beatings of the society more. The time came to 2005. Asgard. Odin woke up from Odin's sleep long ago, but he didn't mention Thor. Frigg also kept silent. On the Earth, Mjolnir is still lying there quietly. Stark continues to live a life of a playboy, unaware that a poisonous snake around him is becoming more and more unbearable to him. General Ross's super soldier plan has not progressed, and he is about to lose patience. His daughter, Betty Ross, is graduating from college this year and will join his military experiment team after graduation. It looked like everything was peaceful. People at this time can't imagine that this may be the last piece of the Earth. A new era is coming. Hey, congratulations to the host for completing the task. strength, and glory, and get the reward, resurrection. On the duel arena, Thor kicked away the corpse of an alien creature on the ground. After nearly 5 years, the 300-game winning streak was finally completed. In the past 5 years, not only have I completed the mission, but my skills have also improved a lot, and I have become familiar with various fighting styles. Counting the time, the official plot is about to start, and I am about to leave. I have greeted Gaotianzun before, so I will go back to Xingyin directly. In recent years, thanks to Thor's superstar effect, the arena's income has been particularly high. Especially after Thor's weight returned from 400 caddies to 200 caddies, it attracted a lot of Yang'o who didn't care about the arena. The two are happy to work together. Although I know that Gao Tianzuan is not a good guy, at least this old man is quite interesting if there is no conflict of interest. What's more, strictly speaking, Thor is not a good thing. Back at the residence, Xing Yun jumped out with anticipation and asked, "How is it? When are we going back to Asgard?" Xing Yun, who has grown up completely, exudes a wild charm because he has not been mechanically transformed like the original work. Over the past few years, they have been together day and night, and the relationship between the two is a matter of course. A foreign country, a lonely man, and a widow. Now Xing Yun has a much more cheerful personality. Glancing at Thor, she actually looks forward to going to Asgard, just hoping to meet his parents, Odin and Frigg. Thor called out, "Heimdall, take us back." Years ago, Odin announced the release of Thor from exile. Originally, I wanted him to experience the beatings of people in the society more, so that he could beat them again when he came back. I didn't expect Thor to be so open outside. A dazzling, colorful light pierced through the sky, and Thor and Nebula disappeared. Gao Tianzuan watched from afar. To be honest, he kind of misses it. I don't know when he will meet the next partner who is really interesting and can bring traffic. Finally back, Thor gave Heimdall a big bear hug. Back in Asgard, Sif and Maya Hansen ran to greet him the first time and ran into Nebula. As a latecomer, Xingyan naturally would not dare to have any opinions. As for Sif and Maya Hansen, they know the customs of Asgard very well, and they naturally know how tough the folk customs of Asgard are. At some banquets, they even fight whoever they see and run away if they win. In the past few hundred years, it was only under the strong request of Queen Frigg that it became a little more civilized. Compared to Thor, who is the crown prince, he is simply a model of a good man. More importantly, they are not little women attached to men, and they all have their own careers. In fact, when Thor is not around, I can concentrate more on work. If you switch to the kind that needs to revolve around men, I'm afraid it will blow up after 5 years. Loki ran out with a relaxed expression on his face, with the usual beating on his mouth. "Brother, I didn't expect you to be alive. I thought you were dead." After looking at Thor's figure, exclaimed, "Wow, I suddenly believe that you went out to eat vegetarian food for 5 years. Weak chicken, you're doing your best every day again." Walking towards the palace, the atmosphere became obviously a lot more serious. At the gate of the palace, Frigga looked at him worriedly. "After you go in, don't make your father angry." She would never forget Odin's terrifying look when he just came out. She only saw this expression once the last time it was in. Thor knew it well, and he followed Frigga into the hall. Frigga rarely enters the hall at ordinary times, but today, she must go in. Just entering the hall, Thor narrowed his eyes. Odin on the throne has a serious face, wearing a golden armor, and holding the weapon that has accompanied him for thousands of years. Gun of Eternity, Kunganir. "I'm depressed now. I foolishly thought that you would be different, unique, and a benevolent king. But now I realize I was wrong. You are exactly like Hela." Odin's voice was thick anger. His own seal has mysterious power, and a very powerful magic ability is required to remove it. Kamar-Taj will never meddle in Asgard's family affairs, so the only one who has the ability to be lifted. And according to Heimdall, Thor disappeared in that particular place in Northern Europe 5 years ago. If Odin still can't guess, he will be the Lord of the 9 realms in vain. The powerless Thor can escape from Hela and break the seal, so Odin has to guess the worst. When Frigga heard the name Hela, her gaze became even more dignified. The name is taboo, and Odin never mentions it. Hela. Thor sneered. Now that he knew it, he didn't plan to hide it anymore. I never agree with your point of view. My point of view will not change. It is still the same as it was 7 years ago. Thor, Frigga exclaimed. If Thor could admit his mistake, as the sole heir, perhaps he wouldn't be too harshly criticized, but she couldn't predict how Odin would deal with it. Odin ignored him and said in a deep voice, "That's not the reason for you to collude with Hela." Collusion? No, I also do not agree with Hela. I am fighting to defend my people. I will not take the initiative to launch an unjust aggression, but for those who dare to invade Asgard, Thor said murderously, even if you are far away, you will be killed. A great king must learn to be kind and tolerant. In many cases, violence cannot solve the problem. Odin was firm. My kindness will only be given to my people, not to the enemies who will harm the dead man people. As for tolerance, Thor sneered. Forgiveness and tolerance have only existed in fairy tales and dramas. In reality, the so-called tolerance is just a helpless forget it. Violence may not solve the problem, but it can definitely solve the person who caused the problem. Odin finally understood that Thor had already gone his own way, and it was impossible for him to convince him anymore. He put down the eternal spear and said dejectedly, "If you do this, you will push more people to the enemy's side, and you will lead Asgard into the abyss." Thor looked indifferent. Maybe, but I think, no matter what the ending is, it's better than being swallowed by the eternal fire in the dusk of the gods. What? Odin and Frigga shrank their pupils at the same time. You know Ragnarok's prophecy? Ragnarok is a series of great catastrophes prophesied by Norse mythology, including a great battle that caused the death of many important gods. In this world, Ragnarok's prophecy is that Surtur will destroy Asgard. No one knows this prophecy except Odin and Frigga. I've known it for a long time, so I hope that on that day, Asgard's power can be united to face the catastrophe of the doomsday, instead of being wasted in meaningless royal fights. Odin was silent for a long while before slowly saying, "This is why you befriended Hela? I understand. But you need to know that she is already a lunatic, so why do you believe that she is willing to work with you to prevent the prophecy from happening?" Instead of destroying Asgard himself, Frigg hesitated to speak. In fact, she is still willing to trust her child, but she will not disobey her husband. Just because she has a share in Asgard's glory, just because she was once the crown prince of Asgard, just because she is my sister, Thor loudly said. Hela may be obsessed with Asgard's throne, but her feelings for Asgard will never be weak. In the original, when everyone flees and Ragnarok descends, only Hela fights for Asgard at the last moment. Thor turned his head and walked out of the hall, turning his head and said, "I just told her what I said in the hall that day. She didn't do anything against me, but broke the seal for me. You don't understand her at all, and you don't understand I." Odin sat slumped on the king's seat and murmured, "Could it be that I was really wrong?" Frigga stepped forward to comfort. "No, you are not wrong, and Thor is not wrong. Your philosophies conflict, but they are all for Asgard after all. In fact, as the wisest person in Asgard, she identifies with Thor more. Those who love war will die, and those who forget war will be in danger. I believe in Thor. He will be an excellent king." In the end, Odin chose to compromise. On the one hand, although he still cannot accept Thor's ideas, he has to admit that Thor's ideas are more balanced than his own and Hela's. This kind of thinking is easier to be accepted by the public. On the other hand, and the most important reason, I really have no other choice. Loki doesn't think about it, and Hela, it's even more impossible, and the old Odin has no time and energy to cultivate another successor. Your Majesty didn't make things difficult for you just now, did you? As soon as he entered his palace, the 3 Sif women surrounded him, and it was Sif who spoke. Although she didn't know exactly what happened, she still vaguely heard Odin's roar. Sif is most worried about Odin and Thor getting into trouble. As a warrior of Asgard, in theory, she must be loyal to the king. But there is also that special relationship between her and Thor. Once there is a conflict, she will feel very embarrassed. Thor smiled and shook his head to comfort him. It's okay, it's just that I've been running out for so long, and I want to show my majesty again. Sif gave a pop smile and couldn't help but pat Thor lightly, and the atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot. After today's showdown, presumably Odin will not interfere with himself again. But at the same time, I will not guide myself in all aspects like before. Now, Thor, even if he succeeds to the throne, he is no longer the heir of Odin's policy. He is creating his own era. Does this mean that the future missing father mode is gone? Shaking his head, he threw this idea out of his mind and asked the restrained Nebula, "How is it? Are you used to staying in Asgard?" Xingya nodded. "It's good, but it's too extravagant, a little." She glanced around. Originally thought that Sakar's mansion with a swimming pool was already very luxurious, but after seeing the magnificent Asgard everywhere, she finally understood why she saw Thor, who was 400 caddies. Thor laughed loudly. "Asgard's living standard is the top in the universe. Wait for the banquet tonight. Let you experience real luxury. A life of luxury is not good, but cool." See the original. Nebula, who is so emotional, has turned into this cute and silly look, and the contrast is too great. Turning to Maya Hansen, he said, "In a few days, I plan to visit the Earth. Do you want to go home and have a look?" It suddenly occurred to me that it had been 10 years since I brought Maya Hansen away from Earth and came to Asgard. Although she has always been alone and has no relatives or friends, it is her home after all. After hearing this, Maya Hansen hesitated for a while and suddenly showed a cheerful smile. "If you want me to accompany you, then I will accompany you. As for going home, there is no need. Our home is now in Asgard." On Earth, a cafe. Thor held an old paper and said to Maya Hansen while looking at it, "Did you see it? It is said that General Ross is conducting a super soldier experiment and has hit a bottleneck. Are you interested? Maybe you can find it in the super soldier serum. Some inspirations to better improve extremists." Thor definitely knew that General Ross' experiment would not be successful, but his experiments led to the birth of the Hulk and the Abomination. Maybe I could try it. I thought about it more than 10 years ago, but the super soldier serum has long been gone. Even if there's a formula, I can't get it. Maya Hansen took the newspaper and looked at it, and suddenly smiled. Asked, "Hey, let me tell you, you've taken a fancy to someone else's daughter, haven't you?" "Amount," Thor flew forehead. But these words reminded Thor. General Ross attached great importance to his plan, and if he rashly wanted to participate, he would definitely not agree. Right now, Ross's daughter Betty Ross is about to graduate, and she will join the research team after graduation. It is very difficult to approach General Ross directly, so let's start with Betty Ross. "So you're saying that the hammer that fell from the sky in New Mexico is actually yours? Your true identity is a god hidden in the world. Yes, if you have the chance, you might be able to witness the mighty power of the gods." In a brightly lit bar, a young man and woman were talking and laughing in low voices. Tisk Tisk, Betty Ross, who had black hair and looked innocent just after graduation, curled her lips. "Is this how you chase girls? Your story is quite interesting. What I said is true. There are still many people in this world who know about my existence, but they choose to keep it a secret. However, it won't be long." "TCH, I don't believe you. Just make it up." Betty Ross was going to relax before going to work, but she didn't refuse when Thor came to strike up a conversation. She didn't expect this guy to be a magic stick. Thor smiled and didn't refute. In a few years, Stark will admit Iron Man's identity under the lens of a large number of media. By that time, the existence of superhero will no longer be concealed and will officially enter people's field of vision. "I'm a little dizzy. I'm going back." Betty Ross obviously wasn't very good at drinking. She grew up under her father's strict management since she was a child, and she finally indulged once after graduation. She stood up, staggering, ready to leave. Just a few steps away, a few punks surrounded him. "Beauty, have you drunk too much? It's not safe to go home so late. How can I see you off?" Betty Ross shook her head. "No need. My house is very close." Although she's been a good girl for more than 20 years, she is not a fool. She definitely knows the mind of the little gangster. A group of punks refused to let her go and began to tease her, and Betty Ross pushed left and right. "What are you doing? Let me go. Do you know who I am?" Bang! With a muffled grunt, the little gangster who was pulling him was kicked out and smashed onto a nearby table. The punks were taken aback and looked at Thor, who stood in front of Betty Ross. "Are you okay?" Thor asked, concerned. Betty Ross, who was still in shock, shook her head. "No, it's okay. There are too many of them. Let's run. I'll call my dad to solve it." "Don't be afraid. It's okay." Thor smiled lightly. The leading gangster took a good look at Thor. Although there was only one person on the other side, his strong body and the skill of kicking the flying man just now made him feel a little weak. "Brother, which road is it on?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and all the gangsters around drew out their weapons and surrounded him. Thor turned a deaf ear and flew up again. If he could do it, he would never force him. Betty Rose was on the phone anxiously. Before she finished dialing the phone number, she couldn't hear the sound of fighting. When she looked up, all the vicious gangsters were lying on the ground. She opened her mouth wide in surprise. "What are you still doing in a daze? Let's go. I'll take you back." Thor smiled and rubbed her hair. Betty Ross wanted to say no, but thinking of the scene just now, she subconsciously didn't refuse. The two got into the car and left. After the two left, "Okay, everyone is gone. Get up." The leader of the gangsters just now stood up suddenly and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the bastards who had been lying on the ground wailing got up one by one, looking as if nothing had happened. "Boss, this guy is really fierce. I almost thought I was going to die in the lap just now." Yes, this kid is picking up girls, right? I don't know why the Romanoff agent gave us such a strange task. This guy has the potential to be a bit of a jerk. Could it be? With a mean smile. "Shut up, don't die." Half an hour later, at Betty Ross' home, Betty Ross took out a bottle of red wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Thor. "La fight in 1982. Have a drink." After walking for half an hour just now, the drunkenness dissipated long ago. Thor looked at this scene and said with a smile, "When a girl invites a boy to her home and drinks with him, can I imagine what will happen next?" Betty Ross blushed, spat, and said, "What are you thinking? This is the wine I prepared a long time ago, specially reserved to celebrate my graduation. You just happen to be lucky. Don't talk about it, come on, cheers." She changed the subject abruptly, and Thor didn't expose her. He drank the red wine in the glass and asked, "Are you the only one in your family? Where are your parents?" A look of sadness flashed across Betty's face, and she said softly, "My mother left me very early. My father is a soldier. Although he was very strict with me, I saw him very rarely since I was a child. In a few days, I will go to participate in his research project." Obviously, the relationship between Betty and her father is not close, and she simply avoided the topic by saying a few words. Probably a release after depression, Betty drank a little too much tonight, and when the red wine bottomed out, he was already unconscious. Sending her back to the room, Thor hesitated. People obviously don't resist him. Should they be beasts, or are they worse than beasts? Between wanting to die brazenly and admitting indifference, Thor decisively chose the latter. In many cases, Thor still kept his integrity. If I take advantage of others tonight, although Betty Ross will most likely not blame him, but the relationship between the two could be brought to an end. Gently covering her with a quilt, Thor closed the door and went out. As soon as he went out and returned to the car, Thor was blocked. Looking at the pretty black figure in the co-pilot's seat, Thor held his forehead. Natalia, long time no see." Natalia, who was dressed in a tight leather jacket, smiled coquettishly, seeing that Thor's bones were half broken. "It's been 10 years, my dear Thor. Your Majesty Thor." The resentment in the tone. Even Thor, who is said to have only 2 intelligence points, can hear it. "I'm so happy you still remember my name at that time. I haven't heard it for 10 years. I didn't expect that after so many years, the first thing I did when I came back was to ask me to cooperate with you to pick up girls." After working as an agent for so many years, Natalia, who has long been used to controlling her emotions, has the urge to curse at people at this moment. This kind of scumbag is really rare in the world. If you think about it carefully, there's an even worse one in Manhattan. Thor is sweating profusely. He definitely won't be so stupid as to ask the widow to help. He still has the desire to survive. He obviously contacted the black stewed egg. I guess he is dead bald and embarrassed to do this himself. I simply threw the blame on Natalia. Having said that, it seems that nothing happened between me and Natalia back then, right? Why do you feel guilty about being caught by your wife? Natalia narrowed her eyes and questioned her soul. How did you let go of such a good opportunity just now? This question is very difficult, and if you can't answer it well, you may be suspected of Lu Xiaohui. She's drunk. I can't take advantage of her. The gentleman replied, I love you. No matter how beautiful other women are, I won't take another look at them. The scumbag version replied, when we met for the first time 10 years ago, fate connected us together. For so many years, I have been thinking about you all the time. How can other vulgar fans get in my eyes? Standard soap opera answer. However, Thor had an idea and blurted out, a boiled duck cannot fly. A dead version of the answer. Natalia stared at Thor, her face clouded. Thor, who had a burst of desire to survive, suddenly sat upright, covered his heart with one hand, and pressed the widow's face with the other, and said affectionately, I once had a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. It's too late to regret. The most painful thing in the world is this. Hearing this affectionate confession suddenly, Natalia's face turned rosy instantly, and the tenderness in her eyes almost dripped out. Thornton breathed a sigh of relief and continued, if God can give me another chance, I will say 3 words to that girl. I love you. If I have to add a time limit to this love, I hope it is 10,000 years. The last half sentence was not said by Thor, but the widow sneered. Unfortunately, I went to HK for a mission a few years ago and watched a movie. Thor couldn't help but want to slap himself. Looking at this face that had lost its youthfulness, Thor sighed and suddenly put his arms around Natalia. Natalia froze, but soon relaxed again. Little girl, I know you are angry. I shouldn't have left you for so long. I don't blame you. At the beginning, I did deliberately use some small tricks to leave a deep impression on Natalia, who was still a child. Deep impression. This title seemed to hit Natalia's memory. She stared blankly at Thor, her eye circles starting to turn red. She lowered her head suddenly, and then raised her head with a bright smile on her face, as if nothing happened just now. So sad. What are you doing? Isn't it a good thing to meet again? It's like parting from life to death. Glancing at Thor, he said softly, you don't need to apologize. You have helped me a lot. Without you, I don't know what I would be like now. I haven't come to see me in these years. I know you must have things to do. Maybe tomorrow, you have other things to be busy, so now. Don't talk, kiss me. The next morning, when Thor walked into SHILD holding Natalia's hand, many agents stared straight. Natalia's charm is unparalleled, and it is impossible for no one to be tempted. But all the suitors never got a response, especially since she sent several stalking suitors to the emergency room. Black Widow's name was completely established, and no one dared to provoke her again. Seeing Thor's intimacy with her, SHILD howled. In the director's office, Nick Fury said with a helpless face, you have found so many things for me as soon as you came back. Now it is estimated that 80% of the male agents regard you as the enemy of life. Thor looked indifferent. It's just a bunch of licking dogs. Don't worry about them. Nick Fury put away his joking thoughts and asked seriously, okay, I need to know your purpose. What do you think about General Ross's research? He definitely wouldn't think that Thor would be so bored that he would send someone to act with him, just to pick up girls. And the most likely thing that might attract him is the military's research. Thor nodded. The military seems to be studying the super soldier plan now. I'm a little interested in some of them, and maybe I can give them a little help. Nick Fury said helplessly, since it's a cooperation, you can definitely ask SHILD to help negotiate. What exactly do you want? Super Soldier's serum formula. No. Thor shook his head. The military's formula is not perfect at all. Even if it succeeds, it won't be like Steve Rogers. The bigger possibility is to create an uncontrollable monster. His goal is Hulk, an unrepeatable accidental product. In the previous life, Banner's so-called acceptance of Hulk, the so-called combination of strength and wisdom, actually wasted Hulk's potential at all. Without it, there would be anger and rage. Even with Hulk's power, there would be no Hulk's deterrence anymore. Moreover, becoming Dr. Hulk, the huge body can't even wear anti-Hulk armor. The price is too high. As one of the most powerful combat power, naturally, it can't be wasted like this. Nick Fury's eyes widened. You already knew the result? Then he slapped his thigh. I almost forgot. You were raised by a witch and can predict the future. Then he picked up the phone, just pressed a few numbers, then hung up suddenly, slapped the table angrily, and said, "Damn, that guy is just a stubborn old man. He doesn't pay attention to SHIELD at all, and he will do nothing but ridicule him. It won't happen." Then he looked at Thor. Thor spread his hands. "You don't need to stop it, and you can't stop it. And although his research is bound to cause problems, it is indeed beneficial to one of your plans." Good for me? Nick Fury thought for a while and thought, "You mean the Avengers plan? You even know about this?" This was the plan he initially formulated after Carol left. It was originally called the Asgardian plan, and he didn't tell anyone about it. Pass. He thought about it. You mean the monster created by the failed experiment will become a member of the Avengers in the future? God, how many potential Avengers do you know? A lot, but most of them will probably never show up if they are said. So, are you sure you want to listen? Thor is telling the truth. Many small changes will cause big changes, just like when he came to lie on the Earth on a whim, it inadvertently caused a great impact later. Taking Maya Hansen away reversed the ending of Iron Man's death. Throwing a hammer at random changed Natalia's trajectory. But all my actions have been carefully considered. Maya Hansen has little influence on the main plot. Natalia will join SHIELD sooner or later. But SHIELD is different. At this point in time, the superhero is as much a source of danger to many as the intruder. This is why the infamous Sokovia Act came about. Once restrictive measures are taken in advance, some superheroes are likely to be strangled in the cradle. Nick Fury understood what he meant and shook his head. He has seen terrible threats in the universe, so he does not want to lose any superhero because of him. In fact, in his plan, there are already several candidates, but he lacks a leader. Although Thor is very strong, he obviously won't stay on Earth for long. Okay, let's not talk about the old days. Thor interrupted his contemplation. He came to SHIELD to confirm something. Think of a way. Let me meet Agent Peggy Carter. Walking out of the office, Natalia took Thor back to the car, and SHIELD temporarily arranged a residence and an identity for him. I will be the Avenger you say, right? Natalia asked quietly. Thor couldn't help but sigh. This is a very smart woman, and she heard a lot from the conversation between herself and Braised Egg. He joked, "Why, do you think I saw your potential and treated you so well on purpose?" Natalia didn't speak, just looked at him straight. Thor whispered, "Whether I intervene or not, you are destined to embark on the road of superhero and become one of the greatest Avengers. And what I saved and helped was Natalia, not Black Widow." Natalia was silent and asked after a long time, "In the future, my death will be valuable, isn't it?" Thor's heart skipped a beat. So sharp? Yes. When everyone gave up, you were the only one who persisted. In the end, your persistence turned around. You sacrificed yourself and saved 3.5 billion people. Thor suppressed his emotions as much as possible and spoke calmly. At first, he didn't really care about such an ordinary mortal. Even as a member of the Avengers, he was more responsible for some auxiliary work. Until her tragic and insignificant ending, she was forgotten in a foreign land alone. At the final memorial service, it was Iron Man who was remembered. But that is no longer your future, nor is it the future I want. The trajectory of her destiny changed as early as the moment we met. Yeah, Natalia smiled, and she raised the Hercules bracelet on her hand. I didn't have you in my future. At most, it was just a comrade in arms and a partner. But now I have it. The temporary residence SHIELD arranged for him was a very delicate villa, and the identity of the arrangement was a high-level agent. When he came to the residence, Thor planned to keep Natalia behind with the cheek, But when he saw Maya Hansen at the door waiting for him to come back, Natalia smiled meaningfully and left. Who is she? Maya Hansen looked wary. Originally, the straight girl of steel was not that sensitive. The problem is Natalia is so beautiful. Even as a woman, I can't help being moved. This opponent is too high. Thor patted her on the head and said angrily, "What are you thinking about? Do you remember the little girl before we left? She has grown up and is now the top 10th level agent of SHIELD. Maya Hansen said clearly, "Your vision is still so good. 10 years ago, you could see that a little girl would grow up to be so outstanding. By the way, you came to tease me on purpose back then, because you saw the potential of extremists, right?" Thor said seriously, "I can often see a person's future potential, so I can do some things in advance and make some layouts. Natalia is the same, and so are you. In fact, Betty Ross is also. Although she is a soy sauce in the movie, she has the potential to become a female Hulk." The topic changed, and he continued, "But you have to understand that I have principles. If I don't really have a crush on you, even if I meet the future savior, I won't betray my beauty." The shameless words immediately ruined the atmosphere, and Maya Hansen said angrily, "If you can speak seriously, I can really treat you as a Prince Charming. And don't forget, when we were together, you were already at the fat house. How can there be any beauty?" The weird atmosphere was swept away, and the two finally relaxed and chatted about their respective affairs. Last night, Maya Hansen went back to her former hometown. It's a pity that after so many years, things have changed. Maya Hansen, who had no relatives or friends, couldn't even find a single acquaintance. Even her disappearance that year did not cause the slightest disturbance. Definitely, this is also due to the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, the disappearance of a person for no reason, even a well-known botanist, will always cause a sensation. As for Thor's whereabouts last night, she didn't hide it from her. After so many years, Maya Hansen has long been used to it. After all, as the prince of God's domain, Asgard has a large group of coquettish sluts who want to hug this thigh. On the dim seat, two young figures cuddled together and whispered. When I left last night, I left a note with contact information. Betty Ross fell asleep with a hangover until noon today and then called in the afternoon. She first expressed her apology for being drunk last night and then asked him to go to the movies tonight. Betty Ross chose a new movie called Alice vs. Zombies. Generally, when a man and a woman who have just met each other watch a movie, if the boy chooses a horror movie, it will definitely be regarded as having bad intentions. And the woman's doing so is often a hint of further communication. Girls are often privileged in this regard. Gas, shaking cold. As the majestic god of thunder, Thor definitely won't be afraid of mere zombies, things that fall down with a hammer. Anyway, where's my hammer? Mjolnir in the New Mexico crater. Meow meow. But Betty Ross is different. She still can't see the iron-blooded ability of General Ross in her young body, and she is often so scared that she hugs Thor. After watching the movie, they returned to Betty Ross's house, and the two drank some wine together. Betty Ross didn't drink much tonight and stayed sober. With a flushed face, she pulled Thor and breathed real on. "If you leave again tonight, I will wonder if you like men." Thornton felt a burst of excitement. Could it be that? All right for tonight? Just then, there was an untimely knock on the door. Who was that? It was not only Thor who was disturbed, but also Betty Ross. She was very helpless and depressed. Tonight, she finally mustered up the courage. A somewhat hoarse female voice sounded outside the door. "I'm looking for Mr. Thor. Is he there?" Betty Ross was taken aback for a moment and suddenly looked puzzled. Thor was also stunned. He didn't tell others where he was going tonight. Maya Hansen was busy making up for the changes in the earth over the years. The only one who can guess her whereabouts is Natalia, so the identity of the person outside the door. Thor walked to the door with a helpless expression. With a squeak, the door opened. The people outside the door stared blankly at Betty Ross in the living room, staring wide-eyed. Who opened the door just now? This is a hall full of strong Oriental style, surrounded by piano, chess, calligraphy, and paintings. At the moment it was noon, and the sun shone in through the window, warming my body. For a moment, Thor thought he had traveled through time again. He was still at Betty Ross's house just now, opening the door for an uninvited guest who disturbed the good things. Unexpectedly, the moment the door was opened, a golden halo appeared under the feet, and then the floor was empty. It was dark before his eyes, and then he opened his eyes, and he had already come here, looking at the white egg in front of him. "Oh, it should be a white woman with a bald head," Thor said. "I was brought here for no reason. Is this how Kamar-Taj treats guests? 9 of the 10 bald heads are strong, and 1 is a stewed egg." The monk-robed woman in front of her is none other than the bald-headed Chong, the current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj, the Asgardian of Earth, the master of Ancient One. Leaving aside the big bald head, Ancient One is actually a British beauty with a mysterious aura all over her body. Ancient One poured him a cup of tea with his own hands and said, "Thor Odinson, I observed you a long time ago, since 1995. Thor's heart skipped a beat. 95 years? Isn't it the time I traveled through? I've been monitoring those people and things from other worlds, because they may be potential threats to this world." Ancient One continued. "Wait," Thor interrupted, "but in fact, I am not from another world." The Ancient One magician nodded slightly. "Yes, you are the son of Odin. You are indeed from this world. However, 10 years ago, a strange change occurred in your soul. You disappeared for an instant and then returned. Although this process is very short, but I still feel it. Can you tell me where your soul is going?" Thor thought for a while and said seriously, "You can understand it as a parallel world." Ancient One nodded slightly, but didn't go into it. She continued, "Since then, the timeline of this world seems to have shifted. At first I was puzzled, but later I discovered that all the shifts point to you. It is my duty to protect the Earth from other latitudes." Thor suddenly felt a burst of vigilance. At this time, Ancient One is as powerful as the peak Odin. If he wants to do something to himself, he is definitely not an opponent. And more importantly, Kamar-Taj blocked Heimdall's sight, so he couldn't summon Bifrost himself. Ancient One didn't do anything. She asked slowly, "Why do you want to change the trajectory of history? Every timeline has its own fixed trajectory. Forcibly changing the trajectory of time is a violation of natural law, breaking the rules. Sooner or later there will be a price to be paid. Our world will be turned upside down, and millions will suffer." "Ha ha!" Thor suddenly laughed. "But as a Sorcerer Supreme, you also did not obey the rules. In the future, your successors will also break the rules to fight against Dormammu. The Ancient One magician has some Dormammu's power in him. Others don't know it, but Thor knows it. Perhaps in your opinion, this is all to maintain the timeline you know. Therefore, you can accept your own death and the betrayal of Moda Magician. But I can't. I won't accept my family being killed, my people will be slaughtered, my homeland will be destroyed in Ragnarok, and Natalia will die in space. If the future must be like this, then this kind of future is not worth it." Ancient One was silent for a while Thor was secretly vigilant, thinking of a way to break the situation. After a long time, Ancient One raised his head and suddenly smiled. "You're right. What is it strange?" Ancient One couldn't help asking, looking at Thor in a daze. "Yes, you have told me your responsibilities, but you let me do it. I thought you would choose to bring this timeline back on track." Thor said frankly. He really did not expect that Ancient One would be so easily persuaded. He was ready to fight to the death. He didn't doubt Ancient One's strategy of delaying the attack. Ancient One's strength and identity simply didn't bother to do so. The strong have their pride, just like Thanos has committed numerous crimes in the universe, but he never lies. Ancient One patiently explained to him, "What has happened cannot be changed, even if I am an Asgardian from Eye of Agamotto. At most, I can only start from now, restrict you, and guarantee the future direction." "Then why?" "Because the future has changed. Before you came, I used the Eye of Agamotto to observe the direction of the future thousands of times, some for better and some for worse. And in the branch where I stop you, there is no good ending. Once I force you, you are even more dangerous than Dormammu." With a swipe of Ancient One, a golden circle appeared, Some pictures began to appear inside, like a movie. It's already one of the better ones. In the picture, Ancient One traps Thor with a mirror image, seals the memory brought by time travel, and uses Time Gem to return his strength to 1995. But when a memory was about to be reset, an orange light flashed past. The last Infinite Gems experience coupon, Soul Gem, create an indistinguishable soul that is exactly the same as the target, generated at a specified location at an optional time and place. Valid for 1 minute. The effect of tasteless, but it took effect at this time. The picture continues to advance, seeing the invasion of the Dark Elves, seeing Ragnarok, seeing Infinity War, the exact same process as in memory, and the soul created by Soul Gem has been missing for a long time. It seems to have disappeared until... This is a world with beautiful mountains and rivers. Thanos tremblingly picked a fruit from the ground, put it in a bag, and walked into the room with a limping. Every step was accompanied by heavy panting. Boiled a pot of hot soup, drank it in one gulp, regained some strength, and walked to the door instead, watching the rising sun. Finally, it is time to rest and watch the sunrise with the gratitude of the universe. Raising my left hand, looking at the 6 hard-won gems, worries arose in my heart. The universe needs to be corrected, after which the gems are useless, just temptation. A faint figure appeared. It was the Avenger who chopped him down. Without looking up, Thanos whispered, "This time, you can behead." The figure didn't make a move, but said without emotion, "If half of the life is wiped out, can the other half prosper? That's impossible. As long as there are people who still care about the past, they will never be able to accept the future, and they will definitely rebel. If you want to truly achieve your goal, you must turn this universe into atomic dust. Then, create a new universe. The life there has no resentment for loss, only gratitude for giving. A universe that knows how to be grateful." After saying this, the figure disappeared, leaving Thanos there thinking. After a long time, he finally stood up, his eyes regained his firmness. "Let me bear this crime alone." The lonely figure stood on this land, looking a little desolate. He stretched out his hand, snapped his fingers with a snap. "I am destiny." P.S. When watching the movie, I feel that although Thanos is a villain, he also has his own unique personality charm. He just looks at the problem from the perspective of God. Gamera's planet has indeed changed for the better. In fact, what Thanos does, we also did it to many animals, also thought it was for their good, so no one would agree with him. He took the trouble to explain his philosophy to Iron Man, Doctor, Captain America, Thor, and others, just to find a sense of identity. This is also an atmosphere that Marvel is deliberately creating. Even if it is a supervillain, he also has his ideals and ideas. He also has his life and emotions. And he also has his destiny and ending. So at that time, I kept thinking, what if Thanos wins in the end? It's a pity that the movie doesn't have an ending. So I realized it in the book, The screen disappears, and Thor is dumbfounded. Blacken is 10 times stronger. The ancients do not deceive me. I am such an honest person. It is said that in a certain 7-point scale, the IQ is only 2 points. Once Blacken can be so good. With a smug smile, Thor turned his head to look at Ancient One. "Okay, the movie was well shot. But since you don't intend to embarrass me, why did you bring me here just to chat with me?" Ancient One shook his head and said slowly, "A long time ago, I noticed that there was something wrong with this timeline, and some openings could not be closed normally. Your mutation 12 years ago made this feeling even more obvious. For a long time, I have not been able to find a reason. Until recently, I did not understand that the key to this loophole lies in you. You are the only one who can fix the loophole. Once the problem of the timeline breaks out, the consequences are much more serious than changing the future. When the timeline of this world cannot be connected into a complete line, then the entire circuit may collapse. So, I found you and asked you to help restore time. I don't think you want to lose everything you own, do you?" Thor nodded. "Although I don't understand the previous technical terms, I still understand the last sentence." "Okay, how can I help you?" "Relax and accept the power of the Eye of Agamotto." On Ancient One's chest, a dazzling green light flashed. "Wait, suddenly remembering Thor, who hadn't explained anything at home. Before he could say the last sentence, he lost consciousness. Hey, congratulations to the host for triggering the Ancient One's exclusive mission, Eternal Secret. With the help of Dormammu's dark power, Ancient One has achieved immortality. Help Ancient One. Maybe you can understand the mystery. Mission objective: complete the repair of the time loophole. Mission reward: active skill, immortality. Immortality. It has eternal lifespan, will not age, and can actively use it on other targets whose strength level is lower than that of the host, and bestow the power of immortality. If the target's strength is too strong, it cannot be used. As soon as he regained consciousness, Thor heard a prompt from the system. Seeing the word eternal life, I was so excited that I almost cried out. Eternal life, through the ages, the dreams of many races. Even if he is as strong as Odin and Ancient One, he can't do it, but he wants to achieve it. Unfortunately, this task is difficult to complete at first glance. Done with bug fixes? Does Ancient One Magician regard itself as an antivirus software? Just click a one-click repair? Thor was bewildered. Then, where is this? I was still in the Kamar-Taj hall just now. Why did I come to this street in the blink of an eye? Where did Ancient One lose itself? And this street looks too backward, like the old society. He took out his mobile phone and took a look. Yaosho, what the hell is this place? Asgard's high-tech mobile phone has no signal. In a nearby alley, there was a sudden sound of fighting. This place doesn't seem to be law and order. There are people fighting in broad daylight. Thor wasn't so nosy at first, but now he was in a bad mood after being tricked by Ancient One. So he was going to find someone to beat him up to vent his anger. In the alley, it was not so much a fight as a bullying of a 1.8-meter strong man against a 1.9-meter short man. The short man got up from the ground, picked up a round trash can lid to block in front of him, but was pulled off by the opponent, threw it aside, and punched him again, knocking him down to the ground. The tall man was about to step on it when he was suddenly pulled back. Looking back, a blond man was smiling at him. Stop beating, have some quality. Don't force me to slap you. Typical fuel to the fire. If you are cowardly, where will you put your face? None of your business. He punched the door in the face and then found that the other party was gone. While he was in a daze, there was a burst of force on his face. With a bang, the whole person was thrown into the air, and then another punch was aimed at the other cheek. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting the flesh continued continuously. At the entrance of the alley, a young man in an army uniform stared dumbfounded at a 170-pound strong man who was hit by an infinite uppercut without falling to the ground. With the last punch, the strong man lay on the side like a dead dog. The thin young man on the ground got up and muttered, I almost knocked him down just now. Then he turned to look at Thor. Thank you anyway. My name is Steve Rogers. What about you? A young man from outside the alley ran in, helped Steve Rogers up, looked at his injuries, and then turned around and said, Thanks, buddy. My name is James Barnes. Usually you can just call me Bucky. Thank you for helping Steve Rogers teach the B***** DA lesson. Thor was stunned. He finally understood that he was sent to 1942 by Ancient One with the power of time gem. This year has been a rough year for the United States. On the one hand, the German Han's offensive reached its peak, and the power of one country drove several countries to fight. On the other hand, the little devil exploded the old Americans' chrysanthemum at Pearl Harbor a few months ago, and the United States, which has been in the theater mode, finally couldn't sit still living. So, the loophole in the timeline happened in this period. From the looks of it, the thin man in front of him is naturally the future Captain America. This afternoon, he was once again refused to join the army. Asthma, scarlet fever, heart disease, high blood pressure. The recruiter even wondered how the poor boy survived to this day. Don't look at how bright and upright Captain America is in the movie. In fact, this guy is quite dishonest and has tried to join the army with forged identities and times. Thinking back, at the point in time in the future, my name did not appear during World War II. So, Donald Blake, you're welcome. I hate this kind of trash who is strong, but dare not go to the front line and hides in the back to do his best. Thor made a name, and shook hands with them. It's not really nonsense. Seeing the scraps of paper scattered on the ground, it was the notice of rejection of Steve's enlistment. Bucky said helplessly, "Hey, although identification is not so authentic these days, it's a dangerous thing for you to keep forging your identity and trying to join the army repeatedly, and it's illegal." Steve pouted disapprovingly. Bucky had no choice but to change the subject and said to Thor, "Dude, there's tomorrow's World Expo. Tonight, the three of us go to visit together?" Thor agreed. Anyway, the mission has no clue yet. I have to say that the relationship between Bucky and Steve is really good. While attending the expo, he also helped Steve date two girls. Although with Steve's height and straight male attributes, it is likely that there will be no drama. Thor was wandering around, thinking about his mission ideas. There is a problem with the timeline of this era, and it is likely to involve Captain America, but he thought of one thing. It is said that when Captain America returned the gem at the end, he stayed in the 40s for the last stop, completed his date with Peggy Carter, and spent a lifetime with her. Then in this world, there will be a hidden old Captain America. But if he prevents the flickering incident, then Captain America will have no chance to travel through time and space, which will form a conflict. The purpose of meeting Peggy Carter was to verify the existence of the old Captain America. Maybe this is a time loophole? Drip, congratulations to the host for discovering the branch of the mission, the Eternal Secret. Complete the mission after completing all the branches. Branch 1. Block the future passage of Captain America from the route and maintain the timeline where the host is located. Branch 2. Not unlocked. Please explore by yourself. Branch 3. Not unlocked. Please explore by yourself. Blocking Captain America from crossing? So, in the timeline I'm in, the old Captain America doesn't exist. Since we want to block it from the route, we have to start with the motivation that Captain America traversed. Peggy Carter. Thor looked at Steve and Bucky not far away and smiled. Captain America, women are big pigs. Winter Soldier is your thing. I'm doing this for your own good. The smile gradually changed, and an idea gradually took shape. In another parallel world, the story of Captain America has no heroine, and the only CP is Bucky. It is said that at one point, Captain America asked Bucky to help keep the ring, and Bucky put it on. Another time, Bucky was injured, but Captain America didn't hold him up like in the movie, but with a princess hug. It is said that there was a selection in the previous life, where Marvel's favorite pair of CPs were selected regardless of gender, and Dun-Dong ranked first. All in all, a good friend and a quilt. Ah bah, it's a lifetime. Dun-Dong is an iron friend, and Peggy Carter's like a mistress. This morning, the doctor who was examining Steve was suddenly called out at some conscription office, leaving Steve alone. Glancing at the falsification of military volunteer form written on the wall, Steve panicked. In the past, every time the inspection was completed, it was directly rejected, and I never felt sorry for him. In fact, the conscription office didn't bother to take care of such a trivial matter. Is it going to be over today? This kind of thing can be big or small if you're locked up for 10 or 8 years. Especially when a serious-looking soldier drew the curtain and walked in. Steve felt that he was already cold. At this time, an old man from the Mediterranean came in, motioned for the soldiers to go out, and then had a straightforward conversation, and Steve's answer satisfied him. The old man finally said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Abraham Erskine, and I can give you a chance. I just need one chance." At this time, a voice sounded outside. "Is the doctor there? I'll sign up." Dr. Abraham nodded to the soldiers, and a blond young man was brought in. "Mr. Black, you joined the army too?" Steve greeted, "Hey, I've passed." The result of the examination was naturally passed, and the almost perfect physical measurement data made Dr. Abraham decide to include him in that team. If the character passes the test, it may be the second candidate for the super soldier serum. The young man who came in was definitely Thor. Since you're going to help Bucky watch Captain America, try to join him on the same team as possible. He watched the conscription office where Captain America entered early in the morning, and after seeing Dr. Abraham enter, he waited for a few minutes before following him in. The physique of the Asgard people is far superior to that of mortals, not to mention Thor as a royal family. That is the body of the god who once fought Thanos head-on. Even the strengthened Captain America is no match for him. In order not to cause a sensation, he has suppressed his physical condition as much as possible. If it weren't for worrying about attracting the attention of this era itself and causing unnecessary variables, the power of thunder alone would be enough to destroy any army. Soon, Thor and Steve appeared in the barracks wearing brown military uniforms. Thor and Steve sit next to each other. Steve may still think it's nice to have a good friend standing beside him, but he doesn't mind standing next to Thor, who is 1.9 meters tall. His thin body is more conspicuous. A heroic female officer walked in front of them with graceful steps. The curly hair matched with the flame-like lipstick adds a bit of charm. A rude soldier flirted with her and was instantly beaten by her. The other muttered a few words desperately and then lay down in less than 3 seconds. The recruits fell silent for a moment. What the hell? This woman is so fierce. Except Steve and Thor. The former was still in a daze, stupidly, while the latter looked at her with great interest. Future legendary agent Peggy Carter. Peggy Carter glanced and immediately discovered the cutest height difference between Thor and Steve. Seeing Peggy's gaze turn, Thor gave her his trademark smirk and winked at her. "This beautiful lady, I wonder if I am lucky enough to invite you to have a glass of red wine with me tonight." Seeing this scene, Steve felt as if something was moving away from him, but he didn't know what it was. He frowned, but recovered quickly. "Well, what are you thinking so much about? With that time, why not think more about Bucky? He should already be on the battlefield, right? Hey, congratulations to the host for completing the task, Eternal Secret, Branch 1, blocking the future Captain America from the source, and maintaining the timeline where the host is located. In that instant, possible future developments for Captain America and Paige have been cut off. The task is very simple to complete, but the follow-up is very troublesome." Peggy Carter had a smile in her eyes. "Good idea. Wait for me here after training tonight. I think this will be an unforgettable night." Although the voice was very gentle, even honest Steve shuddered, and the other recruits were already mourning for Thor. Is it too late for me to refuse now? Just try and get some attention, so Steve and Carter don't see eye to eye. This is a character at the level of an old lady, really not my style." Thor subconsciously ignored that he was also at the ancestor level. "Okay, boys, let's talk about the date in the evening." A middle-aged officer exuding a fierce temperament came up and joked. "Colonel Phillips." Peggy was the first to salute, also reminding the recruits. Glancing at the recruits, Phillips began his speech. "General Barton once said that war is fought with arms, but victory depends on soldiers. We win wars because we have the best soldiers." He glanced at Steve. "What the hell? How did something strange get mixed in?" Phillips felt bad for a moment, and he glanced at the expressionless Dr. Abraham. "Bad, old man, very bad." He tried hard to control the corners of his twitching mouth and continued his opening remarks. "The Institute of Strategic Science is an organization that brings together the best scientists and talent from allied countries and the entire free world. Our goal is to create the most powerful legion. The legion is composed of soldiers. So this election is the selection and training conducted by this institute to train super soldiers. After a simple speech, it is training." Without any surprise, Steve won the first place in each project, the last one, although he worked very hard. On the contrary, Thor is far ahead in almost every item, almost reaching the highest record in the barracks. Phillips even suspects the guy's Superman in his underwear. After inquiring, it turned out that both of them were stuffed in by Dr. Abraham. Bad old man, slipping away. On the training ground a few days later, the recruits are training. "How about the people I brought?" Dr. Abraham asked Phillips. "Well," Phillips nodded in satisfaction. "Brave, strong, flexible, and able to adapt to all kinds of high-intensity training. If you decide to choose him, I have no objection." Peggy Carter interjected. "I have reservations. This guy has all the characteristics of a soldier. You should pay attention to how many times he has fought in the past few days." "Oh, Miss Carter, you can't have a bad impression of him just because he dove you that night. After all, everyone knows that you kept him a deal with him. As for fighting, every Hodge took the initiative to provoke once. Then, seeing Dr. Abraham's strange expression, he suddenly confirmed in a low voice, "Doctor, are you talking about that Black?" "No, I'm talking about Steve." Phillips slapped his head. "Damn it, don't tell me you're looking for an experimental mouse. Even Hodge is much better than him. I even think of him as Black's addition." The doctor shrugged and said, "Blake is indeed very good. In fact, if there is no Steve, I will choose him. The reason why I choose Steve is that I value qualities other than physical fitness. As for Hodge, I think his character needs to be tested. I've seen him bully Steve many times." He pointed at the crowd, and Hodge was picking on Steve before getting knocked down by Thor. "Damn it, we're going to fight again." Peggy Carter cursed and stepped up to stop it. Colonel Phillips said lightly, "War has never been based on convincing people with virtue, but on courage." As he spoke, he took a grenade from the item box, pulled out the insurance, and threw it into the group of recruits. Grenade! Shit! The soldiers were shocked and fled in all directions. Among them, the strong Hodge took the lead and quickly rolled to the back of a jeep. Little did he know that he had lost an opportunity forever. Among the crowd, only 3 people did not escape. One is Steve. He rushed against the flow of people and threw himself on the grenade, with fear on his face, but he still held the grenade tightly and shouted, "Go away! Go away!" The other 2, Peggy wanted to rush up and kick the grenade into the nearby open space. But before taking 2 steps, Thor rushed up to her with open arms, threw her down, and shouted, "Grenade! Lie down!" The grenade did not explode for a long time, and everyone finally reacted slowly. At this time, Phillips shouted, "It's an imitation. Line up, get back." Steve said coldly, "Is this a test?" The doctor smiled triumphantly, and Phillips was finally convinced. This thin soldier has some of the most valuable and rarest qualities as a soldier sacrifice. With a bit of embarrassment on his face, he said stiffly, "He's still too thin." Then he turned his head to look at Thor and Peggy, who were still in a daze, and said with black lines on his face, "Does this kid really think of himself as a Superman? It's so close, it's useless to lie down." The doctor shrugged. "Probably yes, it's written like this in comics. But at least if it's a real grenade, Peggy can survive under the pressure. Therefore, I choose him as a second candidate." The soldiers obviously noticed this scene, and all of them blew their whistles to death. Peggy Carter's face turned red and pale, but unexpectedly she didn't get angry, but pushed her lightly, and said in a low voice, "You, get up first." Thornton felt a pain in his egg. Just now, he saw Peggy Carter running towards the grenade against the flow of people, and he had a subconscious conditioned reflex. Dead man wow. If Steve's behavior in the original book is a small stone that can cause ripples in Peggy Carter's heart, then Thor threw in a boulder this time and set off waves, and the ripples are even more irrelevant up. Steve's performance completely silenced those who originally had objections. "Why did you choose me?" he asked Dr. Abraham that in his dorm room the night before the Super Soldier Project. "Because, rather than being a good soldier, I want you to be a good man." Actually, Steve had some hesitation. Black might be a better choice. Although he knew that this might be his only chance, he still brought it up. The doctor was taken aback for a moment, and then became more satisfied. He smiled and said, "Yes, Black is indeed the best soldier I have ever seen. He is brave and firm, defying the strong and sympathizing with the weak. However, compared to you, he is too irritable and aggressive. Provocative, but his excitement when he fights cannot be hidden." The doctor joked, "He gives me the same feeling as a Spartan. Definitely, as a soldier, these are not disadvantages but advantages. However, Super Soldier Serum will infinitely magnify a person's personality characteristics. In you, humility, integrity, compassion, sacrifice, the qualities you possess are what I need most." Sounds like a nice selection. Do I have to swear an oath tomorrow? Steve laughed too. Because of Thor's disruption, Steve took Dr. Abraham's car to the experimental base the next day, while Thor sat in Peggy Carter's passenger seat. As Colonel Phillips' favorite soldier, Abraham agrees to select Steve as the second super soldier after his successful trial. Therefore, Thor is eligible to visit in advance. In fact, Thor knows that with his own strength, the super soldier serum has basically no effect on him. Also, Captain America will only have one. How do you feel? Are you disappointed not to be the first super soldier? Peggy broke the weird atmosphere. Since the embarrassing incident on the training ground, she ordered everyone not to speak out and never let it be mentioned. But facing Thor, it was still a little embarrassing. That's not true. It's Steve who participated in front of me. If it's him, I have no problem. Besides, don't you think I'm very good even without strengthening? Peggy Carter nodded incredulously. Fighting twice in 3 days in the barracks is not for everyone. And it's still a group of fights. Tell me about your past. What did you do before? I don't believe that such a good skill would be an ordinary doctor. Thor's fake identity is a doctor in a small clinic, and it can be found out that it is fake. It's just that in this age, most people choose to turn a blind eye. Did you see it? I used to be a hunter in Alaska, and I hunted brown bears twice in 3 days. Peggy Carter rolled her eyes. In the laboratory, Thor looked at Steve, who was about to step onto the laboratory bench, and joked, "How is it? Are you nervous?" Steve nodded. "It's a bit, but it's my job," he said, took off his shirt under the doctor's instruction, and lay down on the laboratory table. Seeing Steve's rib-bone figure, Thor couldn't help but secretly took a few photos, waiting to show him as Black history in the future. Numerous needles plunged into Steve's body, injecting the drug into the muscles, and the bench slowly closed. Howard Stark, who was in charge of mechanical equipment, turned on the power. 10% to 20%, 30%. The experimenter read out the data on the meter. The light inside the test bench became more and more dazzling, and outsiders could no longer see Steve inside. Only Thor hasn't seen it yet, and Steve is clenching his teeth to keep himself from grunting. 40% to 50%, an experimenter next to him added. The discipline of heart rate increased, but the vital signs were basically stable. This has surpassed all previous experimenters. Thor glanced at the government personnel next to Howard Stark. This guy's eyes were cloudy. If he guessed right, this guy is actually Hydra. It's just that all the attention is on Steve, and no one is paying attention to him. Howard thought Thor was looking at him, so he explained, "It is said that the pain of 30% dose is similar to that of childbirth, and the pain of 40% dose is equivalent to broken eggs. Everyone has black lines on their faces. How the hell do you know so clearly? Have you ever had a baby? No, have you been kicked?" Thornton couldn't help laughing. As expected of Tony Stark's father, he looked gentle, but he was actually S***T. It's a pity that he was assassinated early. At this time, the sound of the system suddenly jumped out. "Drip, congratulations to the host for discovering the mission Eternal Secret Branch 2. Complete all the branches to complete the mission. Branch 1 completed. Sideline 2. Save Howard Stark from dying at the hands of the Winter Soldier in the future. Branch 3. Not unlocked. Please explore by yourself." Before he had time to think about it, the dose over there reached 60%, and Steve finally couldn't help but let out a scream. Howard stopped increasing the dose, and Dr. Abraham asked eagerly, "Steve, how? If it doesn't work, I will stop immediately." If this noble young man fell on the laboratory table, he would never forgive himself. "Don't stop. I can stand it," Steve yelled through gritted teeth. 70% to 80%, 90%. The screams became louder and louder, as if they would collapse in the next moment. Howard stopped and looked at the doctor. The doctor asked anxiously, "Steve, how is it? Is it okay?" But apart from the screams, he couldn't hear other sounds. The doctor ordered helplessly, "Stop." "Wait," Thor interrupted him loudly. "He can go on." He could see what was going on inside, and Steve still demanded to continue, but he couldn't speak anymore. So he stops the doctor from interrupting and even uses the bonus skill from the original Loki mission. Master of Lies. When you make a statement, it is easier for the other party to believe it. To ensure success, he even threw in some black magic. This is what he learned from Frigga. Although he is not as proficient as Loki, it is enough for mortals. In the eyes of everyone, Howard increased the dose for the last time. 100%. The experimental cabin slowly opened, and a robust figure appeared in front of everyone amidst the smog. Steve, who stepped off the laboratory bench, can be said to have become another person except for his head. He was originally 1.6 meters tall, but he was almost a foot taller, and the muscles that explode all over the body are simply a mini version of Hulk. "How do you feel?" Thor asked. "It feels great. Now I can play against anyone all day." There was warm applause from the audience. People came up, and no one noticed except Dr. Abraham. The Hydra spy pulled out a lighter. Abraham was startled, but before he could react, there was a bang, explosion, and the laboratory was in chaos. Before everyone had time to react, the Hydra spy grabbed the remaining tube of serum, shot Dr. Abraham, and ran away. Thor pulled him past him, out of the way, and fell to the ground. Steve ran up quickly, and the doctor shouted, "I'm fine. Go after me." Steve rushed out quickly. The spy just got into a car, and before he could close the door, he was grabbed and dragged out by Steve, so scared that he ran away and took off his coat in an instant. Originally, with Captain America's physical fitness, he could be easily caught, but on the one hand, the newly remodeled Captain America could not adapt to his own strength, and on the other hand, he had to worry about the safety of the public, so the two chased and fled all the way. On the pier, a child was held hostage, and he jumped off the pier and got into the prepared submarine. Just when he thought he had completed the task, a pair of arms stronger than his thighs shattered the window with a bang, grabbed him out, threw him onto the pier, and quickly jumped out to hold him down. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the spy smashed the serum into pieces and shouted, "Chop off one head and grow two more. Hydra hail." Immediately, he tilted his head and died. The surrounding melon eaters cheered excitedly. In this era, a hero is needed too much. The next day, Captain America's heroic deeds were published by major media. And another bad news came. Dr. Abraham temporarily forgot the formula of the serum due to injury and excessive shock. Phillips is annoyed that he wants an invincible army, not just one man, even though Captain America has shown his strength. After the hard-working Captain America had no choice but to have his blood sampled, he began to participate in various catwalk events and was regarded as a mascot. And the best black recruit, Thor, was soon sent to the front. It was a pity for Phillips. If he had been chosen in the first place, he might be able to protect the doctor immediately after undergoing the transformation or recover the potion. No one doubts Thor, because many people know that he is the default second super soldier. Once the plan is terminated, he will lose the most. "Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor," Thor murmured to himself the night before heading to the front. For him, the effect of the super soldier serum is almost non-existent, but the side effects are not small, so there is no need for him to take risks to change history. Saving Dr. Abraham is already the limit. The doctor's amnesia is naturally due to Thor's black magic. During the 5 years in Asgard, in addition to eating fat, he read a lot of classics and learned a few simple magic. He wouldn't let the Super Soldier Project go ahead, even if he didn't care about the plot. The character of Dr. Abraham and Steve is unquestionable, but not everyone is so noble. Once the military masters the means to mass-produce super soldiers, it will be a disaster for the world. After all, after the mustache hit the street, in a few years, Liu Mei will start another unjust war. The super soldier plan of this era should be terminated. Loki, ever observant, watched Thor's face morph through a spectrum of expressions, frowning one moment, grinning the next like he'd seen a meme only he understood. Just as he opened his mouth to comment, a soldier hurried in and bowed. "Your Majesty, Lord Heimdall has detected an unknown entity breaching Midgard's perimeter. Signs point to Kree and Skrull involvement. He requests your attention." Odin barely raised an eyebrow. "Kree, Skrull, let them squabble in their corner of the stars. Their wars don't concern Asgard." He wasn't being dismissive. He was being factual. Asgard, under his rule, had survived worse. And while Earth was technically under Asgard's protection, Odin knew better than most what power lurked beneath its surface. As long as Kamar-Taj stood, even Ronan the Accuser wouldn't dare step too far. But Thor's interest had already shifted. This was it, the beginning of the Captain Marvel arc. The plot was officially in motion. Sure, not much loot to grab right now, no Infinity Stones yet, no major crossover event, but still. The Tesseract would eventually end up in Asgard. Kree tech? Outdated compared to Asgardian craftsmanship, even if their ships had LEDs. Asgard might look like a medieval fair, but their tech was peak cosmic. Still, Thor had a plan. Earth was where the future would unfold. Better yet, Captain Marvel hadn't awakened yet. There was still time to get in early. Build rapport. Exchange numbers. Maybe become the Nick Fury of this timeline. Minus the eye patch, hopefully. Father, Thor said solemnly, Midgard is part of the Nine Realms. If foreign powers are encroaching, we must act. Let me go. It'll be diplomatic. Odin's eye gleamed. He gave a subtle nod. Loki snorted into his goblet. Western United States, Earth. A cracked mountain road. A broken-down motorcycle. A woman in a leather jacket stared at the wreck with visible frustration. Need a hand, gorgeous? A gleaming sports car pulled up. A flirtatious whistle followed. The driver, wind-swept golden hair and smug grin in full display, leaned toward the open window. Carol Danvers looked up, unimpressed. To be fair, she was objectively attractive, but people mostly called her Auntie thanks to the Kree military cut and the notoriously unflattering green suit. Now, in civilian clothes and biker boots, she looked more like a rebellious rock star than a galactic soldier. And the man in the car? That was Thor, who'd been following her since the subway station, and who'd arranged the motorcycle breakdown. Carol, after sizing him up, sighed and got into the car. Nice ride, she said, hair whipping in the wind as they sped past 200 kilometers per hour. Thor smirked. Only the best for Midgard's finest. But before he could lay down more charm, a chill ran down his spine. Danger. He flung himself out of the car, just in time. A blast of radiant energy vaporized the driver's side door. Carol leapt out, fists glowing. Who are you? Mjolnir zipped to Thor's hand with a thunderclap. What gave me away? He asked casually. You've been tailing me like a creep. Also, your pickup lines suck. Energy blasts ripped through the air. Thor blocked them with ease. Mjolnir singing through the wind. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning clashed with photon blasts in a flurry of blue and gold. The ground cracked. Thunder roared. Birds fled the mountains. I'm not your enemy. Thor yelled between swings. Carol ignored him. Her eyes said, either you're a Skrull or worse, a flirt. Thor tried again. Come on. Skrulls don't summon thunder. Carol didn't care. Her logic was simple. Stranger with a hammer, stalking her, driving a suspiciously shiny car. Punch now, question later. The fight dragged on. 30 minutes. Neither gaining ground. Thor was getting tired. Not physically, he was a god, but emotionally. This woman was relentless. Finally, panting, he shouted, Wait, you want to know about Dr. Lawson? Your past? Your real name? That stopped her cold. You know about Lawson? Thor nodded, breathing hard. Bits and pieces. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you straight up. But I can show you. First, we find someone. Where? Poncho Bar. Carol raised a brow. That a code name? Or? Nah, Thor grinned. It's a real dive. But the guy we need practically lives there. He's got intel. And good tequila. Carol stared at him a moment longer, then lowered her glowing fists. Fine. But if you're lying, you'll blast me into orbit. Got it. Now let's go make some cosmic history. What about the captives? Is there a rescue plan? Steve asked excitedly at Philip's desk. Philip sighed and said in a deep voice, Yes, that is to win this war. Where are the captives kept? Captain America was in a hurry. When the war was over, Bucky's ashes would be cold. 30 miles behind the enemy, we have to go through heavy defenses. After a pause, he said in a low voice, This is not your business. You have a performance in half an hour. Go prepare. Leave alone. Okay, I understand. Captain America looked determined, and he knew that it was time for him to break the rules. Inside the tent, Steve and Thor are packing their gear. Actually, you don't have to come with us, Steve said. In fact, he also knew that the colonel was organizing manpower to try to rescue, and it was very risky to go to the enemy's rear to sneak in. No, You don't want to be a mascot, and I'm tired of eating and waiting to die. So let's play a big game together. But it's okay. You are the one who disobeys orders, and I am coerced." He made a joke, looked at Carter at the door, and said, "Ms. Peggy, contact Stark for help. I heard that he is here. We need a flight crew. We can't let us run behind the enemy's rear, can we?" Carter said with a dark face, "I always feel that I was dragged into a thief ship by you. Stark is the best civilian flight officer. He is the only one who dares to send us here in this kind of horrible weather." On a transport plane, Peggy Carter explained to the two, "This is crazy. I feel like all four of us are going to be court-martialed if we make it back alive," Stark complained, and he was definitely joking to brighten up the atmosphere. "It doesn't matter." Thor changed the topic indifferently, say, "Mr. Stark, when do you plan to have a son? Your career must be inherited by someone." "Oh, if possible, I'd rather have a daughter. At least the chance of becoming like me is lower." Steve asked, "Any problems like yours?" "I've always put my personal preferences ahead of the collective good," Howard added. "And, son, there's a good chance he'll be a playboy like me. Don't think too much. You will definitely have a son, and he will be a more powerful playboy than you." Thor smiled wickedly. Peggy Carter was about to ask why, when the sound of guns and guns sounded in her ears. "We can't go any further. Let's parachute ahead." Thor arranged the plan. "After you go down, immediately sneak in to save people. I'm outside, trying to attract the attention of the enemy." Captain America naturally agrees, although it is more dangerous to sneak in, but he has nothing to fear, and he jumps first. "Blake!" Thor was about to jump off with a big package when Peggy Carter called him, "Come back alive." "Don't worry, I will." Jumping down, tearing open the package in midair, there are two remodeled Gatlings. "Damn it. What does he try and do?" Peggy Carter looked back at Howard. "He must be responsible for these two Gatlings." Howard shook his head. "It's not me." She suddenly understood what Thor meant by attracting the enemy's attention, and immediately became anxious and immediately shouted, "Quick, give me a parachute. Quick." "No, Mr. Black told me that you must not let you go down," and drag him down. At the gate of the Hydra camp, Steve looked at Thor with a machine gun on the left and right and dumbfounded. "Damn it. Where did you find this thing?" "Captain, don't swear," Thor said lightly. "Remember what I said? I will attract the attention of the enemy for you, and you are responsible for sneaking in." Just as Steve was about to speak, Thor ran to the back of a bunker with a gun in hand, grabbed the loudspeaker, and yelled, "The nine-headed worm inside is coming out and dying." Gatling fires like crazy. Steve's face was covered in black lines. As expected, the Hydra soldiers were alarmed. It's hard not to be alarmed. With such a short distance and Gatling's rate of fire, Hydra almost thought that the Allied forces had already attacked. What's more, it was accompanied by greetings from the women of the other party's family. Steve's eyes were moist immediately. In his opinion, Black was dead. He was using his life to fight for the chance to save others. This guy is a noble person who is more qualified to receive super soldier serum than himself. Blake's sacrifice must not be in vain. Taking advantage of the guard's attention on Thor's side, Steve sneaked in quietly. With Thor pulling hatred, Steve, who originally had basically zero infiltration ability, sneaked in easily by relying on the skills of a Superman. As soon as Steve left, Thor let himself go. With his strength, wouldn't it be easy to abuse a group of mortals? The dual-wielding Gatling kept firing. Hydra was stunned. Obviously, many of them used energy guns made through Tesseract, but they were still at a disadvantage. Is this man a devil? Obviously carrying two Gatlings weighing several hundred kilograms, he ran faster than normal people and rolled even more smoothly. A lot of people were hiding behind the bunker, and they were blown up as soon as they showed their heads. I have seen accurate marksmanship, but they are all sniper rifles. I have never seen heavy machine guns, especially Gatling, which can be really accurate. This thing is not purely used to rely on fast fire rate. And is the clip large so that the firepower is suppressed? If Thor knew what they were thinking, he would have sneered. Really thinking that I threw the hammer for nothing all these years? Not to mention such a short distance. Even if it is 800 miles away, you can still smash your dog's head with a hammer. Not to mention you scumbags. Even Thanos can't do it. Say cut off your chest, never cut off your head. Originally, Thor grabbed an energy gun for fun, but found that although this thing is similar to a laser gun, but without the Tesseract charging, this thing can only be used as a fire stick after firing bullets. On the other hand, because most of the guards are going to fight Thor, there are a lot fewer people on Captain America. Especially Thor told him some tips. Where did it come from? The guard guarding the prisoners stared at this strange guy with one hand on the gun. Actually, Captain America could have brought him down with one blow, but glanced at the cell and didn't see Bucky. He said in a deep voice, "The head of state has already guessed that someone is coming to rescue the prisoners, so he asked me to convey the order to pull all these prisoners out and shoot them." The guard looked suspicious when Steve leaned into his ear and whispered softly, "Hydra hail." The Hydra guard suddenly realized and immediately took out the key to open the cell. Steve took a look and cursed. "Why are there only so many people? Idiots, don't tell me you let them go." A group of people were taken to the quarantine area over there for experiments. "No, he is a spy." The guard was stunned by the scolding and subconsciously replied and instantly realized that he was being cliched. How could the insiders of Hydra don't know about the experiment? He immediately drew his gun, but Steve, who moved faster, broke his neck. "Hi, I'm Captain America. I'm here to save you. Everyone run." After explaining, he hurried towards Bucky. The captives reacted quickly found the weapons that had been confiscated before, and killed them all. Along the way, they found that there were not many guards in the huge base. When they rushed out of the gate, they found that Thor had already snatched a tank and was galloping in the camp. No wonder they heard the artillery fire outside. When Captain America led Bucky and ran out of the camp, the Hydra soldiers were almost kneeling. Seeing Thor's head poking out from the top of a battered tank, Steve couldn't help but burst into tears. "Hi, good brother. I'm so glad you're still alive." He couldn't help but punched Thor in the chest lightly. "Hey, I don't die that easily. I'm still waiting for the Howard family's son to call me uncle." Captain America was speechless. Why does this guy care so much about Howard's son? How did he know that Howard would definitely have son? In the early morning, in the U.S. military barracks, Colonel Phillips sent a telegram to the hospital. The captain was missing in the third area behind enemy lines, and the search and rescue team found no results. Therefore, I can only declare that Captain Rogers was killed in action. After saying all this in person, the colonel couldn't hide his sad expression. "This is Carter brings news. The last reconnaissance plane has returned, and no signs of life have been detected." The colonel was very disappointed with Carter's self-assertion. He said in a deep voice, "We can't do anything to Stark. He is rich and the biggest weapon supplier, but you are nothing." Carter was expressionless. "With all due respect, sir, I don't regret everything I've done, and I'm sure they won't either." The colonel was furious. "I gave you a chance, Agent Carter, but now the big stars in the United States are dead, and many young people are dead, including the young man I'm most optimistic about because you like him." Carter argued. "That's not the case. I'm confident." "Then wait until this department is closed to see if you still have confidence." At this moment, there was a loud noise outside, and the two ran out. At the gate of the camp, Captain America and Bucky walked up side by side. Behind them was a tank, followed by thousands of captured soldiers, with weapons in their hands. Many of them were injured, even missing arms and legs, and needed the support of their comrades to walk. It was obvious that this group had been through a tough fight not too long ago. In fact, they did not simply escape from the prisoner of war camp, but attacked from behind the German army and forcibly dug through the defense line and came back. "Look who's back! Captain America!" The crowd started to applaud. Peggy Carter scanned the crowd anxiously, and when she saw Thor coming out of the tank, she was relieved. Steve and Thor walked up to Colonel Phillips, saluted, and Steve spoke. "The wounded need treatment. We are willing to accept punishment." "No, it's you, not us." Phillips smiled softly. "That's not necessary." Turning around and walking away, walked to Peggy's side and listened for a while and said softly, "I really need confidence. Your vision is right." Peggy Carter walked up to Thor and said with a smile, "You're late." "It's okay. The colonel said that there will be no punishment today. The straight man replied. Peggy Carter suddenly felt angry. Cheer for Captain America. Bucky shouted loudly on the side, and everyone responded one after another, cheering one after another. Hey, Bucky, I have a share in saving people. Don't be partial. Thor went up to make trouble. Go, you said it yourself. Steve dragged you there forcibly. Why do you go back on your word? Besides, you usually get a lot of limelight. Let's let it go this time. Bucky's protective expression made Thor couldn't help but look at Peggy Carter, who was not far away looking at him. Captain America, women are tigers, and Winter Soldier is your thing. Going deep into the enemy's rear and rescuing a large number of prisoners, Steve and Thor became heroes in the eyes of many people, and both received the Medal of Courage from the president. No one will ever get Captain America back on stage to perform, and Colonel Phillips will never let him go. While rescuing Bucky, Steve glanced at the map and basically noted Hydra's weapon stronghold. I have prepared the best fighters for you as teammates. Colonel Phillips said. Excuse me, I also have candidates. Captain America solemnly said. Cheers. At the wine table, Thor assembled an elite team from the rescued captives. We're Commando. It's okay to fight together, but you have to do one thing. What's up? Have a drink with us. When Peggy Carter walked in a red dress, everyone in the hall was down except for Thor, except that his physical fitness was being strengthened, and Steve, who was drinking far more than ordinary people, was still shaking. Can't you let me save some time? Peggy Carter said angrily. Don't blame me. It's these guys who insist on challenging. Thor looked innocent. He's a big guy who can drink 400 caddies of beer. How dare a group of mortals compare their drinking capacity? Even Natalia, the most drinkable hairy sister in the future Avengers, can't resist a few rounds. Originally, Steve didn't want to make trouble with him. He is a good young man who doesn't drink, but Bucky insisted on coaxing him together. Okay, Howard has prepared some new equipment for you. Go and have a look tomorrow. Peggy finished speaking, staring at Thor. Miss Page looked at me like that. Could it be that she wanted to dance with me? Thor joked. I don't have the time now. Wait until the war is over. Well, when the war is over, we'll go dancing. As the Prince of Asgard, he is not comparable to a mortal like Captain America. Was a mere flag. Stand up and stand up. Early the next morning, Thor and Steve arrived at Howard's office. Perhaps it was fate. Steve ignored those high-tech shields carefully crafted by Howard and took a fancy to a simple and violent buckler at a glance. Thor is equipped with various high-tech firearms, almost reaching unlimited ammunition. After seeing Thor's ability to use Gatling as an AWM, everyone agreed that this is the best sharpshooter in history. Although this guy's fighting ability is also abnormal. Originally, Thor asked Howard to create a vibranium hammer that imitated the shape of Mjolnir. Unfortunately, the shape of holding a gun in one hand and a hammer in the other was too unorthodox. Under Peggy Carter's strong opposition, he had to give up. But Steve, after picking up the hammer and trying it out, found that it was in his hand by accident. He fell in love with this hammer on the spot, second only to S.H.I.E.L.D., with a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other hand. In addition to not being able to discharge, the legendary Hammer team, who can fight Thanos 50-50, will play early. Mr. Stark, thank you for giving me this equipment. I have a gift for you. Thor said mysteriously. Oh, if you say that there's a beautiful girl to introduce to me, I might look forward to it more. These days, even Steve, a straight steel man, can see that Peggy Carter treats Thor unusually, let alone the old man. Howard is AS**T with a sour tone. Thor smiled and patted him on the shoulder and gave him a hug. Asgardian friendship in the future world. This gift is precious enough. Howard rolled his eyes. Although he had known this guy's shamelessness for a long time, he was still shocked by his shamelessness. In fact, it was a precious gift. During the first hug, Thor slipped an agent-specific handy syringe into his back. The potion inside is exactly the improved version of Extremis brought from the future. It slightly improves strength and physical fitness, but greatly improves the function of recovery and regeneration. The value of this gift will not be reflected until half a century later. Drip, congratulations to the host for completing the mission Eternal Secret Branch 2. Save Howard Stark and prevent him from dying in the hands of the Winter Soldier in the future. Another branch is completed, and the last one has not yet been triggered. Thor guessed that the last mission might have something to do with the Red Skull. In the days that followed, the Howling Commando was committed to attacking Hydra's various factories in Europe. They were invincible and unstoppable, and Hydra's strongholds were taken down one by one. Captain America, with the hammer and shield in his hand, even Thanos dared to take out a group of Hydra miscellaneous soldiers. Definitely beat them in a fancy way, and stage a scene of tearing devils with his hands and dismantling tanks with his bare hands every 3 days. When Captain America throws his invincible shield and raises his invincible hammer, all evil forces surrender. Waste. This term became the mantra of Red Skull during this period. Recently, Hydra's bases have been taken over by Howling Commandos one by one. No matter how strict the protection is, it's useless. He sent many people to surround this army, but they all returned without success. Even one of the most heavily guarded important strongholds with a large number of defenders that is almost impossible to lose was hit by a 1-meter-thick lightning strike on the energy system on a rainy day, blowing up from the inside. We are about to launch an attack that shocks the world, but we are delayed again and again. Just because you can't deal with a fool holding a shield and a guy who just hides behind and shoots coldly. He growled angrily at Dr. Zola. That's not what I'm good at. I can develop weapons, but I can't make them fire. Also, the guy who can only shoot cold guns is more difficult than Captain America. An officer came to report, "I'm sorry, Mr. Schmidt. We have fought to the last man." That line added fuel to the fire, and Red Skull finished him off with a single shot. Obviously not. Then he turned his head and yelled at Dr. Zola, "Get rid of them, or you will know the consequences." The repeated setbacks made him almost lose his patience. If Dr. Zola hadn't been really useful, he would have been sent to a concentration camp long ago. Dr. Zola's face was somber. He knew the Red Skull meant what it said. On this day, the Roaring Commando finally got information from Dr. Zola about a train passing through the snow-capped mountains. No one knows. This is a trap, and the tremendous pressure brought by Red Skull made Dr. Zola decide to fight it out. While Steve and Bucky were separated by the gate controlled by Dr. Zola, Thor was alone in a car, surrounded by a group of heavily armored soldiers. They're clad in thick alloy armor, which is difficult to penetrate even the strongest armor-piercing bullets. Is it specifically aimed at my layout? Thor looked up at the monitor. Who told you that I can only shoot? Pulled out the pistol. Bang, 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 a few times, not at the armored soldiers, but at several cameras. On the other side, under the bombardment of energy weapons, Bucky raised his shield to block in front of Captain America, but unfortunately his physical fitness was not comparable to that of Captain America. He was blasted out of the carriage by a cannonball, and he firmly grasped the crumbling handrail outside the carriage. Enraged, Captain America smashed the enemy out of the car with a hammer, and crawled back out to reach Bucky. "Bucky, grab my hand." Bucky reached out, but fell into the abyss before he could hold Captain America. "Bucky!" When Thor grabbed Dr. Zola and walked over, Captain America was squatting on the ground and gritting his teeth, trying to control his emotions. As in history, politicians won't let the talent of Dr. Zora go unnoticed, and that has nothing to do with Thor. Losing his little friend Winter Soldier, Captain America turned his grief and anger into strength, and after destroying multiple Hydra strongholds in succession, he finally found the Red Skull. Roaring Commando launched the final battle against Hydra. Hydra's side retreated steadily, and Red Skull took the Tesseract and rushed to a bomber with huge amounts of it. The target of the bombers was New York. Thor, Peggy, and others held back the others, while Steve chased after Red Skull, rushed into the fighter plane, and launched the fateful duel. Red Skull was no match for Captain America. Steve, equipped with a hammer shield, defeated him in a few strokes. Desperate to turn the tables, Red Skull grabs the Tesseract. But his power is not enough to control the space gem. The power of Rubik's Cube explodes in an instant, and Red Skull disappears from Captain America's sight. Captain America quickly got into the pilot's seat, only to find that the plane's autopilot had locked onto New York. If you change to a flight crew with professional skills, there may be other solutions. And Steve doesn't have this skill. He can only choose to climb and land. Reported the situation to the headquarters. He connected the channel to Thor. The Hydra soldiers have been cleared, and Thor and Peggy are responsible for the follow-up. Have you decided? Maybe we should contact Howard. He will have a way. Thor said. Steve shook his head. There's no time. I have to land right away. If it takes too long, many people will die. This is my choice. Okay. Although he knew this scene a long time ago, Thor was still a little emotional at this time. Is there any unfulfilled wish? No. Unfortunately, I don't see the day when the war is won, and I don't get a chance to see Bucky again. He pushed down the landing lever. There will be a chance. Peggy is now on the sidelines, quietly watching the two say goodbye. Boom! The plane crashed into the ice, sank to the bottom of the water, and was covered in ice and snow. The signal disappears. Thor was silent for a moment, then stood up suddenly. Where are you going? Peggy Carter asked. Thor gave her a deep look, without answering, and climbed into a fighter jet. Peggy Carter's expression changed. She gritted her teeth suddenly, followed, and sat in the passenger seat. The two remained silent the whole time. The northernmost part of Alaska is only a few hundred kilometers from where Captain America crashed. Thor watched the sea quietly, with Peggy Carter standing beside him. After a long time, she spoke. Don't you have anything to tell me? Or have you been hiding it from me? The expression on Thor's face changed. He turned his head to look at Peggy and said, What do you see? Peggy looked serious. You have been hiding it. I have investigated Donald Blake. This name has never appeared, as if it appeared out of thin air. You had a good relationship with Steve very early on, even on purpose. Judging from your performance, you are not particularly keen on helping others. Perhaps you have known for a long time that he will become Captain America. Bucky fell off a cliff. You didn't act that sad because you knew Sergeant Barnes was just missing, not dead. There are many more. For example, you know that Howard will have a son in the future, and you even know his character. You also know Thor's face changed. These details are actually difficult for ordinary people to notice. She is indeed the strongest agent, or she has been paying attention to herself. Then have you guessed it? I couldn't guess it first, and I wouldn't guess in that direction. However, one time when I was idle, I read a document introducing the theory of relativity, and then, the more I thought about it, the more I realized it was possible. Does space-time travel really exist? Thor was silent for a moment, then replied, It exists. These words actually confirmed Peggy Carter's guess. Sure enough, Peggy Carter's eyes lit up. It's unbelievable. A person who has been with you for so long is actually from the future. Is this why you have been avoiding me? Thor nodded. I can't stay in this era forever. I came here to do something. When I finish it, I have to go back more than 60 years later. Therefore, I can't leave too much concern in this era. He's not a shy boy like Steve. How could he not feel Peggy Carter's thoughts? But he has been pretending to be confused, because the two will eventually part. Peggy's face was a little sad. Yes, more than 60 years, how hopeless. For many people, it is even a lifetime. In a blink of an eye, he stared into Thor's eyes and asked earnestly, What if I say, I can wait for you for 60 years? She leaned against Thor slowly. Thor hesitated but did not stop. The war will be won, right? Well, it won't be long. Donald Blake is not your real name, is it? What is your real name? Thor Odinson. Sounds like some mythical figure. It's me, do you believe it? Peggy stared at him for a while, then smiled. I believe I heard a lot of incredible things today. I didn't expect that I would fall in love with a legendary god. Thor took out a syringe and used it on her. This is a strengthening potion in the future. Although it is not as effective as Super Soldier Serum, it is better in that it requires less and can make you recover faster after injury. Peggy Carter was about to speak when there was a sudden roar. Thor's face changed. He gently pushed Peggy away and walked forward. With a thought, a dazzling light burst out from the army uniform on his body. Under Peggy Carter's shocking gaze, the pitch-black battle armor and the red cloak were instantly equipped on her body. Thor armor. The moment Red Skull activated the Tesseract before, a third side mission appeared before Thor's eyes. Drip, congratulations to the host for discovering the mission Eternal Secret Branch 3. Complete all the branches to complete the mission. Branch 1 completed. Branch 2 completed. Branch 3. Stop the supergiant from taking the Tesseract and kill it. At this moment, Thor finally understood the key to repairing the timeline. Whether it is the relationship line of Captain America or the future of Howard Stark, it is actually not a big change. Even if you want to fix it, you don't have to do it yourself. The ones that could really make an impact are Supergiant and Tesseract. Without Tesseract, Captain Marvel will not appear in the future, and the idea of Avengers will not exist. Human beings will have to delay contact with alien civilizations for more than 10 years. No wonder there are only 4 Black Orders under Thanos. It turns out that Supergiant had died on Earth in the 1940s. A female figure walked up slowly, with a slender figure, but a face uglier than Ebony Maw. "Who are you?" Supergiant looked vigilant. Although this man was wearing an ancient battle armor, he brought her more pressure than any previous opponent. A strange wave of energy came. One split into 2, one floated towards Thor, and the other quietly floated towards Peggy Carter, not far away. Gotcha! Dazzling lightning surrounded the surroundings, and Supergiant's energy was dissipated instantly. "Don't play your so-called mind control. You have no chance in front of me." Thor looked disdainful. In fact, he really doesn't think much of this Thanos scout. "I even F*** Ed your master Thanos. Who are you?" Supergiant's face turned pale. She didn't expect the spiritual power of the person in front of her to be far superior to her. When she gritted her teeth, psychokinesis turned into a long spear and stabbed towards Thor. With a bang, mixed with a punch of lightning, it directly hit the tip of the spear, and the psychokinesis spear instantly shattered, and the rest of the momentum slapped on it endlessly. Ah! With a scream, Supergiant flew upside down more than 10 meters, and she looked at Thor in horror. With the Tesseract out of the way, staying alive is the most important thing now. She exhausted her strength again, released a mass of energy, shot straight at Peggy Carter, and fled in another direction. Thor quickly charged in front of Peggy Carter, punching the energy ball. Supergiant is not on the same level as herself, and the other Yao 4 generals are no match for her. She alone is delivering food. Pay attention to her mind control, and she could be beaten casually. She's going to run. Even though she believed what Thor said, the scene just now shocked her greatly. Seeing that Supergiant has climbed into a fighter plane that has never been seen to take off, he hastily shouted, "I can't run." Thor's eyes were fixed, and he pointed to the sky with one hand. A flash of lightning rushed into the sky, and the surrounding wind suddenly blew up. Peggy Carter had never seen before. The black clouds in the sky were so close to the ground like this moment, and the sound of thunder had never been so deafening, as if the whole sky was about to collapse. At the end of the sky, a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared across the sky, rushing toward the fighter plane where Supergiant was located with the power to destroy everything. Just rushing into the sky, Supergiant, who was still in shock, suddenly saw a bright light, and a random dazzling thunder rushed towards him. No! With a terrified cry, the fighter plane was bathed in lightning and instantly turned into ashes. Drip, congratulations to the host for completing the mission Eternal Secret Branch 3. Stop the Supergiant from taking Tesseract and kill it. Drip, congratulations to the host for completing all the branches. The task, the Eternal Secret, is completed, and the reward, eternal life. Drip, the task of repairing the timeline is completed, and the host will return within 10 minutes. Please be prepared. Warning, the host cannot carry any living things to the future. Carrying them forcibly will lead to forcible deactivation. You're leaving, aren't you? Peggy Carter whispered, her eyes full of sadness. Thor nodded. There are still 10 minutes. The two sat side by side, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. At that time, I was still alive, right? Well, we will meet again. Also, there are a few things you have to remember. Thor suddenly looked back at her and explained, "At least in this century, don't let other people know my true identity, not even Stark. I'm sure you won't tell others about this. Just find any reason for my departure. Also, retire early. Now that Dr. Zola has been recruited, it is inevitable that SHIELD will become Snake and SHIELD in the future. As one of the founders, if he stays in SHIELD, he is likely to be attacked by Hydra. Howard Stark is an example." Peggy Carter nodded. Although she didn't know the specific reason, she believed what Thor said. "You still owe me a dance," Paige said suddenly. "After the war is over." "Oh, I'm afraid it will be the next century. When can I see you?" "Wait until I take the initiative to ask you out." The inappropriate voice of the system reminded of, "Hey, congratulations for triggering the Captain America-related mission. The Covenant of the Century. You will be rewarded for completing the mission." Mission objective. In the new century, invite Peggy Carter to dance. Mission reward. Dancing proficiency. The warm time always passed quickly, and a green light surrounded Thor. Use the skill on the target Peggy Carter, Immortality. Peggy Carter looked at the place where Thor disappeared in dismay, and finally couldn't help closing her eyes, with tears running down the corners of her eyes. For more than half a century, it is really hopeless. After a long time, she picked up the communicator. "I found a tesseract clue, the northernmost part of Alaska, close to my current coordinates." Captain America crashed and disappeared. A large number of Hydra remnants tried to snatch Tesseract, but failed. Captain Black unfortunately fell into the sea during the battle and disappeared. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, the war is over. The colleagues of the Howling Commando gave a toast to Steve and Blake, and they did not forget the former leader. Howard followed the clues to find Tesseract. Even without the guidance of Tesseract's energy, he still did not give up searching. But in the huge Arctic Ocean, looking for two people under the cover of icebergs is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Paige calmed down from her initial disorientation and seemed to accept reality. Colonel Phillips handed Thor's retirement files to her, and she looked at the photos in a daze. One night in 1991, Howard Stark drove home alone. He was in a bad mood and just wanted to find a place to be alone. Back then, that nasty Blake was shot with a crow's mouth. His son was even more of an asterisk hole than himself back then, and his reputation as a playboy in his early 20s had surpassed his own back then. Just thinking about it, suddenly the car lost control and hit a tree. A metal arm dragged him out. Howard looked up and suddenly exclaimed, "Sergeant Barnes?" His response was a hard punch, and then another punch. Gradually he lost consciousness. Confirming the target's death, Bucky faked the scene of the crash and disappeared into the darkness. About half an hour later, the fingers of the corpse on the ground moved. After this incident, Howard has always felt that he has a memory disorder. Even if the person who sacrificed for half a century appears, it is impossible for him to be so young. But after this difficulty, Howard, who seemed to be reborn, finally decided to let go. He handed over the company to Tony and hid himself behind the scenes. In 2005, Kamar-Taj Holy Place, Ancient One was casting a spell. Suddenly a magician rushed in and shouted, "Your Highness Sorcerer Supreme, Caecilius has betrayed." Ancient One was startled, and the spell in his hand fluctuated. Not good. Hurry up to make up for it. But the temporary difference finally caused an impact. Thor, who was supposed to return immediately, inevitably had a slight shift in return time and space. Looking at the dark world around him, Thor looked helpless. "Ancient One, you half-witted magician, no wonder the dignified Earth Asgardian was stabbed to death with a knife." At the door of Betty Rose's apartment, Peggy Carter looked at the empty room in a daze. Who? Betty Rose looked at the person who came in and felt familiar, but she didn't match her age. She asked cautiously, Are you Carter's agent? I seem to have seen your photo in SHIELD's profile." "Well, I'm—" Peggy Carter nodded. "Well, Senior Carter, where did you get my boyfriend?" Peggy Carter can't help but hold her forehead. Thor UB asterisk 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 D. Dove on me as soon as you get back, and let me help you clean up this mess. After Peggy Carter comforted Betty, she found Maya Hansen through some information from SHIELD and exchanged many things. Without knowing when Thor would return, Maya Hansen set up a small research center with her help. Although extremist research is stuck in a bottleneck, she also does some other research. Betty Ross finally accepted that her boyfriend left in an emergency to save the world and returned to the military laboratory. She, who was disturbed by Thor's affairs, and Bruce Banner, who was not very talkative, naturally couldn't spark. A few months later, an experimental accident. Under the irradiation of gamma rays, Hulk was born. The newborn Hulk is almost irrational, and his only thought is to destroy everything in front of him. A green giant rushed out of the laboratory and disappeared into the night. The experimenters suffered heavy casualties, and a large amount of equipment was destroyed. Hulk, who was so emotional, didn't show mercy, and Betty Ross was seriously injured and paralyzed. Normally, with such an injury, he basically spends the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Fortunately, there is extremis. Although there is no pre-injection, it will take a while to recover, but it is enough. She decided to jump ship to Maya Hansen's laboratory after her injury was recovered. The terrible consequences of the military's crazy experiments frightened her. Out of guilt for his daughter, General Ross did not object. On the other side, he was furious and sent a large number of people to search for traces of Hulk everywhere. However, Banner, who is not transformed, is a very smart person. He cannot be found without transforming and cannot be defeated after transforming. Therefore, the search for Hulk has not progressed for several years, as if the world has evaporated. Before coming to Earth, with Thor's approval, Maya Hansen sold a small amount of extremis to General Ross at a high price as research funding. While the modified version of extremis has a minimal strength boost, the physical recovery effect is still very practical. In fact, General Ross was also very interested in the first-generation virus, but the explosive side effects made him dare not risk the disgrace of the world. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 2010. On this day, a major event that shocked the entire United States happened. Tony Stark, a genius inventor and young domineering president, was kidnapped by terrorists while attending a weapons conference in Afghanistan. For a time, the entire United States was in an uproar. In his capacity and the influence of Stark Industries, this could change the whole world. No one would have thought that this kidnapping would lead to the opening of a new era. This annoying playboy. Because of this incident, the turtle became a superhero. In the dark space, Thor is thinking about where this is and how to leave. Kamar-Taj, magician. Kidney deficiency at critical moments is indeed true. I don't know what's going on outside now. At this moment, a deep voice rang in the ear. Kneel down. What? As the saying goes, a man has gold under his knees. And at Thor's knees, there is vibranium. I don't even kneel to Thanos. Who are you? Thor, who is already full of depression, said angrily, Get out. Kneel your mother. The dark space suddenly fell silent. Thor suddenly reacted and looked in the direction of the sound. Old sister, why did you come out suddenly without saying hello? The face of the person in front of him was frosty, and it was she who spoke just now. Hela? Well, Hela's mother is also Frigga, so I really have to kneel to her mother? Hello? If I didn't see you fall into the broken space crack, I wouldn't be interested in fishing you out. Now kneel before your queen. Outsiders definitely can't kneel. Since they're from our own family, definitely can't kneel either. Thor definitely knew that once he got down on his knees, it was hard to stand up straight. Thor spread his hands. Sister, don't be like this. Our Asgard is already a society where everyone is equal, and that kind of thing is no longer popular. Hela sneered. She understood that this guy looked honest, but in fact he was much more cunning than Odin's old and immortal, and he got the point without paying attention when talking to him. From his point of view, he is actually an ideal heir to the throne. But you are the most suitable. She raised her hand, and a slender black long sword appeared in her hand. Slapping the younger brother while eating and sleeping has always been the traditional virtue of Asgard, so is Thor, and so is Hela. Since you can't speak well, then beat yourself to death. What's more, Hela believes in not pushing if you can do it. She brushed her long hair, black spikes protruding from the back of her collar, and the terrifying power of death was fluctuating. It seems that if you don't fight a game, you won't be able to pass the test today. Sure enough, lunatics are the most difficult to deal with. If there is a disagreement, they will do it. The point is, I still can't beat her now. The fighting time was not long, and Thor felt like he was about to be beaten into a dog in less than half an hour. In addition to being able to barely score 50 to 50 in physical skills, strength, magic, speed, and defense are almost suppressed in all directions, and they also have bloodlocks. It is estimated that this is because Hela did not use his full strength, and there is no Asgard home bonus. Here Thor gritted his teeth and struggled, thinking about a way to break the situation. On the other hand, Hela became more and more excited. At this moment, a golden halo suddenly appeared in front of Thor. Ancient One stepped out of it, waved the magic fan in his hand, and wound an energy whip towards Hela. Hela, who was originally indifferent, focused his eyes and shot out several flying swords at the same time, cutting off the energy whip. Then he saw a crystal-clear, transparent wall pushing towards him. Before he could react, he was trapped in the mirror space with a sword and could not move. Big Brother 666. I fought so hard, but Ancient One was able to take down Hela with 2 moves. Although Hela didn't understand the opponent's skills, it also proved the strength of Ancient One. Who are you? Hela lost her composure in a rare way. The pressure that this seemingly fragile Midgardian brought her was no less than that of Odin, who was at his peak back then. Ancient One did not answer her question, but said indifferently, "The family affairs of the Asgard royal family have nothing to do with me, but this person came here because of my negligence, so I can't turn a blind eye." After finishing speaking, she turned and walked into the portal. The restraints on Hela were released, and she gasped for breath. Thor walked up to Hela and said in a low voice, "Asgardian of Midgard is the real #1 powerhouse in the 9 realms at this stage. Because of her, Midgard only belongs to the 9 realms in name." After speaking, follow Ancient One into the portal. Hela looked at the slowly shrinking aperture, with an uncertain expression on his face. For a moment, she almost wanted to rush out of this portal desperately. But when she thought that Odin would be summoned immediately after going out, and that powerful magician might block the door, she still suppressed the thought. Hard-boiled Tony Stark was in a cave. G away with a hammer when Thor left the seal through the portal. Originally, the group of desperados who kidnapped him wanted to tear up his ticket immediately. But the Jericho missile that Tony showed at the previous press conference was really useful, so the terrorists planned to squeeze out his last value. They sent materials and asked Tony Stark to make missiles for them. It's a pity that Tony is not a fool. I believe that after the terrorist got the missile, his conscience found out and let him go. What a joke. He didn't intend to make missiles in the first place. Under the threat of death, Tony Stark's already clever brain played super level and began to build the first-generation steel battle suit among a bunch of missile parts. It's a pity that the humanoid silhouette he created has nothing to do with the missile. Even if the terrorist is a pig, he can feel something is wrong. After a severe beating from the society, the terrorist leader issued an ultimatum. If the missiles cannot be completed tomorrow, they will be slammed. It's a pity. When did Tony Stark suffer this kind of grievance? If he did, would it still be him? His assistant, Ethan, no longer had any scruples and accelerated the building of the armor. If Stark had been given a few more minutes, perhaps he would have succeeded. However, the vigilant terrorist leader watched the surveillance from time to time and rushed over immediately after finding something wrong. The bomb tied to the iron door killed 2 young men, but it will take some time for the armor to activate, and the terrorists have already reached the door. At the critical moment, Ethan picked up an AK and walked towards the door. "No, come back quickly and follow the plan." Ethan turned back and smiled at him and said firmly, "This is my plan." Regardless of Stark's dissuasion, he resolutely charged it out. The gunshots rang out then died down quickly. Stark's eyes watered, and he now knew what that meant. When the terrorists rushed into the cave where Stark was held, what appeared in front of them was a burly figure with black metallic luster. Tony Stark, the munitions boss and playboy, was finally awakened by the death of Dr. Ethan. Angry flames sprayed on the terrorists. Even the original Iron Man wasn't something a group of mortals could hold back. He rushed out of the cave, detonated the ammunition depot, fired the rocket ejection system before exploding, rushed through the flames, and then exhausted his energy in the air and fell headlong on the sand. A military helicopter flies overhead and spots a battered Stark. In any case, he escaped. On this day, arms dealer and playboy Tony Stark completed his metamorphosis and became a superhero. In the hall of Kamar-Taj, Thor is haggling with Ancient One. He already knew that he had been displaced for nearly 5 years, which was too scary. If Ancient One's hand trembled, maybe when he came back, there would only be 3.5 billion people left on Earth. Well, it was indeed my mistake this time. May I ask what you need? As long as it doesn't violate the principle, Kamar-Taj will try my best to satisfy you. Ancient One nodded with a wry smile. This is Thor's turn to be in trouble. Kamar-Taj is different from Asgard. The perennial closure doesn't even have much money for incense. The poor are dying, and the Wi-Fi is all from a big country next door. The only thing that interests Thor is, for example, the thing that let me go back to the past. Or is there any red cloak that can fly around by itself? The forehead cloak is also fine. I have used this cloak for more than 1,000 years. It's time to change. Looking at this face that seemed to understand nothing, Ancient One resisted the urge to smash the guy's head and said in a low voice, "The Eye of Agamotto is something that the Sorcerer Supreme swore to protect, and the levitation cloak belongs to the next Sorcerer Supreme." Is that so? Thor pretended to think for a while, and then his eyes lit up. Then, Magician, you accept me as an apprentice and let me be the next Sorcerer Supreme. Can you give me both? Master, you lack apprentices, just say it. Ancient One felt that his image of being an outsider was about to lose its hold. How shameless. It's the cub of the Odin family. Eventually, the Ancient One gave Thor a sling ring that could be used to open the portal and taught him how to use it. Although Asgard has Bifrost that can be used to teleport, Bifrost has a longer activation time and is more suitable for airborne large armies, while Sling Ring is more flexible in normal battles. In his previous life, Thor had seen Doctor Strange cooperate with the crowd to besiege Thanos. According to the method given to him by Ancient One, Thor learned how to use the Sling Ring in more than an hour. Ancient One and a group of magicians are amazing. This level is almost rare in Kamar-Taj in 100 years. Unfortunately, they are from Asgard. Thor sighed a little. No wonder Ancient One tricked Doctor Strange. He learned it in 2 minutes in the cold environment of Mount Everest. No wonder it was called a legend of history. This magical ability is really terrifying. He immediately drew a circle and came to the headquarters of Snake and Shield, Nick Fury's office. I made Peggy Carter wait for 60 years, and it finally came to an end, but in the end, I kept waiting for another 5 years. But I didn't know Peggy Carter's address, so I had to go find a marinated egg. However, since I just learned how to teleport, and the marinated egg office has only been open once, so who are you? Put your hands up and put your head in your hands. A gun was quickly brought to his head, a clear female voice sounded, and a girl with blonde hair appeared in his eyes. In fact, with Thor's skill, even without divine power, he can subdue the opponent in an instant. However, the girl's somewhat familiar face made him stunned. He raised his hands cooperatively. After the girl saw Thor clearly, she also seemed puzzled. After thinking for a while, she tentatively asked very uncertainly, "Uncle Black." Thor immediately understood her identity. Agent 13, Sharon Carter, Peggy Carter's niece. This uncle's call is really magical, inexplicably feel old. However, Thor felt much better when he thought that he had an elder nephew who had just escaped from the terrorists. Thor put down his hand, nodded and said, "Are you Peggy's niece? I often hear her talking about you." The gun that had just been put down was immediately raised again. As far as I know, You and my aunt have not seen each other for 65 years. Do you think I look like a 65-year-old? Gritting her teeth. Sure enough, what Mama said was right. The more attractive a man is, the more deceitful he is. I have a go. Are all agents so sharp? It's almost impossible to set it up. Thor's figure flashed, and the gun was in his hand, throwing it on the table casually. Okay, take me to see your aunt quickly. If we delay our dancing, don't blame me if your aunt teaches you. Sharon Carter was still in awe of Peggy, and even though she was a little depressed when Thor moved her out, she honestly led the way. By the way, how did you know me? Thor was a little puzzled. He had disappeared for decades, and there were not many acquaintances back then. A few people recognized Thor's name, but Sharon Carter's name was black. My aunt has collected several old photos, and I often take them out to look at them alone. Sharon said, suddenly seemed to find something interesting, and said with a bright smile, I just found out recently that you still have a name. Your name is Thor. Isn't that your original name? My aunt has a lot of opinions on you because of the pigeons you released 5 years ago, so you can ask for more blessings. Then let the storm be more violent. At the door of an apartment, Sharon Carter knocked on the door, and Thor and Peggy Carter, who came out, met their eyes. Sharon Carter gave a self-seeking look and ran into the guest room alone, leaving the two alone. There was no violent storm as imagined. Peggy Carter pursed her lips and tried hard to control her tears, but she couldn't. For Thor, it was just a few days, but for her, it was half a century. Thor originally prepared a lot of rhetoric, but only one sentence remained. Peggy, I'm back. Peggy took out a tissue to wipe away her tears and tried to smile. Is this the only sentence that made me wait for so long? Thor came to his senses. He gathered himself together, gently put a hand together, and said, Beautiful Miss Page, may I ask you to dance? Sharon Carter in the guest room shivered and got goosebumps. Drip, congratulations for completing the task, the covenant of the century, and get the reward, dance proficiency. The system's sound reminded Thor, but Thor ignored it. Many times, the purpose of completing a quest is for the quest originally rather than for the reward. If it is a task that goes against his heart, no matter how rich the reward is, he will not choose it. Peggy blushed, not out of embarrassment, and Thor was too embarrassed, but she still didn't tear down the stage and gave a low. Thor hugged her and said softly, It's all over, I won't leave again. In the next few years, the world will undergo major changes and truly enter the superhero era. For so many years, my appearance has not changed. You did it, right? Peggy asked suddenly. Yes. For mortals, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. Longevity is not a good thing. It often means endless loneliness after the partner leaves. But I am an Asgard, and my lifespan is far beyond ordinary people, so I will not let such a thing happen on us. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? For a long time, I thought how desperate I would be when I faced you with dementia in my 40s. Peggy smiled lightly. Thor coughed lightly. Didn't I want to surprise you? In fact, when he finally completed the mission of eternal life, he only made up his mind on the spur of the moment. Previously, the plan he considered was to wait until he returned to modern times and try to borrow the time gem from Ancient One to restore Peggy's youth, even if he used Strange as a threat. Thor never minded being a villain for the sake of those around him. Peggy Carter briefly told Thor some things over the years. After the war was won, Peggy Carter, Howard Stark, and Colonel Phillips founded S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, although her appearance remained unchanged, Peggy, who kept Thor's advice in mind, still chose to retire when she reached the age. And Howard has been paying attention to S.H.I.E.L.D. until he was assassinated by Hydra in 1991. He let Stark Industries announce his death. In fact, he has been tracing the truth behind the scenes. Unfortunately, until his death a few years ago, there's been no progress. The two got in the car side by side and drove towards a nearby high-end dance hall. Sharon Carter came out of the bedroom and said with a sigh, The rustic love story from half a century ago can actually make my aunt, who is so emotional. What a ghost. It turns out that Thor, who was listed as a secret more than 10 years ago, was Lieutenant Colonel Black back then. I'm afraid Director Nick is still keeping it in the dark. Forget it. This matter is out of my control. I didn't expect that your dancing skills are so good. In the middle of the night, when Thor sent Peggy Carter home, Peggy suddenly sighed. Originally, she was ready to go home with a limp, but found that Thor was guiding her throughout the process. Thor laughed and said, "Why? Do you really think I'm a barbarian who only knows how to fight and kill?" Peggy smiled, patted him, and asked, "Come up for a drink?" Thor definitely would not refuse. The two entered the house. Sharon Carter had already left, and time was left for them. Oh my God, this is too incredible. The next day, at Maya Hansen's research center, Betty Ross exclaimed instantly when she saw Maya Hansen, who was more than 10 years younger in an instant. Maya Hansen has known herself for 15 years, and she was only in her early 20s. Although she hasn't changed much now, she has matured a lot. Thor was blessed with eternal life and suddenly returned to his previous appearance. Now believe that I didn't lie to you, right? Thor smiled at Betty. You were my magic stick all the time. Betty blushed and stopped talking and suddenly looked at Thor expectantly. Although she is still young, for most girls, if they're over 25, they feel old. At this time, Natalia on the side suddenly said, "Hey, what is the relationship between you and Senior Carter?" Back then, when Thor first sent her to SHIELD, it was Peggy Carter who specially trained her. Although Peggy concealed it very well, Natalia's observation ability is inherently better than ordinary people, and she can always see some cobweb signs over the years. Moreover, Peggy's appearance obviously didn't match her age. Now that she saw Thor's miracle, she basically confirmed her guess. Thor didn't intend to hide it, and said slowly, "You guessed right. We knew each other more than half a century ago. At that time, we were still at war with Mustache. Sure enough, then, you shouldn't be using your real identity at the time, right? I don't believe that you will be unknown because of your character." Thor rolled his eyes. It seems that the time we have really been together is only 2 or 3 days, right? How can you believe that you know me so well? Natalia rolled her eyes back. For 2 or 3 days, most of the time, I have been watching you pretending to be aggressive, and I don't understand that it is a problem of IQ. She put her chin on her cheek and thought about it. In the records, there are only a few famous people who are familiar with Peggy, excluding a few who are obviously not like Donald Blake, vice captain of the Howling Commando, the lover of Agent Carter. Betty Ross and Maya Hansen looked shocked at the same time. Although the name is not as well known as Captain America, it is not much different. Even because of his personality, he is more popular with girls. I didn't expect that the hero I always admired when I was a child actually appeared in front of me, and he once saved me from a group of gangsters. Betty Rose's eyes were already staring, and Maya Hansen was not far behind. Natalia wanted to tell them the truth. At this moment, she suddenly felt sour in her heart. I thought I was the first person to know Thor, but I didn't expect him to be together decades ago. By the way, how is your father's research going? Thor looked at Betty. As usual, my father couldn't find the Hulk. He always wanted to recreate a Hulk, but he never succeeded. Although the only Bronski was successfully injected with the serum, his improvement was limited. Thor pondered for a while and said to Maya Hansen, "Tell General Ross the position of Bruce Banner in exchange for a super soldier serum. Although it is a defective version, I believe you can optimize it accordingly." Maya Hansen nodded and asked, "What about extremists? Last time I sold a batch to General Ross as a research grant, and many organizations wanted to buy it, but I refused. Dilute it, sell it as a one-time healing potion, and sell it to the world." Thor is not worried about the potion being used by his enemies. The effect of extremists is against the sky for ordinary people, but for a certain level of strong people, the effect is actually not obvious. Like Asgard people's self-recovery ability is not much worse than its effect, let alone diluted. Besides, I'm really poor, and the universe currency is not applicable on the Earth. After forming the Avengers in the future, I will be the leader, so I can't go to Stark to live there. General Ross delivered the reagents that afternoon. After so many years of failure, he no longer puts his hope in the serum. Only by finding Hulk can he find a way out through the research of successful individuals. Thor handed the serum to Maya Hansen casually, and then said a place name. At this time, Tony, who had just returned from Afghanistan, got out of the car with a plaster cast in one hand and a Big Mac in the other. An amiable big bald head rushed up, hugged him and said, "Oh, Tony, my dear. Son, you were so worried about me. I thought I was going to the hospital to see you. Oh, how can you eat a hamburger?" This situation is more concerned than his own son. With his support, Tony walked into the press conference venue, sat down under the podium, and opened his mouth while gnawing on a hamburger. "I haven't had time to say goodbye to my father. So, I haven't had time to ask him about many things. Ask him what he thinks about this company, whether he has had conflicts or doubts in his heart. Perhaps he is not as we saw in the newsreels. In Afghanistan, I saw young people being killed, dying in the weapons that we designed to protect them. And I, who designed so many weapons, became part of the irresponsible that even the logo of Stark Industries is printed on the missile that injured me. In addition to making weapons, I can use other ways to contribute to the world. So I decided to close Stark Industries' weapon sales." Everyone in the audience felt that something big was going to happen when they heard half of it, and when they heard that they would not sell weapons, they would be blown up in an instant. The reporters rushed to ask questions one by one. Obadiah went crazy on the spot. As the second shareholder, it cost him half his life. "There has never been an era of peace, only a peaceful country." A voice suddenly appeared. Although it was not too loud, it suppressed the noise of the scene. Thor walked in alone. Everyone looked together, including Stark. Thor continued, "In many cases, peace needs war to win. Your father's purpose in making weapons was not to start war, but to fight for peace. There is no good or evil in a weapon. It is just a tool, and it is the person who wields it that determines its nature." Stark frowned slightly, intending to refute, when Thor changed the subject. "Contributing to the world, your father chose his own way. This way is suitable for his philosophy. It is that era, but it may not be suitable for you. In my opinion, a true genius will not be limited by a single field. Howard's son should not follow the arranged path for the rest of his life. Even if you don't make weapons, I believe you can find your own path." When everyone was not optimistic about Stark's decision, Thor ran out to support a wave. "Well said." Tony was the first to take the lead in applauding, and then asked his doubts. "Sir, you seem to be very familiar with my father, but I have never met you, and you don't mind telling me your identity, right? I wonder who the hell is someone who thinks like me. Definitely want to tell you. Why don't I come here to help you pretend today?" Thor snickered, and in front of all the reporters, he said loudly, "I, Thor Odinson, many people don't know me. But more than 60 years ago, I had another identity, the deputy captain of the Howling Commando, Donald Blake." The reporters were in an uproar, and after a brief silence, the sound of click, click pictures continued, and Stark on the stage opened his mouth wide in shock. In the audience, also shocked, was Phil Coulson, who came to inquire about Iron Man's secrets. Although he had known for a long time that His Royal Highness Thor's identity was unusual, he never expected that there would be such a thing. "So he knew Captain America? I don't know if there is the captain's signature. You said you were the one my father mentioned." "Yes, I had a very good relationship with Mr. Howard at that time, and he even decided to let his future children call me uncle. So," his eyes signaled you understand. Stark, at the door of an apartment, Sharon Carter knocked on the door, and Thor and Peggy Carter, who came out, met their eyes. Sharon Carter gave a self-seeking look and ran into the guest room alone, leaving the two alone. There was no violent storm as imagined. Peggy Carter pursed her lips and tried hard to control her tears, but she couldn't. For Thor, it was just a few days, but for her, it was half a century. Thor originally prepared a lot of rhetoric, but only one sentence remained. "Peggy, I'm back." Peggy took out a tissue to wipe away her tears and tried to smile. "Is this the only sentence that made me wait for so long?" Thor came to his senses. He gathered himself together, gently put a hand together, and said, "Beautiful Miss Page, may I ask you to dance?" Sharon Carter in the guest room shivered and got goosebumps. "Drip, congratulations for completing the task, the covenant of the century, and get the reward, dance proficiency." The system's sound reminded Thor, but Thor ignored it. Many times, the purpose of completing a quest is for the quest originally rather than for the reward. If it is a task that goes against his heart, no matter how rich the reward is, he will not choose it. Peggy blushed, not out of embarrassment, and Thor was too embarrassed, but she still didn't tear down the stage and gave a low. Thor hugged her and said softly, "It's all over, I won't leave again." In the next few years, the world will undergo major changes and truly enter the superhero era. For so many years, my appearance has not changed. You did it, right? Peggy asked suddenly. Yes. For mortals, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. Longevity is not a good thing. It often means endless loneliness after the partner leaves. But I am an Asgard, and my lifespan is far beyond ordinary people, so I will not let such a thing happen on us. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? For a long time, I thought how desperate I would be when I faced you with dementia in my 40s. Peggy smiled lightly. Thor coughed lightly. Didn't I want to surprise you? In fact, when he finally completed the mission of eternal life, he only made up his mind on the spur of the moment. Previously, the plan he considered was to wait until he returned to modern times and try to borrow the time gem from Ancient One to restore Peggy's youth, even if he used Strange as a threat. Thor never minded being a villain for the sake of those around him. Peggy Carter briefly told Thor some things over the years. After the war was won, Peggy Carter, Howard Stark, and Colonel Phillips founded S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, although her appearance remained unchanged, Peggy, who kept Thor's advice in mind, still chose to retire when she reached the age. And Howard has been paying attention to S.H.I.E.L.D. until he was assassinated by Hydra in 1991. He let Stark Industries announce his death. In fact, he has been tracing the truth behind the scenes. Unfortunately, until his death a few years ago, there's been no progress. The two got in the car side by side and drove towards a nearby high-end dance hall. Sharon Carter came out of the bedroom and said with a sigh, "The rustic love story from half a century ago can actually make my aunt, who is so emotional. What a ghost." It turns out that Thor, who was listed as a secret more than 10 years ago, was Lieutenant Colonel Black back then. I'm afraid Director Nick is still keeping it in the dark. Forget it. This matter is out of my control. Early in the morning, General Ross hurried over and knocked on the door. Not far from the research center, a manor was built, which was built together with the research center a few years ago. Usually Maya Hansen and Betty Rose live there, and sometimes Natalia will come. After Thor came back, this became his new residence. General Ross came in person. He gave Betty Ross a complicated look and then went straight to the point. Hulk ran away and injured many soldiers, including Bronsky. Thor sneered. Bronsky is a muscular idiot who only complicates simple things. Ross said in a deep voice, "I'm here to talk about the Hulk." Thor didn't continue to entangle. After all, the future abomination is Hulk's experience package. Our deal is just to tell you the location of Hulk, not to guarantee you catch him. I don't know where I will go if I run away now. However, if it's Banner, if I don't like Hulk, I will definitely find some well-known biologists and try to eliminate Hulk's genes. He will come to you? No, it's not like he didn't know that there was a deal between us. So how could he fall into the trap? There are only a few people with the ability to design genetic engineering, so it shouldn't be too difficult to send people to pay attention to them all, right? General Ross understood what he meant, greeted Betty, got up and left, and Thor's voice came from behind him. Don't have too much hope. Even if you catch Hulk, it doesn't mean you can replicate his situation. Hulk is very possibly the only one, like Captain America. Rose paused and didn't answer. Thor was right. Because of the guilt of hurting others, Banner finally decided to find Mr. Lawn and help him remove the Hulk gene from his body. He found Mr. Lawn and received treatment. If there's no next thing, it may be successful. However, just as he walked out of the laboratory, he was arrested by General Ross. He warned viciously, "If you dare to make Hulk disappear, then prepare to spend a lifetime in prison." Banner didn't refute. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. The reason why he kept running away before was just because he was afraid of hurting other people. A distraught General Ross took Banner to the helicopter. He didn't notice that Bronski wasn't following. Seeing the power of the Hulk, he began to desire it. He walked into Mr. Land's laboratory. Contact Maya Hansen's research center and ask them if there's a way to restore the wiped Hulk gene. General Ross ordered. As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly received a report from the soldiers. Report to the general. Hulk is wreaking havoc on the street and needs support. General Ross was stunned. He glanced at Banner on the opposite side and ordered, "Give me the video." The video was switched on immediately, and what appeared in front of General Ross and Bruce Banner was a shit-yellow monster. Abomination. Ha 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 ha. This is power. Intoxicating power. Ha ha ha. The abomination laughed wildly and lifted a car and smashed it into the crowd. Two soldiers took out the rocket launchers from the car and blasted at it, but were caught by one hand and scathed. The terrified soldiers hurriedly drove away, but were blocked by hatred, desperately watching a car getting closer and closer in sight. Give me something real. On the helicopter, General Ross and Banner stared blankly at the screen going black. Order to bring all the troops here. General Ross ordered helplessly. He finally understood what Thor said, but it was too late. No, Banner said. Ordinary troops will die against him because I have felt the power. Let me go. Ross turned back and said in a low voice, "Do you know what you're doing?" Banner nodded. We created this thing, and we should bear it all. General Ross hesitated for a moment, then fixedly glanced at him and said, landed near it. No, open the rear hatch and I'll jump in. Trash, they're all trash. Give me a stronger opponent. On the street, hatred is still raging, destroying everything in sight. A messy street, full of chaos and death. People seem to have come to the Middle East. On the other side of the street, a figure fell from the sky and fell heavily on the ground, creating a deep hole. A few seconds later, a huge green fist rushed out of the deep pit to the ground. Hulk strike! At the door of an apartment, Sharon Carter knocked on the door, and Thor and Peggy Carter, who came out, met their eyes. Sharon Carter gave a self-seeking look and ran into the guest room alone, leaving the two alone. There was no violent storm as imagined. Peggy Carter pursed her lips and tried hard to control her tears, but she couldn't. For Thor, it was just a few days, but for her, it was half a century. Thor originally prepared a lot of rhetoric, but only one sentence remained. Peggy, I'm back. Peggy took out a tissue to wipe away her tears and tried to smile. Is this the only sentence that made me wait for so long? Thor came to his senses. He gathered himself together, gently put a hand together, and said, Beautiful Miss Page, may I ask you to dance? Sharon Carter in the guest room shivered and got goosebumps. Drip, congratulations for completing the task, the covenant of the century, and get the reward, dance proficiency. The system sound reminded Thor, but Thor ignored it. Many times, the purpose of completing a quest is for the quest originally rather than for the reward. If it is a task that goes against his heart, no matter how rich the reward is, he will not choose it. Peggy blushed, not out of embarrassment, and Thor was too embarrassed, but she still didn't tear down the stage and gave a loan. Thor hugged her and said softly, It's all over, I won't leave again. In the next few years, the world will undergo major changes and truly enter the superhero era. For so many years, my appearance has not changed. You did it, right? Peggy asked suddenly. Yes. For mortals, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. Longevity is not a good thing. It often means endless loneliness after the partner leaves. But I am an Asgard, and my lifespan is far beyond ordinary people, so I will not let such a thing happen on us. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? For a long time, I thought how desperate I would be when I faced you with dementia in my 40s. Peggy smiled lightly. Thor coughed lightly. Didn't I want to surprise you? In fact, when he finally completed the mission of eternal life, he only made up his mind on the spur of the moment. Previously, the plan he considered was to wait until he returned to modern times and try to borrow the time gem from Ancient One to restore Peggy's youth, even if he used Strange as a threat. Thor never minded being a villain for the sake of those around him. Peggy Carter briefly told Thor some things over the years. After the war was won, Peggy Carter, Howard Stark, and Colonel Phillips founded S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, although her appearance remained unchanged, Peggy, who kept Thor's advice in mind, still chose to retire when she reached the age. And Howard has been paying attention to S.H.I.E.L.D. until he was assassinated by Hydra in 1991. He let Stark Industries announce his death. In fact, he has been tracing the truth behind the scenes. Unfortunately, until his death a few years ago, there's been no progress. The two got in the car side by side and drove towards a nearby high-end dance hall. Sharon Carter came out of the bedroom and said with a sigh, "The rustic love story from half a century ago can actually make my aunt, who is so emotional. What a ghost." It turns out that Thor, who was listed as a secret more than 10 years ago, was Lieutenant Colonel Black back then. I'm afraid director Nick is still keeping it in the dark. Forget it. This matter is out of my control. Thor dodged sideways and then punched Hate's shoulder joint hard. With a muffled groan, Hate clutched his shoulders and took a few steps back. With some surprise in his eyes, this seemingly short, ordinary man actually far surpassed Hulk in one punch. Unwilling to admit defeat, he roared and punched again. It has to be said that Bronski's fighting technique is at a very good level among humans, and becoming an abomination inherits this. In this respect, it is much better than Hulk, who can only open and close. However, in front of Thor, who has thousands of years of combat experience, his movements were still very rough. Thor flashed several times and punched the hateful face violently. The abomination flew upside down, but before it could fly out, Thor grabbed an arm and rolled it up, smashing it hard to the ground. The ensuing battle was even more tragic, but this tragic word was only for hatred. Thor snapped off Hatred's wrist, then kicked him in the face, forcing him to his knees. The loathing roared and raised the bone spur on his elbow to stab at Thor's face. When he was grasped, the whole bone spur was pulled out with a click, and his arm shrugged and pulled down. High in the sky, a drone is filming all this. "Oh my God!" Sharon Carter exclaimed, and the other agents were also shocked. Thor's figure is considered tall compared to ordinary people, but in front of the abomination, several meters tall, he is like a cat and a mouse. But now the mouse can't take care of the cat. This kind of power must be controlled. An official who looked upright said, "One abomination is enough to make us lose New York, and this guy who calls himself Thor is obviously stronger than the abomination. If it is not controlled, it will become a disaster for all mankind." Another bald head said. Natalia sneered and said, "Good idea. Agent Sitwell, you should go and talk to him about the recruitment issue in person. The premise is that the other party doesn't treat you as an idiot." Sitwell said with a dark face, "This guy named Thor lives in a manor near the Maya Hansen Research Center. The government can arrange personnel to supervise and protect it. It is said to be protection, but it is actually using family members as a threat. There are no fools present." Sharon Carter said, "The other party is Captain Black. If you want to supervise, do you need to supervise my aunt?" Everyone can hear the irony in her tone. The two sides argued, and what Natalia and Sharon Carter didn't expect was that most people actually supported Sitwell's proposal. They knew that the purpose of these people could not really be to protect civilians, thinking that this method might arouse the other party's anger instead. The world of politicians has never been so dirty. An interesting phenomenon, those who stand on Natalia's side are usually all over the world doing practical things. Barton agent, Maria Hill agent. Those who support Sitwell are mostly responsible for drinking tea and reading newspapers, and they just talk about things. Enough. Nick Fury slapped the table. There is no law that allows us to treat a historical hero with no criminal record as a terrorist. Don't mention this matter again. Nick Fury thinks more than anyone else. If Sitwell's plan is followed, almost every Avenger in the future will be supervised and reduced to a weapon in private hands. Moreover, he was quite sure that Thor would never agree, nor would Asgard accept their future king as a tool of politicians. He definitely didn't want the Avengers to die before it even started. In the video, the battle has come to an end, lying on the ground like a dead dog, twitching slightly. Thor suddenly looked up and looked at the drone high in the sky. Everyone in SHIELD only saw a flash of lightning strike, and then the screen went black. He figured out a long time ago, but he didn't pay attention to it at all, Hawkeye Barton said. Sitwell and the others turned pale for a while. In their view, this is a warning. Nick Fury glanced at the pale faces, and there was a flash of determination in his eyes. Absolutely not let these people meddle in superhero affairs. Otherwise, it will only push all superheroes to the opposite side. Others don't know, but he knows that Thor's strength is far more than what he showed. If he is really in a hurry, I am afraid that only by contacting Carol with that communication device can he be stopped. And this kind of thing, Carol may not be on the side of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor dragged his unconscious abomination and walked towards the dazed Hulk. Just now, when he beat the abomination violently, Hulk had already arrived, but he didn't intervene. First meeting, I'm Thor Odinson. He held out his hand. Although Hulk has the same mentality as a child, he still knows the etiquette of shaking hands. He shook hands with Thor with his big fan-like hand and said inarticulately, Hulk. It doesn't look violent at all. Maybe it was scared by seeing Thor's ferocity? Many people think that Hulk is fearless. In fact, Hulk, who is a child, is afraid when he sees a more violent existence than himself, especially physical blows to the flesh. I basically understand your situation. On the one hand, you and Banner are the same person, but at the same time have different ideas. But in any case, you're closely related and should accept each other. Therefore, you should communicate with Banner normally. After all, Banner is a weak coward. Strong Hulk always bullies him. He's going to hide from Hulk. Hulk was impatient to hear the previous words, but the last sentence made him very satisfied. He stomped his feet and said, Banner, weak. Hulk strong. After speaking, his body suddenly began to shrink and soon turned into a Banner in shorts. Who I am? Where am I? Banner regained consciousness in a daze. He felt very strange. In the past, Hulk would exhaust his physical strength to transform back, but this time he took the initiative to return his body to him. He looked around and saw Thor. I convinced Hulk to go back, came Thor's voice. Are you kidding me? No one can communicate with the Hulk. Thor patted him on the shoulder with a faint smile. Hate can talk. Why can't Hulk? You and Hulk are destined to be entangled, and blindly treating him as a virus or a monster will only make the differences between the two of you bigger and bigger. Banner argued. But Hulk was always very violent. He caused so much damage and hurt a lot of people. Actually, Hulk has never hurt you. Even this time, compared to the abomination that wreaks havoc, although Hulk still has difficulty controlling his own power, at least he won't intentionally destroy. He glanced at Banner, who didn't care, and continued, Hulk is a knife. What you have to do is not to escape in fear, but to find a way to accept him. Not to mention controlling this knife, at least let it be used as much as possible, where it should be used. Although what you said makes sense, I can choose not to use a knife. Violence can't solve problems in many cases. Banner still shook his head. It has to be said that he is a kind-hearted old man, the kind who is least used to using violence to solve problems. Such a person has become the most violent superhero Hulk. He can and wants to rely on his brain to solve problems, but he has to rely on powerful force to exercise violence. It has to be said that fate is impermanent. This kind of feeling is probably like writing homework for a summer vacation after a lot of hard work. When the school starts, the teacher tells you that there are answers later, and the homework does not count. At that time, maybe you can't help it. Just like this time, you finally chose to use violence. Thor didn't bother to argue with Banner at this time. In the future, he will have to use the power of the Hulk again and again, and then he will understand. Regardless, Thor doesn't want them to end up as Dr. Hulk. It seems to have completely controlled Hulk, but without the angry Hulk, how much strength can he exert? Besides, Banner's combat ability is hard to describe, and anti-Hulk armor is useless for him. Bruce Banner finally chose to escape. He left the United States. He's not ready to be a superhero yet. Hey, congratulations on triggering the Hulk-related task. Invincible Hulk, you will be rewarded for completing the task. Mission objective: help Banner and Hulk accept each other and become a truly invincible Hulk. Mission reward. Random skill book draw coupon. The voice of the system recalled. Random skill book? It sounds like a high value, but unfortunately this task is quite difficult, and it will not be completed for a while. You know, many people in the Bureau have proposed to supervise you. On the sofa, Natalia leaned lazily beside Thor and said, on one side, Peggy Carter sat on the sofa and watched him. It's rare that a few people are free today, so we came to the manor to have a good get-together. It's just a bunch of idiots playing with political struggles. What do? But these idiots make up the majority. Peggy Carter said worriedly. There is always a feeling that SHIELD has changed. Is that why you asked me to leave early? Thor nodded. Yes, most of the current SHIELD executives, except for a few like Nick Fury, have been corrupted by money and power. But don't worry, I can't make waves. Throw them down, and they won't be able to go to work tomorrow with their hands on their buttocks. The girls sprayed wine together, and Peggy Carter pinched him severely and said angrily, Your mouth is really hopeless. Can't you be more civilized? It's not too much to say that you are an uncivilized barbarian. Natalia interrupted suddenly. By the way, Thor, your Mjolnir has been lying in New Mexico for 10 years. It's almost rusted. You don't plan to take it back. She was discouraged. I went there once, but found that I can't lift it anymore. Thor shook his head. My father exiled me back then because my ideas conflicted with him. Before I truly accepted his ideas, I couldn't exert its power even if I forcibly lifted them. Although he has already stopped interfering with my actions, but the curse has not been removed. In this world, there may only be two people left who can lift it. Who? One is Captain America, Steve Rogers. The other is an astronomer. Natalia said narrowly. I guess it's a woman. Otherwise you would have said the name directly. Thor has black lines all over his head. Women are too smart to be annoying. However, he thought of one thing. He lacked a handy weapon. Although Mjolnir is powerful, its main function is to help him control his power. In fact, after he is awakened, the help of the hammer is minimal, so he has not considered lifting the curse for so many years. The artifact that really belongs to Thor is the Stormbreaker. To forge Stormbreaker, you need to go to Nadavi, the kingdom of Dwarf, which belongs to one of the 9 realms, and it is not difficult to find. However, there was another important problem. He couldn't find Groot. At this time, the Galactic Dance Troupe has not yet been established. Star-Lord Gamora is still wandering around with his godfather. Rocket and Groot are relying on each other. Mantis Girl is still working as a hypnotic ability master, and Drax the Destroyer is still picking up soap in prison. Almost have to wait until after the Ultron incident. Go to Xanderstar and wait for a rabbit to meet them. It's okay, at this stage, Ancient One and Odin are both there, and the Earth is still in the novice protection period. Most of the enemies that can be encountered are not very threatening, and it doesn't matter if they don't use weapons. What are you thinking? Maya Hansen brought a plate of fruit, fed a piece to Thor, and said excitedly, The super soldier serum you gave me has been analyzed successfully. Although it has not been optimized, it has already got a clue. Thor rubbed her head and said with a smile, Don't worry, a live mouse will come back in a short time. With my relationship with him, it's no problem to ask for a blood sample. As Natalia said, SHIELD recently discovered a wreckage of a plane that crashed in the last century in the Arctic Circle, and it is being excavated. Captain America is coming back. In the evening, Thor accompanied Peggy Carter and the others in the yard looking at the night sky. A crimson figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star. What's that? Peggy Carter asked. A new superhero. Unlike Steve, this is a pure mortal, assembled by technology, comparable to a god. Tony Stark. Natalia guessed right away. She knew about Stark's armor made in Afghanistan. Thor nodded and jokingly said, He has finally taken this step. Maybe soon, the stock of Stark Industries will rise again. If you want to make a fortune, you can invest in it. Although Tony Stark has awakened from being a playboy, his pretentious nature will not change, and he will definitely admit his identity. Stark was in a bad mood. In today's news, a warlord is massacring civilians. And what can make this warlord rise is the official Stark Industry weapon. He was very guilty, and decided to redeem the mistake himself. A warlord stronghold was wiped out, and weapons were destroyed one after another. Even the earliest Iron Man armor is still not something that conventional weapons can resist. After finishing all this easily, when Tony returned, he was targeted by 2 fighter planes. Looking at the fighter plane that was chasing after him, Tony looked helpless. During the entanglement, he accidentally crashed a fighter plane, but he saved the flight member. This incident also made Iron Man famous. What Tony didn't expect was that this incident stimulated Obadiah and made him decide to put all his eggs in one basket. In a mansion, Obadiah attacked Tony, paralyzed him, and took the reactor. Seeing Tony's face turn blue, Obadiah smiled smugly. He taunted Tony frantically and then left him to die. It's a pity that he endured it for 30 years, but underestimated Stark's desire to survive at the last moment. After a short period of paralysis, Stark struggled to climb to the table, picked up the first-generation reactor that had been eliminated, and placed it on his chest. When Stark in armor arrived, the Iron King, driven by Obadiah, stood directly opposite. 2 Iron Warriors engage in a duel. In terms of strength, Stark's Mark III is no less than Iron King. But the problem is that even the best car has to burn oil. After BVU fired a few laser cannons, JRVS frantically called the police, making Tony realize that he can't fight like this. He can only try to fight with the opponent. However, heavy mechs like the Iron Overlord originally valued strength, and Mark III became a humanoid sandbag and was punched and kicked. With the energy alarm of JRVIS inside and the brutal ravages of the Iron King outside, Tony finally thought of a way. He rushed to the sky at full speed, and the Iron King chased after him. With 5% of the energy left, the Iron King grabbed Stark's feet and pulled him off. Obadiah's bitter voice came out. "I am better and stronger than you. You accept your fate." Stark replied lightly. "Then how did you solve the freezing problem?" Obadiah was taken aback for a moment, and then the screen in front of him went black. Stark smiled triumphantly. "Let me check it for you." He lightly punched the Iron King on the head, breaking a piece of ice, and the Iron King fell quickly. Since ancient times, the villain died of talking too much, and the decent died of being cheap. Because a piece of ice was missing from his head, the circuit recovery of the Iron Overlord was a little bit faster, and he recovered a second before he fell to the ground. Stark, who had almost run out of energy and fell to the ground, stared blankly at the Iron Overlord, who stood up again. His energy was only 2% left, and he couldn't last a round. Obadiah laughed wildly. "Hey, Tony, is there another way? If not, go to hell." He was not in a hurry to deal with Stark, but to let him taste the despair so that he could pay back his 30 years repressed. For a moment, Tony was really desperate. He was out of options. However, the next moment, he made an unexpected move. At the last moment, Stark unleashed his last energies and charged in the direction of Thor's manor, with a loud cry that resounded through the heavens and the earth. "Uncle, help me." Thor, who had heard the movement a long time ago and rushed over to observe secretly, was full of black lines on his forehead. After Natalia knew the situation here, she called a team of agents, and she heard it now. "Didn't expect you to be such an Iron Man." In fact, when a bigwig like Peggy Carter stepped forward to confirm Thor's identity, Stark basically believed what he said that day. And a few days ago, through his good friend Rhodes, Stark got the information that Thor hanged the abomination. So, in his opinion, it is no problem to deal with an Iron Overlord. The most important thing is that it is about your life. So lose face if you lose face. Obadiah was not in a hurry to take Tony's life. He was like a cat playing with a mouse, keeping a distance and chasing all the way. Before he knew it, he crossed a red line. Tony Stark was running with all his strength. His energy was basically exhausted. He could only use it to maintain his life. And now he was running wildly, dragging his heavy armor purely by physical strength. At this moment, I suddenly felt a figure passing by my side quickly, and then there was a huge amounts of roar behind me. Bang! Before the Iron Overlord could react, a strong blow hit his chest, and he flew backwards, leaving a black hole in his chest. Obadiah looked at the blond young man in front of him, roared, and raised his iron fist as big as a water tank to strike. The punch was powerful enough to crush a tank. Tony clutched his chest and hid in the corner, watching this scene, complaining, "A soil beetle is a soil beetle. As soon as he has strength, he thinks he is a god." He could clearly see the power of that kick just now and the destructive power it caused. But Obadiah still tried to go head-to-head with the opponent. Sure enough, Thor blocked the iron fist of the Iron Overlord with one hand, pulled back, and then flew up and stepped heavily on the shoulder. With a click, an arm fell off. If it was an exoskeleton armor like Iron Man, this one would be enough to make Obadiah roll on the ground in pain. But the Iron Overlord is a pure robot, and the controller hides in a relatively safe place inside to control everything. Even so, Obadiah was still terrified. He hurriedly raised his other hand, and the heavy artillery was about to be fired. "Be careful!" exclaimed Tony, who was hiding in the dark and observing. G World War II hero died to me. Obadiah grinned and pressed the launch button. A missile whizzed towards him, and Thor Thunderbolt wrapped his arm and blasted it with a punch. Huge amounts of the explosion left him unscathed. The terrified Obadiah wanted to continue to attack, but Thor's lightning was faster than him, and the electric current from his fingertips shot at the launcher like a six-vein sword, destroying it instantly. While he was still in a daze, Thor sprinted to his side, grabbed a piece of breastplate, and pulled it hard, and a steel plate was torn off. Without giving him time to react, he attacked with both hands left and right, and the steel plates were removed one by one. Tony was completely shocked. Although he knew that this uncle was very fierce, he didn't expect to be so fierce. He was like a humanoid Hulk. No, Hulk isn't as brutal as he is. Obadiah was already scared to pee, and there was a strange smell inside the closed Iron Tyrant, but he didn't care about these and was about to run away immediately. But he couldn't get rid of Thor hanging on him like a lion hanging on a wildebeest, and kept bleeding him. As a huge amount of electric current came, all the circuits of the Iron King were overloaded for an instant, and then went out, and Tony thought he was paralyzed by rolling around. "No, it's impossible, it's impossible. Let me go. Please let me go, I'll give you all my shares." He yelled in horror, but he couldn't move and watched Thor helplessly. Lifting off the last steel plate, he was pulled out and thrown to Tony's side. "Fool, after tonight, do you still have our shares?" "Nephew, I leave it to you." "Definitely. If you don't have the heart to do it, I can help you. Learn about Yang's electrotherapy." Thor held out his hand, and a small arc flickered at his fingertips. "Tony, you won, but don't get too complacent. I won't die. I will go to jail at most. Just wait. I will definitely come back." All of a sudden, she roared wildly. Thor sneered. What an idiot. No wonder he can only be a grandson for so many years. Looking at Stark, he gave him a look. Stark looked at the old man who had been in the company for more than 30 years with a complicated face, and hesitation said, "He is powerless to resist now. We should hand him over to the law." Thor interrupted before he finished speaking. "You are also an idiot. No wonder you have been buried in the drum for so many years. Use your 500-point IQ brain to think about it. With his identity, the probability of death penalty is almost zero. This guy holds a lot of secrets of the Stark industry. Even if he is sentenced to life imprisonment, a lot of people will want to get him out." Tony's face paled. He definitely knew this, but he was still a little unwilling to accept the reality when it came to the end. Thor made up the knife. It's okay to let him go. Let him sell more weapons to the warlords in the Middle East. Maybe he can get a few more Ethans. Thinking of Ethan's sacrifice, Stark felt uncomfortable again, and he nodded slowly, making up his mind. Tony finally pulled out his pistol and gave Obadiah a kick. Seeing that he was depressed, Thor didn't bother him anymore and left alone. When Obadiah's cause of death was finally announced, it became a plane crash. The truth cannot be disclosed. If the public knows that Obadiah, the second in command of Stark Industry, secretly has affairs with terrorists and provides a lot of weapons, not only Stark Industries' reputation will be bad, but the government's international reputation will also be great. Fall. although the original reputation is not very good. At the press conference, Tony was reading out the manuscript that Rhodes handed over, but a beautiful reporter interrupted him. Facing the reporter's doubts, he replied, "I'm not a hero. Obviously, I have too many character flaws. I have done too many wrong things, and the influence is very bad." Rhodes leaned over and reminded, "Just read it according to the script." Tony nodded, glanced at the manuscript, then raised his head and said slowly, "Actually, I'm Iron Man." Facing Tony's change of mind, Rhodes helplessly covered his face. After dealing with the crazy reporters, Stark returned to the backstage. Thor was looking at him with a smile on his face and teased, "Should I call you nephew now? Or Iron Man?" Stark looked gloomy. The good mood he had just skinned was gone. He would rather face those reporters than face this elder who likes to oppress him with seniority. "What are you doing here?" Tony asked with a dark face. "It's not a big deal. I saved your life last night and left without calling uncle. Come on, hurry up." Tony's face darkened even more. "I don't think you'd be so bored. Tell me, what's the matter?" He forced the topic back. Only then did Thor put away his smile and said seriously, "Battle armor, in a sense, is also a weapon. If it is spread, the consequences will be more terrible than guns and missiles. So, you have to be aware of it, and don't make the same mistakes." Tony said sternly, "Don't worry, I will refuse. Stark Industries will transform into other industries, and iron armor is just my personal hobby, and I will not commercialize it. Remember what you said. The birth of Iron Man is a big event, marking the birth of this new era." From then on, people gradually got used to the existence of superhero. In the next few years, the crisis that the Earth will encounter will surpass that of the past few thousand years, and many superhuman beings who might have been unknown will stand up. This is the reason why heroes emerge from troubled times. However, in Thor's view, there are not too many superheroes. Although there are only a few top heroes who are qualified to face Thanos in the future, Thanos' huge army needs a large number of ordinary heroes to fight against. Otherwise, the vast majority of strong men could be overwhelmed by the crowd tactics of purple sweet potato essence alone. So the next thing you can do is New Mexico, Thor theme park. This place was originally a wasteland, but since a hammer fell from the sky 10 years ago, the surrounding area has become lively. Many tourists come here, especially for the name, try to lift the hammer, but they can't do it. Some old man named Stan Lee couldn't even tow it with a car. Later, the old man Stan Lee, who was not short of money, invested in the establishment of a park, which has developed to this day and is already a famous local scenic spot. Today, the scenic spot has 3 special guests. A girl walking in front had some black hair and a very pretty face. In her eyes, there is a light of wisdom, and at the same time, there's an elf-like playfulness. Obviously, she can rely on her face for food, but she chooses to work hard, and she is talking about her type. Behind her was a long-haired girl with slightly lower appearance than her, and an old man. When they walked through the gate, Thor, who was holding a newspaper on a bench, looked over consciously. She recognized the girl at first sight, even though she had never seen it or investigated it. Jane Foster, originally his girlfriend in history, a female, Thor in some parallel worlds. "There's nothing interesting in this part, Jane. You are so crazy to come all the way." Daisy behind Jane Foster complained, "I didn't come here for fun. According to the information I have learned, this hammer is of great help to my research." Okay. I know you have a soft spot for your boyfriend hammer." Daisy complained. Jane Foster's face was slightly red, and she immediately returned to normal. "Shut up. How many times have I said, I don't have a boyfriend?" "That's right. Your boyfriend's name is Blake, right? I've seen you have a men's suit with his name on it. But it was confirmed a while ago that Blake is Thor." Daisy stole laughing and exposing her shortcomings. Jane Foster looked helpless. When she was young, she was in the 2nd grade of middle school and followed her classmates to chase stars. But as a straight girl of steel, she doesn't know a few celebrities at all, except for the well-known Captain America and Captain Black. That dress was bought at that time, with the name Donald Blake written on it, and it has never been lost. Daisy saw the cleaning of the room one time. as a characteristic activity of a place. Lifting the hammer is a must for tourists who come here, and the three of Jane Foster will naturally not miss it. At the gate of the park, Thor was not in a hurry to go in. He waited calmly. If his guess is correct, there will be a result soon. Suddenly, a huge wave of energy spread. A vortex appeared in the sky. A tornado formed instantly, and dazzling lightning flashed in it. The entire sky darkened like a total solar eclipse. The circuit equipment in the park screamed, and then burned instantly. Many people panicked. Only Thor had a smile on his face. "I have been waiting for you for a long time, Kimui Thor." "Oh, Jane, what did you do?" Daisy exclaimed. I don't know, I just raised the hammer lightly." "You put it down first." "Okay." Jane Foster panicked. She hurriedly put down the hammer, but found that the hammer was tightly attached to her hand, and she couldn't let go. "Don't let it go. Calm down from now on. It belongs to you." The sudden sound startled several people, and when they looked back, it was a young man in black with sunglasses, wearing casual clothes, and holding a bottle of water in his hand. You are Thor?" Jane asked uncertainly, a little embarrassed, still holding a hammer that belonged to others in his hand. "It feels like stealing something and meeting the right owner." Thor didn't answer, and said to himself, "Only those who are qualified can lift Mjolnir and master the power of Thor. This hammer has been with me for thousands of years, but it has never been as happy as it is today, because you are its real master." This is different from Natalia. When Natalia raised the hammer, she was only recognized for her own qualities, allowing her to borrow Mjolnir's power, including Captain America. And now, Thor can clearly feel that the power of thunder is slowly transforming Jane Foster's physique, making her the real Thor. In fact, Jane Foster also felt the difference in her body, and the panic just now made her unaware of it. Now, after calming down, I feel that the exhaustion in my body has been swept away, and I have never felt so relaxed before. This hammer seems to have become a part of the body. Daisy on the side was stunned. She yelled, "Wow. He said he wasn't your boyfriend and gave you such a precious gift when we first met." A look of embarrassment appeared on Miss Jian's face. She blushed and said, "Well, let's say at first, I won't sleep with you." She knows that many playboys are very generous to girls because they want to get both money and man. And Thor's reputation in this regard is better than that of the old scumbag Stark. Thor spit out in one gulp, never expecting such a vulgar word from this pretty-looking little girl. Isn't it good to be a quiet and beautiful girl? It's no wonder that he is obviously an excellent astronomer, but he is still so bad after so many years. It stands to reason that someone will sponsor him, right? It is estimated that those who want to invest will be bullied by Ms. Jian's words. If they are honest and gentlemen, 80% of the sponsorship will be pornographic. After all, no one wants to be mistaken for bad intentions. Definitely there are dudes with ulterior motives, but Miss Jane is the one who slapped Thor Loki. Daisy and Dr. Eric were also speechless. Jane also realized that she was rude, and she hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that." Thor waved his hand helplessly. "It's okay, I don't mind. Besides, you guessed right. I really have this idea." Miss Jin was stunned. "I can't answer this." It's also thanks to her good impression of Thor, or else she might have made a big mouth. She could only change the subject bluntly. "Well, Mr. Thor, why are you here? Are you waiting for me here on purpose?" I have to say, Jane Foster is very smart. She quickly guessed that it was impossible for Thor to come here by such a coincidence, and she might have followed her early in the morning. Definitely not. I just sensed Mjolnir's joyful mood when he met his new owner, so I came here to take a look. Thor definitely wouldn't admit it. He swiped his finger, and a golden circle appeared in front of him. The scene inside it is the busy New York. "Here, look, I can go back and forth between New York and New Mexico in the blink of an eye." Miss Jane didn't doubt it, because her attention had already been attracted by another matter. "Oh, my God, this is space science. Space teleportation, it really exists. So there really is a legendary magician." Jane exclaimed excitedly. Should it be said that he is worthy of being a top student? The point of view is different. Now that I'm pretending to be aggressive, I don't mind pretending to be a bigger one. It feels good to be admired by beautiful women. Not only does space teleportation exist, even time travel is not impossible. I am a Captain Black back then, you know? Many people think that I disappeared for half a century after World War II. In fact, I did not disappear. It should be said originally, it's me in the 21st century who traveled back. Thor's words deepened the frenzy in Miss Jane's eyes, as if she was looking at a perfect mouse? I know, Daisy shouted excitedly. Jane admires Captain Black the most, and she even told me that this is her ex-boyfriend. Thor froze for a moment, but thought of this level. In the movie, Jane Foster claims to have a doctor's ex-boyfriend named Donald Blake, and the doctor in the comics is transformed by Thor, who is demoted to the earth. Unexpectedly, in this world, going around is still me. No, I didn't. It wasn't me. Jane became nervous in an instant, and she was incoherent. Not only Daisy this time, but Thor also felt it. So nervous to deny it, the explanation is to cover up. Okay, I temporarily accept the new Thor setting you gave me, but can I ask why? I prefer astronomy, and I'm just curious about magic, energy, etc. After calming down, Jane Foster asked Thor in doubt, because this world needs you. Over the past few years, more and more superpowers have appeared, and they were born to deal with the crisis in the future. The Earth is not as ordinary as it seems on the surface. In a sense, it is even part of the universe. Center, bear the brunt of the crisis. As the inheritor of Thor's power, you can choose to give up here, or you can use this power to help others. Although the current Earth is unknown, even Midgard has to be added in the universe before anyone has heard of it. But the Earth is not ordinary. It can give birth to the top powerhouse in the universe, the Ancient One. It was protected by the goddess Black Panther hundreds of thousands of years ago. Almost all the strongest Avengers were born on the Earth, including Thanos. The road of tyranny also ended on the Earth. A strong man in another parallel world said that if he had not been sealed many years ago, today's Earth would be the center of the universe. I understand, Miss Jane said seriously. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Am I right? Right or wrong? Thor added. This sentence is used as a restraint for the strong to their own behavior, not a moral kidnapping by the weak for the strong. Thor patted her on the shoulder and said earnestly, in the future, many people will try to kidnap us morally. You must be prepared. Jane Foster finally followed Thor with a hammer and returned to the manor. Although she raised the hammer, she was not originally proficient in various fighting techniques like Captain America or Natalia. She also needed Thor's guidance to teach her how to use this power. This is space teleportation? Wow, there is no discomfort at all. It stands to reason that a sudden change in space makes it easy for mammals to feel dizzy and vomit. As soon as she stepped out of the portal, Jane Foster exclaimed, and quickly turned on the madman mode after a few words. Thor was speechless. No wonder the two would break up in the original book. A straight man of steel and a straight woman of steel, separation and reunion is the norm. Jane Foster stayed in the manor. Maya Hansen and Betty Rose were a little surprised by her arrival, but they didn't say anything. During the day, Miss Jane followed Thor to learn the control of power, and at night, she read some astronomy classics brought from Asgard in the room. These scientific knowledge far beyond the Earth have refreshed her worldview. As a result, on the third day, Miss Jane strongly demanded to move out. Because it was not at night, it was too noisy. Make her wear dark circles every morning. Thor said he couldn't help it. Young man, very angry. In her spare time, Natalia will come to practice fighting skills with Thor. Thor will suppress his own strength and fight her purely with physical skills. Natalia deserves to be Black Widow, and she can faintly beat Thor in half a move. Perhaps on Earth, only Captain America, who has just been unearthed and has not yet awakened, can be above her. If I had known earlier, Thor had 1,500 years of combat experience. And at this time in Asgard, something big happened. 10 years ago, an injury in Jotunheim caused Loki to doubt his identity, but he has always refused to think in the least desirable direction. Jane Foster held up Mjolnir the other day, and Odin's shock made him understand that even in exile, Odin had his eyes on Thor. He finally found an opportunity to get close to the ice gate in the treasure house, and with the help of the power of the ice gate, he understood his own life experience. Why? You caused the carnage in Jotunheim and brought me back. Why? Loki was excited like never before. Even if Thor beat him up twice in 3 days, it didn't bring him such a big excitement. Odin let out a long sigh. Because you are an innocent child. No, there must be another reason for you to bring me back. Tell me, said at the end, already roaring. Loki didn't believe it at all. Maybe there was a reason for this, but at most it allowed Odin to let him go, and he wouldn't bring him back to Asgard as a prince. Odin knew he couldn't hide it, so he had to tell the truth. I hope that one day our two kingdoms will become one and bring about a union. Through you, a permanent peace will be formed. The truth often hurts you more than lies. Loki's face twisted. Then why didn't you tell me all this earlier? Odin said helplessly. I hide the truth to protect you. Because I'm a scary monster that runs out at night? I finally understand why you have been partial to Thor all these years. Because I have always been just a tool, and you will not let an ice giant sit on the throne. Loki has never lost his composure like he did today. As a result of the dispute, Odin fell into a coma and entered Odin's sleep prematurely. Loki took over Kungnir and temporarily ruled the domain of God. He decides to do something big and really prove himself to Odin. Stop fighting. Every time you lose, you will come back at night to take revenge. I have never seen such a stingy man. Natalia put Thor down and then sat on a recliner and complained. Miss Jien, who was contacting Thunder Control, froze suddenly and cursed secretly. Scumbag. By the way, the director arranged for me to go to Stark Industries, your eldest nephew's place, to inquire about intelligence and make an assessment of his ability and character. But I think it might be more useful to ask you directly. Natasha Romanoff spoke suddenly. Thor's eyes froze. Is this the beginning of Iron Man 2's plot? In other words, Tony should have suffered from palladium poisoning during this period of time and began to live a life of drunken dreams like before. The military is also trying to get Tony's armor technology. After all, Thor's ability comes from himself, and the armor that can be worn on the body seems to be more useful. At present, his strength should be slightly inferior to yours. Because of the magic bracelet I gave her at the beginning, Natalia's strength is much higher than in the original book. However, the improvement of Tony Stark's strength is gradual, and his armor will continue to be updated and iterated. In a future war that will destroy 3.5 billion people, he will be an important member. If this war ends, if he fails, he will be the last hope for a comeback. Thor spoke highly of Stark, which surprised Natalia. As for character, you can even trust him as Captain America in a righteous way. Usually, except for being a bit cheap, everything else is okay. Thor curled his lips. Natalia jotted down some key words. Then he blinked and asked, if possible, I actually want to make an assessment of you. Will you always stand by my side? What about your real strength? Thor froze for a moment and asked, is it the braised egg that wants to know? Or do you want to know? Me, Natalia said with a smile like a flower. You know me well. I can't know almost everything about you, right? Thor pondered for a moment, then said, the first question, if it refers to you, yes. If it is SHIELD, no. SHIELD has been corrupted a long time ago, and you should know it. I arrested Zola with my own hands, but then the government decided to absorb him into S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a bomb that will sooner or later dismantle SHIELD from within. Natalia was about to speak, but Thor covered her mouth. Don't ask. It's useless to ask. Asking questions now will not only fail to solve the problem, but will scare the snake. The second question is my strength. As far as I am concerned, if I go all out and try my best, I can resist all the nuclear bombs in the world and sink any fleet within a quarter of an hour. At present, there are more than I only have 2 women. One is sealed and the other is sealed. Unless the human race is extinct, she will not make a move most of the time. Natalia's eyes widened. Although the entire SHIELD knew that Thor was very powerful, they didn't expect to be so strong. No wonder he doesn't care about those politicians who try to supervise him. If this news gets out, it may cause a major earthquake in Washington. While he was thinking, there was a huge amount of roaring sound suddenly, and a beam of colorful light descended from the sky, almost connecting the sky and the earth. The light lasted for several breaths before disappearing. Miss Jane suddenly rushed over with an instrument and shouted excitedly, Hey, there is a situation. I just detected that there are violent spatial fluctuations in the suburbs. According to my speculation, it is very likely that the legendary Bifrost opened already. These days, she has read a lot of Asgard's tomes and learned a lot of new knowledge. Although she has decided to become a superhero, she has not given up on her original dream. Soon, Natalia's communication equipment rang. She listened to the report, looked up to Thor, and said, There is an agent report. There are a few strangely dressed guys in the suburbs, a bit like Wonder Woman, Chung Long, and Robin Han. They must have come to look for you, right? The moment Thor saw Bifrost, he guessed their identities, and there was only one reason why they came to Earth on purpose. He sighed in a low voice. Loki, you're playing tricks again. A few of his companions have arrived, and Loki will soon send the destroyer armor to hunt him down. His current power has not been sealed, so Loki's main purpose should be to drag himself to the Earth to carry out his plan. Thor, who is familiar with the original book, knows that on the surface Loki betrayed Asgard and led the wolf into the house. In fact, Loki's real purpose is not to kill Odin, but to use this layout to kill Lauf and prove himself to Odin. Lauf should have died a long time ago, and Thor didn't intend to stop him, so let's play with him. SHIELD was very efficient and brought in several guests in no time. Sif, Nebula, Minerva, you are all here. After a long time no see, Thor went up to hug each other. Oh, hell, let me tell you, Thor has changed. He is no longer the Thor who believes that a real man should be a man. Fandral yelled. The most important thing in his eyes before was we brothers. Hug us first every time. Thor laughed loudly and patted him on the shoulder fiercely. Who said that the most important thing in the past was the brother? It's obviously the hammer. The three warriors glanced at Thor, who was empty-handed, then looked around, and then found the hammer that Miss Jane was holding, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. Wow, you're willing to give away such a precious hammer to a girl. Fandral exclaimed. You even wore women's clothing for the hammer. F***K. The girls discovered a new world. They laughed, and Thor was furious. Sif beat him. This is a dark history of Thor. It's hard to explain in one word. Don't mention it. Next, some of his companions told him about Loki's plot. As for Nebula and Minerva, they obviously planned to stay on Earth, and their arrival obviously cannot be hidden from Loki, and soon Loki will send the destroyer armor. Thor naturally didn't want the aftermath of the battle to destroy the manor. He took Jane Foster with him and took the initiative to go to an open space in the suburbs, where Bifrost appeared just now. In a vast wilderness, a huge amount of tornado storm took shape in a few seconds, and a 3-meter-high armor with a metallic luster all over its body slowly walked out. Destroyer armor. In the command headquarters of SHIELD and the military, a large number of screens played the pictures taken by drones. The destroyer raised his head and looked around. In the dark hole in the visor, a crimson light shot towards every corner of the sky like a volcanic eruption, accompanied by the sound of an explosion. The picture on the screen was only red in one moment and turned into snowflake white in the next moment. Report. All drones near the target are destroyed. Report. Satellite lost contact. F***K. Nick Fury slapped the table. In the distance, Thor was not surprised to see the destroyer armor clearing the field in an instant. To do something bad and dismantle the monitoring beforehand, Loki can't think of anything he can think of. In fact, it is not difficult for him to defeat it. Loki has not obtained full authority, and its strength can be easily solved by himself in the original history, let alone now. Sif, Nebula, and the three warriors drew their weapons. Natalia lit up the widow's sting, and Minerva pulled out a sniper rifle. Thor turned his head and looked at Jane Foster. whose eyes widened before he could react. It is your first assessment target. Cooperate with your teammates and destroy any piece of its armor to pass the test. After so many days of guidance, Miss Jin's strength is actually very good, but she lacks actual combat experience. The destroyer armor in front of him is a good target, and with myself watching from the sidelines, plus the role of extremist, I don't worry about accidents. Miss Jin was taken aback for a moment. Then her expression slowly became firm. Without Thor's shot, Jane Foster walked forward with Mjolnir. The mentally handicapped behavior of holding back and not magnifying the move will definitely not happen to Loki. After simply accumulating power, a golden flame spewed out towards everyone. "Be careful," Natalia yelled, and was the first to rush out, crossing her hands to block the front, and the magic bracelet blocked the flames. Sif shouted, "Cover me!" Fandral and others, who had cooperated tacitly for a long time, jumped up immediately. The destroyer swung Fandral flying with one hand, and at the same time Sif jumped on its back and thrust his sword hard into its neck. The flames on the destroyer were instantly extinguished, and the movement also came to a standstill. So easy? Everyone was surprised. Only Thor understands that the destroyer is not a human being, and there is no such thing as a critical point, and there is nothing wrong with this sword. Sure enough, the destroyer armor began to flip, and the Sif, which was originally hanging on the back, faced it in an instant. Sif was shocked and was about to jump off when a steel thug grabbed her in the air. If this one is caught, I am afraid that it will immediately severely damage the powerful combat power of this scene, which is second only to Thor. Sif couldn't dodge in the air. She closed her eyes in despair. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and Minerva hit the destroyer armor's hand with a shot. Although the shot didn't cause any damage, it missed her hand halfway and passed Sif's side. Sharp! Thor couldn't help applauding in his heart. He was ready to shoot just now. Sif, who survived the catastrophe, fell to the ground and gasped for breath. Minerva's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she was under a lot of pressure from the shot. At this moment, a thin figure leaped up from a roof, and the flashing light of the hammer in his hand slammed into the destroyer's head fiercely. There was a loud noise, and the destroyer staggered, but recovered in an instant, and slapped it hard with one hand, as if slapping a mosquito. Before Jane could react, she was photographed heavily, and she flew several hundred meters away. If it weren't for the physical strengthening brought by Mjolnir, this one would have killed her. The empty eye sockets of the destroyer armor lit up again, and the fiery light was about to shoot out again. Sif rushed out again and made a sliding shovel towards the destroyer's crotch. Definitely not sliding upwards, because she knew that the destroyer had no vitals. She slashed toward the leg with the speed of the charge. The sound of metal colliding reminded me that the double-edged sword that had slashed countless enemies had slashed on the destroyer's leg, except for sparks, not even a scratch. Although it didn't cause any damage, it lost its balance and fell sideways. The destructive rays drew a gully several kilometers long on the ground and shot into the sky. While it was falling, everyone rushed to it, and the sound of clanging and clanging could be heard endlessly. What should I do? This thing won't break. Fandral yelled, turning in Thor's direction. It is said that many bosses don't like to fight in person. They like to stand behind, first send horses to give experience and equipment, and then be killed by glory. But this kind of brainless creature is often written the boss is read as an experienced pack wow. Since when did His Royal Highness learn this trick? Get out of the way. A sound of reprimand stunned everyone, and the random destroyer rolled and threw them away, and was about to get up again. Not far away, Jane Foster raised a hammer in one hand. Thunder flashed all over the sky, and dark clouds shrouded it, as if covering all the light. The ground began to shake, and a thunderbolt several meters wide fell from the sky, dividing the sky and the earth into two halves, and rushed in her body along with a high-raised hammer. The silhouette of a woman's armor, very similar to Thor's armor, appeared from the void and slowly covered her body. Although it was not a real body, it made the originally slim figure a little more dignified. Not far away, Thor held his breath and stared at this scene. This scene originally took at least half a year in his plan. Countless thick lightnings illuminated the sky that was originally covered by dark clouds. Jane Foster swung the hammer forward violently, and a huge amount of lightning slammed heavily on the destroyer armor. Kacha, kacha. The mournful sound of the metal unable to withstand the high pressure came to mind. The corner of Loki's mouth in Asgard was twitching. He already understood that in Thor's eyes, his pursuit was an exercise for his little girlfriend. Unwilling to admit defeat, he drove the destroyer in an attempt to launch even more terrifying attacks. I can't cure Thor, and I can't cure you? In the helmet of the destroyer, golden light kept flashing, and terrifying energy was accumulating. Jane Foster suddenly charged forward, rushing in front of the destroyer at a speed that broke through the limit of mortals. Mjolnir slammed hard on the destroyer's visor that was about to spray rays. This hammer, mixed with divine power, not only shattered the visor, but also blocked the golden rays in the head of the destroyer. With a muffled sound, the entire destroyer twitched violently. Just when everyone thought they had won, the destroyer's head suddenly exploded violently. Not good. Miss Jin, who was caught off guard, was blown out on the spot. Mjolnir came out. The outline of the armor on his body gradually faded and disappeared, and the thunder and lightning around him gradually dissipated. In midair, Jane, who was in a daze, suddenly felt that she was caught. When he opened his eyes, he saw Thor's approving eyes. "You've done a good job. Leave it to me." Miss Jin gave a faint and then a burst of exhaustion flooded her body, and she fell into a coma. The destroyer, who had lost his head, stood up again with his empty neck and walked towards the crowd. Thor signaled the crowd to disperse and walked forward alone. "My stupid little brother, why do you always forget to eat but not fight? Isn't it good to be a happy little princess?" Shit. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, exploded in anger after a long absence. The miserable life of being beaten twice in 5 years and 3 days seemed to emerge before his eyes. He drove the destroyer in anger and punched Thor. A huge impact sounded like an ordinary plane crashing, and Thor tightly caught the destroyer's fist with both hands. Twisted hard, and there was a sound of metal tearing, and one arm of the destroyer armor was cracked and shattered. "Your Highness, he seems to be getting stronger and stronger," the 3 warriors murmured. "So Thor's the boss. You can only call 666. Sif complained. She felt a little uncomfortable about this. She chose to become a warrior in the first place, just to please Thor. Later, she finally became the most powerful female warrior in Asgard, and even the 3rd strongest after Odin and Thor. So she became Thor's good buddy. It was not easy for Thor to become enlightened a few years ago, but she still did not give up her persistence for thousands of years. She was trying to reduce the direct gap between her and Thor. But now it seems that the gap seems to be even bigger. Taking a peek at the unconscious Miss Jin, the resentment was even worse. The suit of armor just now, but a couple pretending to say. A few months ago, the scene where the Gundam was torn apart was repeated. The resistance of the destroyer armor was futile. Thor didn't even use the power of thunder, and defeated it with his physical strength alone. In just a short while, the majestic destroyer just now became scrap iron all over the place. Loki in Asgard was already scared to pee. He didn't care about the destroyer armor, and ran in the direction of Bifrost. While Thor was still pretending, he had to hurry up and start the next plan. Beside Heimdall, who was frozen by Loki with the ice gate, several blue figures appeared. Looking at this resplendent world, they felt unprecedented excitement in their hearts. Thousands of years of hatred will end today. Loki greeted him with a smile on his face. "Welcome to Asgard." "Nice to meet again, Captain Black. I'm Phil Coulson, SHILD agent. I'm your biggest fan." Stop. Thor interrupted his approach. "I remember that your idol is obviously Steve. How did you become a fan? If you have anything to say, just tell me. I'm in a hurry." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Agent Phil Coulson's face, and he smiled and said, "Although this battle avoided residential areas, it caused great damage to the surrounding environment after all, and the entire New York has seen the vision here. So, SHILD hopes that there needs to be an explanation to the higher-ups, at least to make Washington believe in the existence of aliens. Thor shook his head. They will believe it, and it doesn't matter if they don't believe it. It won't be long before the whole world knows the existence of aliens. After finishing speaking, he ignored the bewildered Phil Coulson and turned to look at Natalia and the others. Are you going back? Natalia was a little bit reluctant. The main reason is that Thor often disappears from time to time, and it can be several years at a time. Thor patted her on the shoulder with a serious expression on his face. My younger brother is causing trouble again, and the father is asleep. Only I can take charge of the overall situation. I have to go back and deal with him. Don't worry, I will be back soon. This time it won't be that long. Going back this time is to quell the disaster caused by Loki, so he left Nebula and Minerva on the Earth, and only brought the 3 warriors of Sif and Asgard. He yelled into the sky, Heimdall, take us back. As the god of Door of Asgard and Asgardian of Bifrost, Heimdall's strength is beyond doubt. Hearing the call, he shattered the ice with all his strength, hacked the surrounding giants of Jotunheim to death with a few strokes, and inserted the guardian's sword into the switch of Bifrost. The brilliance of Bifrost poured down, and the tolls disappeared in the brilliant halo. In Asgard, in Odin's palace, Odin was lying unconscious on the bed, and Frigg was waiting beside him. There was a noisy sound outside, and Frigga immediately became alert, and she drew out her long sword, watching vigilantly towards the gate slowly covered by frost. Although she is actually a necromancer, she also has good swordsmanship. The gate of the palace was kicked open with a bang, and a tall dark blue figure appeared. Giants of Jotunheim. Frigga's eyes widened. How could this Jotunheim race infiltrate here? She bravely went up to meet the giants of Jotunheim, who came in with a sword, but was sent flying by Lauf's paw from behind and fell to the ground. As the queen of Asgard, she is not a real warrior after all. How can she be the opponent of King Giants of Jotunheim? Lauf ignored her. He looked at Odin on the bed. A smile appeared on his ugly face. Finally, the battle between Asgard and Jotunheim is over, with the destruction of Asgard ending. It is said that you can still see and hear things around you in this state. I hope this is true. Then you will know that it was the king of the giants of Jotunheim, Lauf, who killed you. He raised the ice pick in his hand, about to pierce it. A golden light pierced through him in an instant, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Horrified, he turned his head and looked at Loki, who held Kunganir in his hand. Kunganir released a more intense light again, and the moment Lauf's body was torn apart, he heard the last sound. You will also know that it was Odin's son, Loki, who killed you.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.